You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net.
That wasn't intentional. Holy, this is actually some really decent legal cannabis that I've got. It kind of kicks me right in the butt.
It sounds like it.
Well, I will say this is the second doobie of the day because I did smoke one with my husband when I got home from work. But I actually got the container this time. This stuff is called Glue orangutan, something like that. Glue orangutan, yeah, maybe that's it.
Oh, I can't read it.
Yeah, it's a tripod, but it's a cross between OG Kush and GG4 and Afghani.
Oh, well, it's got some good lineage there. Yeah. Well, it looks like it was doing its job for you.
Oh no, it's nice. Like I said, I was just like, didn't plan on starting the show without but I guess kind of how appropriate.
Well, yeah. Well, usually you've got you're rolling a joint or whatever when we get started, and it looks like you just got it lit.
It wasn't a chokeable. Wasn't planning on choking myself like that, but yeah.
Woo. Right. So what's new and exciting? We got an interesting guest tonight. Been around for a long time.
Yeah. Actually, I posted that I met her 13 years ago.
13 years ago. Wow.
Ottawa. Yeah, it was 13 years ago that we were in Ottawa.
Wow, it has been a long, it's been a while, eh?
Right.
Geez, I guess we're just getting older, eh? That's the worst thing about it.
It's longer than that though too, but I think it was longer than 13 years ago. It was 13 years ago that it was in my memories, but it was 2012, so that's more like
12 years ago.
2012, yeah.
Yeah.
But Taven was a baby, and he's 14. So yeah, it was 13 years ago.
Well, he'd still be a baby. Well, he wasn't a baby. He's toddler, I guess, at 2, right?
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, by then he's telling you what to do.
By then he was pointing fingers. But I actually posted a picture of us we were in the green room on Parliament Hill, and we had done a press conference, and Allison was one of the speakers, along with Russell Barth and Adam Greenblatt and Christine Lowe, and we were all there. And
all there, eh?
Also there too, So there was a bunch of us that all rolled in there. Debbie Stoltz-Giffen. I can't even name everybody because Caleb was there. Caleb Hubble, like Pipes, Gary Pallister, which just has been his birthday the other day, and he's no longer with us. So there's so many people, right?
And usually before we get started with our guests, we talk about some of the stuff that we've done over the last week, and I'm not going to discuss what I did over the weekend because I'm going to do it with our guest.
Because you guys were together.
We were together. That's right.
I brought that on my show. I did. I mentioned that on Monday, and I actually brought the pictures up on my page, shared the screens, and showed some pictures. You weren't there. You weren't in the pictures because you were must be taking pictures.
I was taking pictures, but I am in some pictures. I'm in a picture. I used one of a picture of me that was compliments of Gary Lynch. He took a picture of me out there with Allison.
Excellent.
So instead of just talking about let's just bring her in, right? So let's introduce our guest. I said Allison. She's been in the cannabis community for decades. She was there when the medical cannabis program in Canada first got started. Now she's fighting for access to magic mushrooms or psilocybin, however you want to say it. And been going to the Global Marijuana March since the beginning, 25 years ago. Welcome, Allison Murden, to the Pace Radio Show. How you doing?
Hi, everybody. Hi, Al. Hi, Tamara.
Yeah.
I'm having a bit of a silly day, but hey, I'm happy that I'm here.
Good.
How are
good.
you guys?
I'm not doing too bad. It's just we're patient. So we have our ups and downs, and we have our good days, and we have our bad days.
Hey, 100%, honey, 100%. It's good to see you guys. You both look great.
Oh, thank you. Well, it was good to see, as I mentioned, that we got to see each other over the weekend down there in the big smoke downtown doing the Global Marijuana March. It was good to see you down there.
You know what? I still can't believe it was 25 years ago that 5 of us started that. Stephen Bacon, Neve Tapiero, Dom Kramer, myself, and Gary Lynch walked the streets of Toronto, and I had a big sign 25 years ago saying legalize cannabis globally. And we screamed, and I'll tell you, the following year they said there were over, I've heard 20,000, but I've also heard 50,000 people who joined us. So all I know is that people want change all around the world, my friends.
Oh, yes. And, today I went through because we broadcasted the march. And during the actual march, I went up to people and I asked the question why they were marching. I asked Tamara that during one of the broadcasts that we did. And then I took that little clip and used that as a promotional thing. So I've gone through it and took out those little parts and created a video, and I'm hoping to be able to post it tomorrow. I was trying to get it done today, but unfortunately it didn't get finished. So I'm going to get it done tomorrow, hopefully, and get it posted. And a lot of the people that I talked to, I'm going to say at least probably 90% of them, one of the first things they say that come out of the mouth is the fact that it's got to be legal globally.
As we've been saying, I did my first interview, one of my first interviews with Matt Myrna on View Magazine over 25 years ago, talking about exactly that. We need to get out there. We need to have a voice. And as a clump, we're heard.
Yeah. These rallies and protests, they're all part of getting the cannabis legalization. There's the medical end of things that been fighting towards the government. I sort of look at it as an octopus, different coming at it from different ways with all different arms in order to be able to end prohibition. And the protests were all part of it, and they're important. They allow the people to get out there and voice their opinion.
You know what? Again, and it makes it so that every single person can see themselves represented, because there are all walks of life of us who come out to fight these things.
That's right.
Again, I remember 25 years ago, Al and Tamara too, there was nobody in this area who was in a wheelchair who was in the marches. I didn't even think about it when I went out and started the marches until I realized when people were gathering together to go in the march, I was like, all wheelchairs up front. Oh, wait, I'm the only one. But it's so good to see now, because I want people to know, I don't have good health. I just push myself to do things because I know it's better for me. I want to be pushed outside my comfort zone. I want to do something that I haven't done before, I want to make sure that I'm heard doing. So whether or not, again, way off topic, I was saying to Gary the other day that one of the protests and festivals we were at, I was dancing in my electric wheelchair and I was just sipping around in circles like I've always done. I just automatically did that when I got one 30 years ago. So all of a sudden, this man comes at me and he goes, "My God, I've been watching you for 15 minutes." He said, "My brother and his wife told me they were going to take dancing lessons, and they're both in wheelchairs, and I couldn't figure out how until I watched you for the last 15 minutes." And I said, "That's what we're here for, my friend, to represent."
Yeah, exactly.
Everywhere.
And the marches, making it legal globally, that includes the medical end and
You better believe it.
access, right?
Well, the
Yes,
problem is, we've always wanted like drug reform, right? And right now we're seeing with decriminalization of hard drugs and how the project has become harmful in British Columbia. And let's be clear and honest here. There are not meth heads blowing smoke in nurses' faces and sitting in waiting rooms in Vancouver smoking meth. That's not happening. That's a lot of right-wing rhetoric. But again, the project needs to be revamped. It does.
It does.
But again, they took away safe consumption sites. So when you take away something that they need to go hand in hand,
where are they going to go?
Where do you expect them to go? So again, drug reform, again, we wanted to see all drugs decriminalized. Now we're seeing that the pilot project that Toronto might be trying to get might be canceled because of what's going on here.
Yeah.
Wow, that's new again today.
There was actually, I think I saw.
So when Vancouver asked for exemption, the federal government had to say, no, it has to come from the province. So that's when Vancouver went to EB or to the ND, to our government here in the province and asked them for the federal government for exemption. And that's how Vancouver got their exemption. It was because of the way the arms of jurisdiction go. So in Ontario, it's the same thing's happening. Toronto would like to do the same pilot project where they could decriminalize small amounts, but it has to go to the province. And Ford is as
that's the problem.
Oh,
that's
I'm not even
right there.
Oh my gosh!
We're having issues here in British Columbia because the usage out here because there's no safe access either. Let's be clear. There's nobody handing out drugs for free here. If you're getting any safe access, you have to have a prescription from a doctor, and doctors aren't handing out cannabis prescriptions. Never mind prescriptions for meth and crack. Okay, so it's hard enough to get a prescription for cannabis. Never mind meth and crack. So again, there's no safe access. People are still dying of toxic drug poisoning. Why it's so bad and the project is going shit south because there's no safe access and no safe consumption sites. So they didn't do the project properly. It was done haphazardly with decriminalizing without the programs to go hand in hand that are needed. And now it's fallen apart. And now here we are backpedaling and the federal government's having to change legislations of the province. It's a mess. It's a bloody mess.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Honestly, I was really looking forward to the news being positive. I've been following this whole thing. And again, today, I just heard today that it broke on the news that it wasn't going to be I wasn't going to go forward in British Columbia. And that's really upsetting for me because I've been fighting for this for over 30 years.
They had decriminalization for quite a long time.
Did they not? Did they not just ask the federal government only to remove the public use of it? But if you got caught with if you got caught with the substance, you're still covered under decrim. They don't want you using it in the park.
No public.
No public.
But you know what? What if you're houseless? Where are you gonna go? Exactly. Where are you gonna go? It's so unfair.
Consuming, right? And it's exactly what it is. It's the houseless that are consuming in public because there's nowhere for them to go. Right?
Exactly. So it's a vicious circle.
Exactly. But there's no safe consumption sites for them to go to be safe to use. And it's
But this is why I've been fighting for over 30 years for full legalization of every single substance out there. Because the harder the substance, the more deadly it is, the more it has to be legalized and regulated. And somebody has to take control of it. People, this is like the Wild West. This is ridiculous.
So cannabis has now been regulated and we've got licensed producers and microcrafters producing it. The problem is, who are we going to get legally to produce crack cocaine, heroin, meth, and all these street drugs. Who's going to produce that legally? So the government or whoever has to figure out who's going to bring.
Yeah, they sure do.
Into Canada, like who's going to bring the legal heroin into Canada, and then they have to get.
It's already here. I've had it. I've had heroin prescribed. I have it on prescription. In every hospital that I go to, I have heroin on prescription, ketamine on prescription. Right. I can't even remember all the things that I've fought for it and these are the things that have to be made available to everybody in need. No more putting up walls in front of us.
The stigmatization of people using in parks.
Exactly.
That's the problem. Because addicts, when they're that far into the disease, it's unfortunate. They do not see the world around them as being anything but their own, right? They get into a tunnel vision, right?
Most definitely.
They don't care if they're
caught up.
Park,
Most
right?
definitely.
They don't care about their own hygiene. So unfortunately, when they're that far into the disease, there's no reasoning, no logic, right? So that's the unfortunate problem with this disease.
But again, all the more reason to legalize and regulate and get these problems taken care of. That's exactly why I fight what I fight, Tamara. This is so upsetting.
You've been doing it for a decade, because I know when you're a host here on the program, you talked about that. You talked about it all the time.
I've been doing it from the beginning for over 30 years. I wanted to legalize and regulate all drugs.
Like I'm all for it too. Like I want to see all. I'm all for it.
This is why, Tamara.
For law reform, right? I wanted to see the laws changed. I wanted to see addiction become a medical issue rather than
exactly
right.
Exactly
where we're at. Same with cannabis. Cannabis is a medical issue, not a justice issue. People shouldn't
exactly.
Right?
It's not a criminal justice issue. It does not belong in a court of law at all.
And people with addiction disease do not belong in jails.
No,
that's absolutely not a place for them. But again, we go back to the cannabis taxation, and they're using that for cannabis addiction. When
I've heard,
let's build treatment centers with that money. I'm totally down for that, but let's put some real addicts into it, right? Let's use the disease word and use the disease
and get them there without arresting them.
No kidding. Without involving the law.
They're not breaking the law. It's not illegal to consume drugs in Canada.
Exactly.
It's illegal for you to possess them, and now it's decriminalized for cannabis. It's legalized, and for hard drugs in British Columbia, it's decriminalized. So we've gotten to the point where we've got legalization of cannabis, we've got decriminalization of small amounts of hard drugs. Now we have to.
We're getting there.
To go hand in hand to get that disease under control, so we can have functioning addicts like they do, lawyers and doctors and people that use, and they can still be productive, citizens, right? Like that. It happens.
Can I just change the subject for 1 second?
Yeah, I know.
Because well, it's okay. That was very cool, Tamara. I really appreciated that. But what I was going to say is, I also, as a patient, as you both know, I'm fighting for psilocybin as medicine, and there is some news coming down the pike. So as far as things go, we're not as desperate maybe as we were a year ago. So
I can, because I do the news twice a week, I see what's going on. With Theracell. I can't pronounce the
Theracell. Yeah, Theracell.
And their court challenges and stuff
I'm
like that.
I'm with Theracell.
Oh yeah,
I'm with Theracell.
And I'm really glad to see, because it's a big fight, and you've got a company that's doing all this research and stuff that's going to court, backing using this challenge. Whereas back with Terry Parker, what company was standing beside Terry Parker?
Yes. But plus two, I want you to know that I have a separate lawsuit going through a human rights lawyer named Nicholas Pope. And Nicholas took me on last year. When my lawyers had approached him because we were at a dead end. We couldn't go any further. The government had already denied me access to psilocybin as medicine and told me that there were other avenues I could go down. And I was to myself, like, no, no, I've tried everything. So we found this lawyer, Nicholas Pope, in Ottawa. And Nicholas just recently on May 7th fought a case for a fellow similar to me in so much that he fights cluster headache, which is one of the things that I also fight. I have something called bilateral trigeminal neuralgia, which is driving me insane right now, as well as cluster headache. But cluster headache and both trigeminal neuralgia and cluster headache are the worst pains known to medicine. And in your face and head, but also there's no cure for either one of them. So what I did over 30 years ago was I branched out on my own because doctors weren't listening to me then, and I found psilocybin 30 years ago gave me relief. What I didn't know was up until 2017 when I increased my dosage to 5 grams at one time, which I'm told by a lot of media that I did interviews with then is the hero's dose, which I didn't even know. Anyway, I
Yeah.
now take 10 times the hero's dose throughout the
Wow.
day in a 24-hour period to alleviate this absolutely silly pain to have in my face and head all the time. But that's what my lawsuit's about. And because I am such a large amount, Al and
Mhm.
Tamara, that's why the government is denying me access. They do not want psilocybin legalized at all for any reason, although they've done it for a number of people in Canada. But those people have been really, really small amounts. And now that I'm coming out with this huge amount, the government again is going to fight me every step of the way. So I just want you to be aware that after May 7th, we'll be able to get into the details of my case a little more, and I'll be able to talk a little more. Well, as soon as a ruling comes out, because again,
Yeah.
my lawyer was in court with another client on May 7th. So as soon as that ruling
That
comes
was
out, we'll move
yesterday.
ahead with mine. Yep.
Yeah, yesterday.
So,
Yeah. Now,
I know.
Just a quick comment. The legal route that you talk about and applying and all that is the SAP, the Special Access Program. I
Yes,
think
it
it's
is.
probably worded right, SAP, because
Yes.
it's so slow. It's just drip, drip, and no.
Although I must say that once your application for SAP is accepted,
Yeah.
you are supposed to have an answer within 24 hours.
Oh,
Oh, then why are
So
some people waiting? Like the one fellow, he waited over 500 days, and he was
that's
actually
like
already in the
me.
program. Yeah,
But
you had
that's
some
like
time.
me. Again, it's because they take that long to wait and tell us, and then they deny us. And then, but until you're accepted, that's the thing. It depends on the issue at hand and the person involved and the circumstances. So that's why Theracell is fighting for those of us who are taking longer to get answers.
Yeah.
That's
Now
not fair.
your grammage that you're asking for, as you mentioned, 50
Yes.
grams.
Yes.
I'm sure. I think probably in an earlier discussion we might have had. You probably learned something from the Terry Parker case, being that they legalized him to be able to access it, but there was no source.
You're right. You're right. Darn right. So what I'm doing actually involves getting a source from the government, and I
Mhm.
can't really say a lot about it right now, but I will soon. Again, because it's illegal. It's the only legal supplier right now for the government of Canada, a company called Filament, who
Okay. Yeah.
actually is
Yeah.
now doing maxi or macro doses, pardon me, of cannabis in a pill.
Yeah. I think
So
they've
in pill
reported
form.
they've been doing
Or
some export.
cannabis, I'm sorry, psilocybin.
Yeah.
Psilocybin in pill. So that would be better than me swallowing 5 grams of mushrooms every few hours, which I don't really mind because it does work, but it sort
Yeah.
of fills me up. I don't have much room for anything else to eat.
Yeah, it was, some people can get frustrated with, just taking a pill version of things. but sometimes there is,
This is natural, though. This is 100% natural because I
great.
fought again in my lawsuit. I do not want anything more
Yeah,
synthetic in
yeah,
my
yeah.
life.
And you're like, it's just like cannabis can be
Nope.
swallowed in a
Yep.
pill as well, right?
Yep,
Being
but only
natural.
natural. The only pill I swallow with cannabis is cannabis oil in a capsule.
There you
So
go.
that's what I'm doing. Hopefully with psilocybin is that I'm going to swallow whole psilocybin in a
Yeah,
capsule as well. So
yeah, yeah,
again, it's natural. That's what I'm fighting
yeah,
for.
yeah.
So
Exactly.
If it works, right? If it works, of
you
course.
better believe it. Yep. And I found actually cluster headache again is so bless you, sweetheart. It's so excruciatingly painful that people like me who have a 24 hours a day get a little fed up at times, right? So
Yeah.
again, that's why I went down the road of trying pretty much everything. I have been through raw opium, heroin, cocaine, all through my doctors, those three, all
Okay.
doctor prescribed or doctor authorized. And then
Hmm.
I went the route of cannabis and psilocybin as far as natural things go. But again, before that, many of you know I had 32 pills at 2,000 milligrams of morphine every day of my life, plus heroin and cocaine for years through doctors. So I don't want
Yes.
any of that anymore. I want to have
No.
natural things. And I'm on now, I think it's 6 different pills. Yay! Rather than 32. So I'm getting
Yes.
younger. I'm getting younger and reducing my pills as I go.
Right?
There you go.
That's
Exactly.
actually, that's a,
And
you
the
know, the
thing
best
is like,
way to think about it, right?
Right.
whatever you're doing is working. 30, all these years dealing with this condition, like basically, watching you, especially, during this interview, and you doing that, and you're squinting of your eyes and your face.
Right.
That's like to us like a light going off, indicating to us that
Uh,
you're dealing with pain,
Whoppa.
right?
Ah, darn. I was hoping you
Yeah.
guys couldn't pick up on it. Just kidding.
I mean, it's hard to,
I can't
again,
hide
like
it.
you just keep pushing through, right? And we all,
Yeah.
and that's what we all do that.
Hey, I have a little joke that I've had all my life since I've been diagnosed with
Okay.
MS that I don't really have MS. I am a mess.
Yeah.
MESS. It's a lot easier to explain.
It is. That's totally, yeah, it is. Totally.
Sure
No.
is. Sure is. Yeah. No, no, it's been obviously all these years. It's been a nonstop battle for you, trying to get access, whether it was to cannabis or whether
No.
to, under the Section 56. People might be wondering, well, how did she get access to legal cocaine or the legal heroin and stuff?
Yes.
And that's the Section 56. And I think there was just an
Was
announcement.
decades ago.
What
I'm
was that?
sorry. I said it was decades ago. I'm not sure now it's the same.
Yeah, there was it was in the news lately. There's been some change to the Section 56.
Big change. Big change. It's
Yeah.
no longer as accessible to patients like myself as it was decades ago because I think I've probably done a little too much trouble, caused a little too much trouble over the years.
Oh.
Oh, well.
Well, not just you, but I mean, there's been, like several other people that we just cited, like, like we'll go, well, there's a section 56 under, on the charter, and people pick up on that information when you start spreading education, it just
You
kind of goes
bet.
out.
Yeah.
Again, Alvin and Tamara, the Special Access Program or the SAP program is still pretty good for people who want access to these different substances. It used to be that, again, people like me went through the Section 56 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to make sure that we not only had possession being allowed, but consumption and a source, like Al said. So we had all these things that we were dealing with back then with cannabis. Well, now we're doing the same with all these other substances. And again, that's been my fight for over 30 years as a retired law enforcement officer. So again, medically, I would like for it to continue as we are and get it done.
Yeah, I agree.
Needs to be done. Something needs to be done. You know, it would be a big change to those who are on the street that are addicted, where they could get safe access without the stigma and all that
Respect.
Yeah, exactly. With respect to them,
Well, there's dignity. Like there's stuff.
Yeah.
Again, with a disease, it's a substance abuse disease.
Yeah.
It's a disease. It's not like people don't understand that. It's a health issue. It's not a justice issue, and we need to treat it as such.
You know, I will say quickly again that I absolutely love Neil Magnuson and Glenn Wells for what they're doing in BC, because of the fact that they are actually acknowledging people who have substance abuse issues. They're actually giving them free cannabis, and that to me is just unbelievably heroic. That's unbelievable that they're going out of their way to help people they don't even know. Neil Magnuson, again, my heart. I've known him for, again, well over 25 years. And boy, oh boy, do I love that man from head to toe.
And he's battling cancer.
I know. I talked to him. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Neil, if you're out there, honey, we love you.
Yeah. And mention Chris Backer, too, who's out in Nova Scotia.
Yes, and Chris, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one here in Ontario as well, someplace. I know that.
Many.
There's a few. There's a couple more in Vancouver in this area.
I love it. I love it.
And I think that's a base program that should be, it's keeping up with the donations. I think it's really hard for people to
It's helping.
Access the donations too, right? Because to give it away, unless you know somebody who's growing that has extra that can, donate, right? That's been a barrier for a lot of people too, right?
Yeah.
You bet.
All righty. Time for us to take a break. When we get back, we'll continue our talk with our guest, Allison Merlin. This is the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and on our YouTube channel as well. See you in about 3 minutes.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, welcome back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we are live with our guest, Allison Murden. Well, ladies, before the break, we're talking about access to, basically all drugs and decriminalization in general. So when it comes to decriminalization, one of the things usually with them is the fact that, with cannabis, with decriminalization, there would be no source. There would be no law or reduced laws against it. How would they deal with that in this end of things with the psilocybin and the other drugs? Would they rely on a pharmaceutical source, or would companies, start producing? What do you think?
From what I understand, I know as a medical patient, Filament is the go-to company for medicine for people with licenses or special access program licenses through Health Canada.
Okay.
So they're actually linked through Health Canada. So legally, I'm not sure what they've used as a source, but I do know that there are other places across Canada who've been growing, who definitely want to make sure that they can get in on this, game early.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Again, I would imagine I think opening it up the way they did like cannabis is probably not what they're going to do right away. Yeah. I remember Paul Lewin my lawyer saying years ago that just because they might legalize psilocybin or magic mushrooms doesn't mean they're ready to ram a big mushroom truck through the door, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So
I think they probably would have. I think they probably learned from the experience of the cannabis end of things. Yeah. And I can see where they would want to.
There's also big mushroom producers that are making that are growing like Money's mushrooms and mushrooms on like an agricultural basis where it's going to the grocery stores.
Yes.
Mushrooms again are an agricultural based thing.
Farmers. Right? Exactly. Yeah. Open it up.
And I looked, cannabis is no longer on the CDSA. It's already been removed off the CDSA.
Beautiful.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
I was not aware
when the Cannabis Act was so cannabis can't be removed. It already has been. Because I did some research, doing some for my show. So psilocybin then is taken off the CDSA the same way and regulated the same way as cannabis, and becomes an agricultural issue.
It does,
right. So again, cannabis too, in the long run, has been taken off the CDSA, is not being taken into effect as a drug per se anymore. Psilocybin needs to be looked at the same way. It's still a plant.
Psilocybin is less harmful than cannabis and less addictive. So people have to do their homework.
Again, the producers already in the agriculture business. Why couldn't they just put a row of magic mushrooms in with the Money's mushrooms?
The big thing about cannabis is the smoking. The smoking.
Yes.
Smoking.
Can I just say quickly that a lot of people, Al, think that my throat is from smoking cannabis. It's so not. No. I had emergency throat surgery a couple of years ago, and I couldn't talk at all after that. So now it's just coming back. So I'm excited that my voice sounds like this. Anyway, but smoking, you bet. Smoking is not at all a good probably thing to do, but smoking is the fastest route of administration when you consume cannabis.
Yeah, and you just don't smoke
cigarettes and cannabis for 35 years, and I don't know. I think it's just people have misconceptions of a lot of things.
Well, you gotta think that when you take a cannabis plant and you grow in your yard, you got this plant material there. you take a cigarette and you empty out that cigarette and you look at it on the table and you know that thing has been through process. It's got other
little
stuff
different.
cracked. It's got all kinds of things
Like
added to
tobacco in
it.
a natural form is still just a plant.
Right.
You know what? I used to smoke tobacco decades ago. I quit in 1999 because I was smoking so much cannabis that I didn't want to. Well, actually, I couldn't smoke both because I was smoking so much cannabis. So I ended up quitting smoking tobacco. But I probably won't say much about it other than that because I am a former smoker, tobacco smoker. But I do know that for me, it was probably one of the better things that I did was when I quit.
What I was mentioning today too, that a lot of people said they quit smoking back in like the 60s and the 70s cold turkey. Well, that's because the cigarettes didn't have formaldehyde and carbon monoxide and all the things that they pump into the cigarettes now. So it was easier to quit that many years ago because it wasn't toxic, poison, addicting like they are now, right? And that's why they pumped all this crap into them so they could make us addicted to them.
People
Funny,
are
I went on a medication because I wanted to quit smoking so badly. There was a medication called Zyban that was in Canada at the time. And little did I know it was taken off the market probably within 6 months of me going on it. But I quit. After 30 days, I never wanted tobacco again. So, but I knew the side effects weren't good. So I was glad I got off it.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to go back to the beginning of the broadcast where we talked a bit about the Global Marijuana March. And the fact that you were at the first march there. You were, one of the first 5 people.
We brought it to Toronto.
Right. And, over the years, you've seen it escalate to being huge. Remember the days of the stages and this bands and the vendors.
There's still vendors, but they're coming back fast. There are a few sprouting up now, but boy, there were more this year than there were last year.
I said the same thing. I said exactly the same thing. We all agreed.
We're back.
We had a meeting afterwards, and we all agreed that, there was more vendors this year.
You bet.
And I don't know if you noticed. I don't know whether you talked to the people from PAD-H. Were there Parents Against Driving High? They were.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
They were there. Talking about what they do, the education that they offer, and one of the things that they do with, they raise money and stuff, and they push responsible use of cannabis. Okay, they're not against cannabis use. They push responsible use of it. Of course, they advocate for people not to drive high, which is that's what their thing is. As far as what they're doing, and but what they also do is they go to events such as the Global Marijuana March, or they went to shows in Toronto. They've gone to events in Toronto, and they offer free rides home.
Wow!
For people who feel that they're too high.
Terrific.
And they'll give them a ride home. Yeah.
Wow! Right on.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah. I've talked to them a few times, and
aren't people incredible?
Yeah. They're not out. The thing is that some people might look at them as being a group that, I use this as an example. In Quebec, when legalized cannabis came in, they used promotional stuff, and it said cannabis won't do this, and what they did is it had everybody with stretched necks.
Oh.
Yeah, and they had somebody with ears like horse ears or donkey ears on it. It was ridiculous, right? They don't use anything like that. Right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there are so many, like, even some of the commercials they got on TV, from Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Don't drink and be high, and they got this joint bouncing around and with a beer can, and it's kind of like,
don't treat people like they're children. Treat people with respect.
Yeah.
And actually, if you tell us the truth, it's amazing how far that'll go.
Right? Like, what's wrong with just saying, hey, like, we know the repercussions of drinking and under the influence, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, what do we have to add the doobie to it?
Yep. Exactly.
I on the way home from the march on Saturday, there was all request Saturday night on our local radio station.
Right.
So the somebody had called in and they had talked about being stoned and they were all type speaking, right? And so I called in, and obviously like, these little segments when people call in, they're recorded, and then they play them when they get to them. And so I called in and I said, "Hey, I'm just coming home from the Global Marijuana March." And I thought he might ask me, "Well, why would you be marching for legalizing cannabis when cannabis is legal in Canada?" But he didn't ask me that. He asked me, where did I stop for my munchies on the way home?
That's because nobody's informed. They just don't have the brain power to actually.
Or maybe they do know. Maybe they just didn't need an answer. Like,
well, it just sounds like the guy was like totally ill-informed.
No,
Because I did
yeah.
I did the first global marijuana march ever in Lethbridge, Alberta, too, in 2008. Right, we were the first ones. We showed up in the front.
good for you. Good for you.
We ended up being 50, and then the next year it was, quite 200, I think.
Excellent.
Right,
that's how you do it.
When I first moved here too, we did a couple here too. So, but we only had like 6 or 10 people here.
Right
but
on. Hey,
people just don't do things like that here. It's like,
you know what? The power of one, sweetheart. The power of one.
Right?
Yeah.
One person with a sign in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
I've done it.
Yeah.
Many times.
Exactly. Justin Louses, he did the
Justin, you bet.
Yeah, sessions in the street.
I was just gonna say that.
Right? We did that Stop Harper protest in Lethbridge with 3 of us.
Right on. See, that's beautiful.
Right? Like there's so many of us that have no, we're not in Toronto, we're not in Vancouver, right? There's so many pockets of activists across this country that make a difference if they're just 4 or 5 of them doing something. Right?
You bet.
Yeah, no, you said there was you, Neve, Stephen, was
Dominic Kramer.
Okay, no, it was that first march.
Yeah, Dominic Kramer, and then myself and Gary.
Oh, okay.
And the 5 of us marched the streets of Toronto.
I was thinking Terry was there because I was going to say.
No. I didn't know Terry then. I didn't know Jim Wakeford then either, which goes way back a blast from the past.
Yeah.
So actually, Terry and I were talking. This is a little kind of off topic in one respect, but a cute story for you guys. Terry and I were talking at the march on Saturday, and we were talking about way back when, 100 years ago, when all these people, specifically that big march, when all the people came, and we were all sitting around the base of the statue in the middle of Queen's Park. And Jim Wakeford, before there was a statue there, it was just a big hill that went up, just like a big triangle almost, or upside down triangle. Anyway, and then, or a triangle, I should say. It ended up Jim was sitting at the top of this hill, and I have no idea how I got the energy, but I marched up that hill. I have no idea to this day how. And I said to Jim, "Hi, Jim Wakeford." Jim had been in the paper. He was an AIDS patient who was fighting the cannabis laws, but he got caught. So he was now under arrest for growing cannabis. And so Jim was out again at the march to show people that he wasn't going to give up. So I marched up this hill and I went up to him and I said, "Jim Wakeford," I said, "my name is Allison Murden." I said, "And don't you worry." I said, "You'll never have to be alone again." And he looks at me and he goes, "Kid," he goes, "this will be the loneliest road you ever go down." And I said, "Jim, that's why I invited all my friends." And we never looked back.
Right.
So I told him then.
It sort of picks up across the country, right? And there are people everywhere across this country that this should have been legal, and that's why it is legal. Now, like I said, there are pockets of it that's not great, and we don't like. But as me and Al were going through the recommendations, the crime rates are down 95.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right on.
people aren't getting arrested. That 60,000 just that
And
first
you know what?
year.
They're not going to jail
Right
for 14
on.
years. If you get caught selling to a minor, there's a
Yes.
$1,000 fine. There's fines attached. You have to be like growing like way over to go to jail for 14 years. They're not putting people in jail for 14 years either. There are fines attached.
Yay.
If kids are caught, minors are caught too, it's a fine. It's not like we
Something that they hold as a threat
that
over
there's not
everybody's
like,
head.
and I got all of this off the
Can you
Canadian
believe
government
this, Al?
justice page. This all came off this all came off the government of Canada's justice page. It's all there. It's not
Wow.
like I read it on Google. It's not like it was some internet fucking blah blah on TikTok.
You know what, Tamara?
Something off the government of Canada.
I am so happy, sweetheart. I'm sorry to cut you off because Al and I, 100 years ago, didn't have these options, right? They weren't available for us then. If you were caught with cannabis, you were in trouble.
I
and you
know. I
knew.
did. I did
Yeah.
4 grams. I did 6 months house arrest
See,
for 4
exactly.
Yeah,
See?
yeah.
So again,
So
I know.
what a
So
difference,
that's why
honey.
I keep watching and wanting to know what's going on because I don't
Yeah.
want to
Yes.
ever. I've got a child in my house that
Yes.
needs it for sleep, right?
Yep. You
And
bet.
there's no doctor that's going to sign him. So do I have to be concerned about my own ability to be able to be his mom? You know, like yeah.
You
So
bet.
I've got to check on these things, right?
Yeah.
You know, again, good for you for keeping abreast of it, hon, because we all have to know. That's excellent.
But again,
Good.
it wasn't a TikTok. It was actually the government of Canada's justice page.
No, I believe you 100%, sweetie. I just said to Al, my God, I can't believe things have changed that much.
Right.
And we've all been fighting a long time, but yay.
Now I guess I always still got 9 minutes. I got a minute or two before I'll play that. Where was I gonna go now?
Back to the Global Marijuana March.
Global Marijuana March, yes. There it is. Yeah. In the old day, like you mentioned earlier, the group this year there was more people in the march. There was more vendors in the march, and as usual, when the march got started, as soon as the light went green at the intersection, Allison puts her foot in it, and that wheelchair, the wheels are smoking, and she's going up the road, right? And everybody's going, "Oh, there she goes! There she goes!"
You know, honestly, I don't even think about it every year, Al. I just do it. It's just automatic for me to be in the road. I'm not on the sidewalk.
Well, you know, for years you were. For years there was that many people that we had to be on the road, right? There's no way we fit in the song. Now, I did delete this earlier because I thought I was done running the promos for the Global Marijuana March. But I'm gonna run this one. And this will go back. This explains some of what we were talking about. You'll see it's a bit of one of those memories, right? It'll probably end up being one of those taste memories in the end. So here we go. But there you go. You can see in the pictures how full the street was with the amount of people that were attending the march. Right?
There were a lot of us. A lot of us. Honey, we can do it again, too.
Yes, I agree. And, you know, the committee this year looked at it as it's a start of a rebuild because of the fact that, you know, we went through the COVID and you know, cannabis legalization is, you know, some people think, well, why do you need to protest when cannabis is legal? Well, it's not legal globally. People are still being hung in Singapore and other countries.
They sure are, my friend. And that's the big problem, Al, is that people don't realize. I remember last year we were marching for the Global Marijuana March, and that's exactly what people were saying to us. Why are you marching? It's legal in Canada. And every single time somebody said that, my answer was just like you, but it's not legal globally.
Yeah.
And I've again been fighting that since I was young too, because I always felt it was never just Canada that should, have access to cannabis. It just so happened that Canada, we won first as far as having the right to consume it legally. But ultimately, again, anywhere in the world you decide to go, especially if you go on holiday tomorrow or you out somewhere, you want to be able to consume cannabis without fearing the face of arrest.
And that's exactly what one of the persons who I interviewed said, that they want to be able to go to other countries to be able to use cannabis if they traveled there.
Well,
I haven't got a clue who she was.
Right?
I never asked her name.
Funny, yeah.
Problem. Like, we have to worry about even like domestically. We didn't have a license. You
betcha.
But
you betcha.
Again, like, if you're a patient and you can't go to a country where you can legally access your medicine because you can't take it with you because it's not. It would be.
You can't even federally go to the U.S.
Right.
You can't even cross the border with cannabis on you.
Yeah.
And that's another reason I'm fighting this.
That would be a charge, right? You get charged.
Exactly.
Well,
exactly.
There might be. Well, as you know, they're rescheduling. I'm sure you're aware. They're looking at rescheduling in the U.S., which doesn't legalize it. Okay, it doesn't legalize it. But we had a report on the news on Monday that there has been. It's called the COA Act, and I just can't remember what the actual words are. And it's for legalizing cannabis, and Cory Booker and some other senators have put this forward to legalize cannabis.
Right.
And as we know, for the last several years, there's been the Safe and the Safer Banking Act. And so really right now in legislation on the U.S. end of things, there is something to legalize it and to deal with the banking. Now, whether it ever passes or anywhere, who knows, but it's there. We got 40 states with medical use.
Yeah, I was just going to say they have to do something. 2005, I was in Boston for a conference for LEAP. And it was a police conference, and I went down to Boston and I took my mom, and I almost couldn't get back into Canada because they had claimed that I was on the terrorism list and that I was a terrorist from the American embassy. The orders came down to not let me back in their country and not allow me into Canada, but arrest me right then and there. And it was only because of the activism that I was doing in 2005. That was it. And it ended up, like I said, because of that, we ended up, as soon as I came back into Canada in 2005, I already knew that it had to be legal in the U.S. in order for me to go there. But now I knew then, they told me never to come back, and I wasn't going to attempt it. But also, again, I knew that even more so that cannabis had to be legalized federally so that people would not, like me, run into these problems.
Yeah,
I would never even attempt to go across the line because of my charges. I wouldn't even attempt.
Well, just
exactly.
People have been turned away at the border.
That's so sad.
Not because they use cannabis or been charged in the past, but because they wrote articles about cannabis.
It's like me with my activism, though. I didn't do anything. I was never. I'm a corrections officer. I didn't do anything to break the law, except again activism.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, and that's enough for them to deny somebody entry. Now, being denied entry,
Apparently so.
It's is
are
you
cannabis.
really a threat? Am I, because somebody's had a record? Like, I know a person with got arrested with three joints. Friggin', well, I'm gonna say almost 40 years ago. And they still have problems going across the board.
Shocking, literally. But you know what? That's again why we fight, though, all of us, because this is not acceptable.
They can export cannabis from our big producers to Germany, to Israel, to Australia.
$250 million worth, I think.
Oh, I know. I've seen.
Because the big producers do not want to pay Canada's excise taxes.
No.
So they're sending it elsewhere.
Yeah, and the other elsewhere is buying it, right?
Yep. Edibles are all coming out of Cranbrook, BC from Dykar. It's all hitting the German market.
Wow.
And the Israeli market. And I heard that right from the guy that owns it.
Wow.
Now are they restrict I'm assuming if they're being produced here, are they still limited to 10 milligrams? Or can they make the higher milligrams
That's our fight though, Al.
But in Germany's medical cannabis industry, is it restricted to only like 2%? Maybe it's only 0.3% THC content.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah,
I don't know how the European market is.
I would have no idea what that would be all into the European market.
Yeah.
If there was more than 10 milligrams they were allowed, then yeah, they'd be producing more than that.
You could be able to produce it. Our laws wouldn't prevent them from producing it because they're not selling it in our market.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There goes my puppy. All right. Top of the hour. You hold that thought.
I will.
Okay. All righty. Off we go. We'll be right back. Everybody's gonna check out our sponsors and find out who supports us here on the Pace Radio Network. You're listening, or as we do now, we're watching Pace Radio Show here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back, and thanks for watching the Pace Radio Show with our guest, Alistair Murden. Let's see. We got 20 minutes here, 25 minutes. We've been talking about your access to psilocybin, and we've been talking about the Global Marijuana March. What else have you been doing? We haven't talked about that. Like, you going to any concerts or, events?
Oh, always live music. Always live music. 'Tis the season, my friends.
Right. It is.
Actually, we hang out with some local musicians who some of you may know, the Killing Time Band guys. And they're doing live music here in the city of Burlington starting June 5th. Different bands are taking part in something called Live at the Apollo. And the Apollo is Apollo Road here in Burlington. And they have it in the driveway of a home. And 300 to 400 people come from the neighborhoods around and pull up lawn
Wow.
chairs and grass and sit on the boulevard and on their own
Oh,
yards, on their own lawns. And everybody dances and listens to music.
that
Nice.
sounds cool.
So yeah, we had that for I think an hour and a half every second Friday night. So it's
Oh,
something to do. I go and spin up a mean, cut a mean pavement in my wheelchair. So I do a lot of dancing there, and I'm actually just really pleased how many people are dancing along with us because, as you know, music gets you going.
yeah, exactly. You
That's
So
keep going, and it brings people together.
you betcha. You
Yeah.
betcha. And that's again, other than marches and protests, we don't have that much planned for this year as far as protesting and marches. Because
Mm.
again, I'm waiting for hopefully something to happen with my lawsuit, and then we can plan a protest. My
And
lawyers
celebrate.
always told me I
Right.
couldn't help anybody unless I was legal first, and I never thought about that years ago.
Yeah,
So,
no, yeah,
That was
yeah.
the best advice Michelle Rainey ever gave me. Was
oh, she
yourself
told you
legal,
that?
because if you are legal, you can be louder. That was the
Yeah.
best advice she ever gave me.
Most definitely, yeah. In that respect, yes, most definitely.
Oh,
I
yeah,
find
yeah.
with me, it's more that I need to be legal for psilocybin in order to be heard more, because
Yeah.
Right?
that gets global attention.
It
Because
does.
everybody right now is following us to find out what's happening with this issue.
Mhm.
Right?
So, and
Right.
again, I'm pretty loud all around the world. So I'm not afraid to tell everybody whether or not I'm having a good or bad day and exactly why. So
Right. Well,
again,
they need to see the reality of the difference, what
yeah.
what pain is and when it's not. Right?
But I think people also need to know that you're right, though, sweetheart. But a lot of people will never understand what I deal with. And that's okay. Because we
Mhm.
all have our crosses to bear, whether they be mental, physical, or emotional. We're all carrying something, and we all need medicine of some sort. So,
Yeah,
again,
like,
what I'm trying to do is just teach the world that all of these substances can be used as good medicine again, because I've had things like heroin and cocaine given to me medically by doctors when I was young. I know exactly what those substances are like, and I don't necessarily want them for me, but I do know if other people choose them medically, why they are. So it
yeah,
makes a
like,
lot more sense to me. Again, I went
we,
back in school, sorry, Al, and
yep.
took a lot of these things in school just to make sure that I understood exactly why in college, when I was there, what was going on with me medically with all the pills and all these other substances. Sorry, Al, go ahead.
Oh no, it's my fault. I'm like that. I just want to get it, get it. Some people can talk have a long answer, right? And then
Right.
by the time they get done the answer, you forget that you wanted to say something about something that's at the beginning, right?
So true. I'm so sorry, darling.
No problem. That's why sometimes try to jump in there, because
I
um
understand.
yeah, because now that's happened.
These substances, though, honestly, again, I want people to know I know Pace Radio is about cannabis, and
Yeah,
cannabis, again, is really good medicine for
yeah,
everybody.
and
So,
we also have some shows that broadcast on the psychedelic end of things.
yes, I've
Right,
seen.
yeah, right now our Sunday broadcast is taking a bit of a break. Ashley, our host, she's down in Humboldt County in California.
Oh,
I'm sure
right,
everybody's heard of that place. And so she's
right.
down there right now, and not with very good internet. And she's working on that, and she'll be back. And then on Tuesday, we've got two broadcasts on the psychedelic end.
Right.
That's the Mushy Moments. And
Yes.
Cindy has renamed her broadcast, and she's added psychedelics to her show at 6 o'clock, and it's now called Your Evening Medicine Show. That's what
Very
it's called
good.
now.
I'll
And
have to
she'll be
tune
talking.
in.
Yeah, so she'll be talking about psychedelics as well. I know during our news show, which is called the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News broadcast, LSD lately has, there's been studies coming out on it to help people with sleep and I believe pain as well. Like it's just like, that was like stuff that 40 years ago for me, right? And now to see all these things coming out, right? On the benefits of it is pretty wild to see all this stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, it's funny because, again, a couple of years ago, I went through a really big bout with LSD, and I was taking 4 and 5 tabs a day trying to get relief from this pain. So, but again, for me, it's something where I don't want to keep taking all those things. I wasn't getting any residual effects from them at all, like nothing. I was just getting relief in the pain. But I didn't want to have to keep taking 4 and 5 tabs a day, to try and feel better, when I knew as at that time that psilocybin or magic mushrooms, I could drink a tea, and if I drank it fast, I'd have no pain for a little bit, and then I could eat the mushrooms right after and keep the pain away for a couple hours. So that was the difference between LSD and psilocybin for me. Again, it's all about choice. Right?
Yeah.
We're not telling anybody to do anything.
And it might work for you. It might not work for everybody the way it works for you either, because we're all individuals. Same with cannabis, right?
Exactly.
The way, we have to keep, recommending, but also telling you that don't be offended if it doesn't work for you, because it might. Right.
Yeah.
There are things.
I've talked to people who said cannabis didn't work for them.
I've talked to people who've said they've been allergic to it as well.
Yeah.
So
I've got people like myself. I don't do well with psilocybin. It makes me sick. I don't react well to it. And I've tried microdosing. I've tried several different. It's just not for me. And I advocate for it though. Like I always mention it. You need help with getting access to it. I'm a full advocate for it. It just doesn't. It's
the world's best antidepressant to begin with, people.
See, I don't need antidepressants, right? Like I've never taken antidepressants. Right?
It is all over the news on the end of being antidepressant.
But again, like I said, if you don't need antidepressants, like I don't need to take it. I don't
like
take
me,
right? I don't need.
Yeah, you're like me.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, like I don't
but you know what? For people who do, though, and even for people again like me who are in pain, it's hard to be in this much pain and not be depressed. They tell me. I remember when I was a teenager, doctors used to say, "Oh my gosh, let me give you something for depression. You must be so depressed." I was like, "No, I just would smoke and I'd be okay."
Yeah, like I just
smoke cannabis.
Yeah,
like alcohol is a depressant.
Yes.
And that's one of the worst things I'm sure that someone who's dealing with depression can do is to drink because of it being a depressant.
You betcha. Yeah.
Oh, do you see who's over my shoulder?
Do you see that? No, my darling. I only see a.
You would know her.
Yes, I sure do. That beautiful soul, Michelle Rainey.
She's on every broadcast with me.
Wow.
She sits there. I just thought, I also wouldn't know who she is.
Can I tell you a little story?
Sure.
Michelle contacted me decades ago when she first came out in the cannabis movement, and she actually we connected, and she was such a sweetheart that soon after that I was going to a cannabis conference with Raphael Mechalom and Ethan Russo in Cornwall, Ontario. It was the first one in Canada in 1999. And I needed money to go, and I had written Mark Emery, and I had phoned, and I said, please, I need money to go. Somebody help me. So Michelle, next thing you know, there was an envelope in my door, coming through my door from, I guess, Mark Emery originally, but it was 10 $100 bills, and it had Michelle Rainey's red lipstick marks all over the envelope.
No.
And I wish I would have kept that envelope. I don't know what happened to it, but I just love Michelle.
I think I still have her business card in my.
She said she became an activist because of the work I was doing in Ontario. So God bless her soul. So,
I know the first time I saw her speak, and that was at a cannabis awareness forum put on by Treating Yourself magazine, and I saw her up there speaking about Crohn's disease, and I thought to myself, I can do that. Like, who would ever thought that somebody would want, people would sit around and listen to somebody having problems taking a crap? Like, really?
Yes.
You know, like.
But we are interested in that. That's a really cool
other
thing.
People that have the same afflictions that we have, those
bet.
matters. Like, there's MS support groups and all kinds of support
You bet.
groups for people that, you know, if they want to gather with other people that have afflictions. We tried getting one together for, like, you know, we've got another girl here in town, she's got MS, like cannabis users, like support group for
yes.
Nobody wanted to do that. We're like, maybe it was because during COVID and stuff.
You know what, though? I will tell you one thing about MS. When I was young and I got diagnosed with MS in my late 20s, the doctor said to me, do not ever go to an MS group or an MS meeting or whatever. And I was like, why not? And they said, because you're way too happy. Everybody there is really depressed.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, thanks for the heads up.
I mean, you get diagnosed, but what are you supposed to do?
Exactly. Well, I wasn't. But see, that's the thing, though. When I got diagnosed, I became proactive and I became an activist. So I don't know what everybody else does, but that's what I thought you were to do, right? I thought you were to get out there and fight. So that's just what I knew. So I didn't know to turtle and, you know, end up folding up, and, you know, I did like I didn't know any of that. So.
And you haven't stopped.
No, I haven't.
You haven't stopped. No, exactly.
No. I have purpose, my friends. I have purpose. Purposeless, I call it.
Well, you know, when something works and works for you or helps you, and others are demonizing it, like people in authority positions. People tend to speak up, right? So
that's why we do. You're so right.
I think it makes me sick when I hear the opposition party leader stand in, you know, Parliament and, you know, make the worst accusations about people with addiction issues. Like, just.
But it's the conservatives again. And can I say that literally this has been a problem with Tamara for decades with the conservatives with these issues.
I absolutely know that. And I mean, we were there with Harper, and, you know, him wanting to take our grows away, and where we got the hours ruling, and, you know, with the kitty litter and all that stuff that we had to go through. And that was humiliation for patients. You know,
you know what?
Waiting for
don't take it like that. Don't take it like that, because I was not humiliated at all tomorrow. All it did was give me strength to say, you, my friends, need to get educated.
Oh,
that's all it did for me. Again, it fueled me, right?
I just have, I totally fought back. But again, but how much humiliation do they want to put on sick people? That's what I mean. Like, it's not that we were humiliated, but again, they don't look at us as we're people. People with disabilities, people with afflictions, people with diseases. They don't look at us like we're people.
Yeah.
Different.
I remember Debbie Salskiffen. I love you, Debbie. Debbie had said years ago that why in the world she couldn't understand why the government was making us jump through these hoops.
Right.
And I remember thinking, when we were in Hitsig years ago together, the lawsuit, Alan Young approached me, and I went out. I thought Alan wanted it to just be me and him in the lawsuit. And I was like, wait a second, this isn't about MS at all. It was about cannabis at the time. And they wanted one particular illness to fight in court. And I said, no, that's not right. So I brought in 8 people. I phoned Alan after I phoned and contacted all 8 people, including Debbie. And I said, hey, you guys, come in a lawsuit with me. And they said, does the lawyer know? And I said, not yet, but he will. So all of a sudden 8 of us go to court. I think it was 7 that I brought in, and then there was an 8th person who came in after. But bottom line, we ended up doing Hitsig et al., which was Hitsig, I guess, versus Canada now. And that, my friends, is still in Wikipedia because we made a big introduction then to the world to tell everybody that it was all different illnesses, like you, Tamara, and like you, Al, and like me. It wasn't just about one of us, right?
Well, that's exactly what happened with the B1. Nobody didn't have cancer, MS, or some other form of severe arthritis, I think, could get even
exactly
cannabis, right? And then, because of Michelle, I'm fighting for, the Crohn's disease affliction, which opened up the B2 section of the licensing application, which was 38 fucking pages, to be fair.
I know.
Right? 30. Now it's 11. So to be fair, the ACMPR is 11 pages, comparably to the MMAR.
And I still can't get into the ACMPR
and
tomorrow.
38 of those pages were repetitively of your fucking address and phone number over and over and over. Make sure you sign the bottom of every fucking page.
Yeah.
Like
you know what?
You can have your application sent back for. If you didn't sign your name to the bottom of every fucking 38 pages, they return it back and say it was incomplete. How many of these?
I can't even get into the regular program in Canada now for cannabis because my limits are too high. I don't want any pills. Well, I take pills, but I don't want as many pills as they want me to take. I would rather have cannabis, and they're saying, no, your limit is too high. You're not welcome in this program.
Back. They told me it was due to affordability. So when I went and got an MMAR or whatever, like through this
grow your own
Namaste whatever it was.
Oh.
They wouldn't give me a grow license, right? All had to be through the LP. And they wouldn't give me my full licensing of 20 grams. They only give me 15 because how was I going to afford it?
Wow.
This is the registered nurses.
Whose business is it of theirs?
It was this cannabis 420, whatever. They had they knocked mine back to 15 because they told me that it was, affordability and they didn't want,
Wow.
Yeah.
Not fair. I've had family and friends who've helped me all my life. That is not fair.
Right? It's another business how I afford it. And then my family doctor then signed me here in Cranbrook, and then we went back for our renewals. They said, sorry, or she said, sorry, you can get 30 grams at the store every day. Why would I sign you up for any?
What?
Our GP wouldn't have licenses.
Are you kidding me?
No. So
this is why we have to fight these things that are going on with this cannabis program in Canada, the Cannabis Act. None of this is acceptable for any patient.
Well, it's not the Cannabis Act. It's the College of Physicians still, Allison. It's still the College.
Oh, it is. Sorry, controlling this. You're right. I apologize.
It's really got nothing to do with the Cannabis Act.
That's true.
Got nothing to do with it. My doctor just said, you can go into a store and pick up 30 grams. Why would I prescribe you 20?
Yeah, no, that's true. I can see. Right? It's the College of Physicians.
And that's why there's no point in me renewing this for you. She didn't understand the whole
That's ridiculous.
Right?
Oh, you have to.
Yeah, like if you can't, how are you going to be able to afford to grow? They ask the question: how can you afford to grow that much grammage? How can you afford to go to the store and buy it?
Right?
Exactly.
You couldn't afford to go to
more.
Like your 4 plants are not going to grow you 30 grams of cannabis a day.
Not even close.
30 grams of cannabis a day at a store, but you're not allowed to grow enough plants to be able to supply yourself 30 grams of cannabis a day, because there's no way 4 plants are going to ever do that.
And that's what I'm saying.
An ounce a day, you're going to need to grow 200 plants, if not.
But you know what? As a patient, there's a different program tomorrow. Because you can get as many plants as your doctor says. You're not limited to 4.
Oh, I know that. If I had.
Oh yeah.
So I don't want people to misunderstand.
Going to sign the paperwork that I got to send to Health Canada. I had an MMAR. Got my first
with the medical license is different.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know I've had them. Right.
Yeah.
I had a grow license for 20 grams a day, both me and Alvin both, right?
That's what I thought you were talking about.
Yeah. Well, you can't get them without paying for them, and you have to have a doctor to sign them. Same
Wow.
Shit. And the doctor
you have to pay your doctor?
Any of them. If you want a license, you pay them. Same as it always was, Allison.
Wow. I have never paid my doctors, nor would I ever pay my doctors. This is a medical issue.
My family doctor, when she signed us up when we moved to Cranbrook, but she wouldn't renew because of the legalization. If I want to get a grow license through any of these other things, it's still going to cost me at
Right.
least $25 per gram.
What?
$25 a gram.
Yeah.
Wow, that is not right. That's just
That's the way it
not
was
right,
before.
Tora.
I paid Dr. Cameraman when I first got my first MMAR in 2012.
Yeah, I've
Told
never
you.
paid any doctor ever.
Yeah,
I've
it's,
never,
and you
I never
shouldn't be.
would.
It's illegal for them to charge us. They aren't supposed to be charging us. But if you want a grow license, all these online ones, they won't give you one because the
Yeah,
LPs
I
are
knew
taking back,
that. I
right? The
did know
LPs are
that,
taking back the
sweetheart.
you don't have
Yeah.
to pay them for your license. These whatever.
That is
It's
so
easy to charge.
unfair.
As long as you're not getting a grow license, you want a grow license from them, they want $850.
Yeah, that's just not right.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not sure. We
Unbelievable.
are one of our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics in Kingston. They have a medical
Oh,
signing clinic there, and
I
the
guarantee the
the
doctors
fee
charge
the
you
fee
less.
is the doctors have a fee because
Yeah.
if the doctor's not able
wow.
to charge wherever, like I don't know where some doctors are located. For some
It's all
clinics to
usually
be
through
out
the
west, and they
420,
can't
yeah.
bill
Wow.
the Ontario end of things, so they have to charge a fee, right?
Yeah, they can't charge MSP or whatever for it, so they charge you. And the thing of it is, like,
Yeah.
most of them aren't even doctors. Most of them are just nurse practitioners that are signing for you, and they're charging. Yep. And I
Wow,
believe
I had
$25
no
per-
clue.
So if you want 20 grams, you're going to be paying $25 per gram. That's whatever, 500, $600, whatever
Yeah,
it is.
but if people's family doctors would go
Wow.
ahead and sign them, and OHIP
Yes.
would pay them to do that, that would be a lot nicer, wouldn't it?
Well,
Like
Yes.
I know that some things should go to the doctors. There's paperwork that the OHIP doesn't
Yeah, that you
cover.
pay for. Yeah.
Correct,
Yeah,
they
for
pay
sure.
for it.
whatever.
And
It was $35
So,
for admin fee,
I can
whatever.
understand where a doctor with the MMAR days charge somebody a few dollars to do their paperwork. Like my doctor charged me $50 that first year,
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
and then he
Okay.
never charged me. He's never charged me since. So it's like I'm paying like
Wow.
$1 a year,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
right?
right.
You
That's
You know?
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was just thinking because I just a few months ago did my taxes and I applied for the medical disability again, the
Yeah.
disability tax in Canada. And I didn't realize I'd already had it for the 80s, which that's why I didn't realize I had it because it was so long ago. But anyway, when I applied for it, they said it was going to be $225. My doctor's office said to get the paperwork signed, and I was in tears. I couldn't believe
yeah,
that they would make somebody who's already marginally sort of in a different position than most others pay $225 to get a disability tax form filled out. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, it turned out that apparently it is covered on disability, and I didn't know that. But boy, oh boy, I'll tell you, I was panicked for a few days there
Yeah,
before I found out.
my doctor charged me $40 to have mine filled out.
I
yeah, and
can't
you know
believe that.
that's reasonable.
Yeah.
If they can't get that through their fees to the government,
Yeah.
then charging somebody
$225.
some money to do it, it's
Yeah, $225.
but to charge them outrageous fees.
I was
Yeah.
devastated. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I thought, oh my God, how do people again in these positions live nowadays? If that's the case.
Well, yeah, like if it
And
takes a
then
doctor, it takes a doctor 10 minutes to fill out a form, why are they charging $225?
Well, not this form. Apparently, this form's a number of pages. So, because my doctor's office alerted me to that. But at the same time, I'm thinking, getting back to cannabis is the same kind of thing because I can't even afford to buy my cannabis in Canada.
Yeah.
Like, how the heck am I supposed to pay for a disability tax credit? See, these are the things. Cannabis, again, is now finally, the price is finally dropping over the last few years because it's legal.
Yeah.
But before we did that, everybody, well, boy, I'll tell you, remember how we all lived? And how we couldn't afford some of those prices because they were asking outlandish prices for pounds of cannabis.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
Unbelievable. So thank goodness, at least there's something good about what's happening in this country.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's positive, but hey.
All righty, ladies.
We don't use that much cannabis, right?
Yeah. I see that we're at the bottom of the hour. We've run our time. Is there anything else that you would like to touch on? No? Okay. Shout out.
I
Go
just
ahead.
want to say one quick thing that I would really appreciate if everybody stayed tuned to what's going on in my world, because of the fact that, again, I'm fighting for psilocybin in Canada as medicine. And as soon as I can get legal, things are going to change just a little tiny bit.
I guess so. Exactly. So,
So
where would you be announcing something like that?
I'm all over social media, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. I can't even think of everything. Pretty much everything out there. Whatever all social media, plus on my website at AlisonMyrden.com. AlisonMyrden.com or .ca. I'm everywhere.
All right, there you go. Tamara?
Thanks for being on the show. It was good seeing you. You look terrific.
Hey,
And
you're beautiful.
And I just
you,
appreciate
sweetheart.
everything that you do and just keep on being you. Thanks for
Thank
being
you,
on the show.
sweetheart.
Right, exactly. All right. Thank you very much, Allison, for coming on the broadcast. It was great seeing you on Saturday in person and seeing people there and seeing new people there, because the new people are the next generation that have to be doing what we're
Every
doing.
year, hopefully, Al, there's going to be more and more and more of us.
That's right. Exactly. All right. You can find the Pace Radio Show on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're online, paceradio.net. Thanks go out to our sponsors, the friendly folks at legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics, .ca, as well as the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. And huge thank you to our guest, Allison Myrden, for coming on the broadcast. And to all our watchers and listeners out there, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you all next week. Thank you and goodbye.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Good job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes. Pop-up question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people so far.
Why do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today, because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. You go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people, 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah. Agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Right. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
Coming up on today's show,
Our word for the week this week is cherry.
as well, we're going to be looking at Timmy's top 5 yoga poses.
And part 2 of our interview with Olympic gold medalist Ross Rebliati.
You nailed it.
Thank you.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
Today we are celebrating Yoga Day.
That's right. I feel like Y-O-G-A.
Oh, I like that. That's cute. Do that again.
Really?
Yeah.
Y-O-G-A.
That's kind of like a W. Put those arms up.
I don't.
Loud and proud.
Look. Do
What?
you see?
What, because your wrists go back? Oh, how did I never notice that before?
Really?
I think I just gave our producer probably a big loud earful there.
Okay, get this camera. Get this camera.
I've never seen that before.
Close your eyes.
How have I never? Wait, no. What? Oh, jeez. Wait, I think I just heard you twist. Oh my god! How did I not know this?
That's why I try not to put my arms up
How did I not
too much, because I'm like, wait, this is like
I can't
straight.
not see it now. Oh.
And I don't even do yoga. Y-O-G-A.
I've known you for over 3 years.
Yep. You know I have different thumbs too, right? Like my thumbs don't match.
No, I understand that.
No, you seen
I'm
that.
sorry, I'm not even close to my mic now. That was a legitimate...
He's like totally grossed out. That was awesome.
Look, there are some things on this show that we plan. Most of the show we don't. And that was one of those. How did I not...
When am I ever...
When do you ever do this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
For the longest time, I won't extend...
You can't not see it now.
I love you.
I said.
What was that? Right? I said I love you. That's funny. Remember that thing you said to me the other day? What did I say? You said, I don't need to understand you to love you.
And
that's okay with me.
I don't need to understand to love. Yeah, I love
So
you
you
too.
don't need to understand that my arms go backwards. You just
No, I
love
don't need to
me.
understand it, but I cannot not see it now.
Well, of course you cannot see it because I'm just got my arms like this.
No,
now.
I know, but now
you're looking at my arms like they're not real. Like,
okay, so that was. I thought we were gonna come on. We were gonna talk about yoga because I regularly.
YOGA.
If you don't yet, after all the episodes that we've done, if you do not yet understand why you need to watch this on YouTube and not just listen to it
you have
in
no idea
podcast
what
form,
just happened.
You have just missed out one of many treats that can see. Okay. All right. So guaranteed, if this doesn't alone let our YouTube views on this video go up with people going, "What just happened? What did she do?" Go check that out. Are you done? Do you have any other morphines that you need to do?
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah. Now
I'll save those for another 5 years from now.
Some people right now are going to think that this transition is going to somehow disprove my statement that we didn't plan what just happened. Because
what are you going to say?
Well, I'm about to talk about extreme flexibility. I swear to you, I didn't know that was going to happen. When we sat down,
that's not flexibility. That's disjointness. So
she said she was going to. What would you say you were?
I wanted
to
do a headstand.
She said she was going to do a headstand
on the chair.
We were talking about how we were going to make that happen here, and then we got counted in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She goes, "Look what I can do!" Oh no, that's not what we had planned. Look what I can do. Okay, so
like Stewart.
Look, what's his voice? I can't do it.
Look what I can do. That's good, Stewart. That's good.
That was on Mad TV, right?
Oh, I love Mad TV.
Okay, so
he's looking like a man. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, so I want to say. I don't know. I'm trying to somehow get my mind off this. So let's just quickly transition here. So, I do yoga on a regular basis,
daily, multiple times a day. Sometimes
I will say this once and once only on this episode. I'll say it many more times on other episodes. Yoga changed my life. Okay, the flexibility, the strength. I thought it was just for women and for flexibility, guys. That was wrong. Wrong thinking. The first time I saw a bead of sweat drop from my forehead onto my mat, I was like, oh my goodness, this is doing something else. These yoga shoulders weren't there before. Just strength in general, just inner calmness, the breathing, the ability to do that, the flexibility, the strength all around, core, just all of it. We don't even have the space here, but check out our social media. I'm sure sometime during this week we will put something up there or a few things that show various.
Oh, I'll definitely be doing a
things.
headstand at some point.
So we go to check that out. But what I wanted to bring to the table on this one is the fact that I do what's called Yo-Jo yoga. Well, it's what I called Yo-Jo yoga, because I was the one who named it.
Yo-Jo.
I have my G.I. Joe set up. I have all my G.I. Joes. It was like one of my few prized collection pieces. And I do my yoga in front of it. I have some pictures on my my Instagram at The Real Timmy Boyle called Yo-Jo Yoga. And when
you told me an interesting fact about G.I. Joes and yoga.
I know.
And why you do the yoga in front of the G.I. Joes.
It's a good reminder for me. So this little guy here, I don't know what you can see on the camera. Black on black probably doesn't work, but so this is Torpedo. It was the very first.
I'm just going to put that behind him because, okay, there you go.
Back here. He was the very first G.I. Joe figure I ever bought. I have over 100 of these men in this nice little tin at home. He's got a little bit faded. You can see what color he used to be on the
it's
gray
like
there.
a little bit faded. It looks pretty much brand new. How old is that thing you said?
Oh, this would be, early 80s?
Yeah, so...
I think, so my guys are, because I didn't play with my G.I. Joes. I displayed them. So other than some dust, I think they're all in some really good shape. So this is Torpedo. My thing, though, that I found very interesting, though, is I was watching a show called The Toys That Made Us.
Yeah.
On Netflix,
Yep.
I think 1980s. And then for those who know me, the 80s is my jam. I'm an 80s prophet. But see the movement that they have, like the joints.
Can actually bend the elbows and the knees.
The elbows and knees and stuff. Okay. Before these guys came out, if I remember any of this correctly, but listen, we're not scientists. We don't even call ourselves truth tellers sometimes.
And we don't work for the toy department.
No, we will try to do my best to recall this. So the thing I found fascinating was before this, they had the 3-inch guys, the Star Wars characters came out in their late 70s. But their arms, they only did this.
Like the Barbies, the
Yes,
straight legs
straight
and the
legs,
straight
straight
arms. Yeah.
So the G.I. Joe developers were trying to figure out, what do we do? How do we take this to the next level? And if I got the story anywhere correct, one of their people was walking in a street, looked in an art store, saw those mannequins that can move, that
The
are
little wooden
all
guys.
flexible wooden mannequins.
Yes.
Bought a whole bunch of them, brought them back to the workplace, whatever it may be, and basically said, this is what we need to do. And G.I. Joe, I believe, became, as a result of that, what would have been called fully posable. Now, they've gone another step forward. The ones later on, I think even the wrists.
The fully opposable thumb? Do they give you the thumb?
I don't think they have the thumb. But this extra joint stuff, the Star Wars guys didn't have. G.I. Joe brought this in, and it was all a result of, once again, great ideas sometimes come from places you're not looking for them. And he was just looking around, saw these things in the art store and went, that's it. And hence these little posable figures were born. And so, Star Wars figures, Luke, he's a Jedi Knight. He can't do the splits. But Torpedo can, and I can almost do it too. Stay tuned. Try to watch that video, possibly on our social media as well.
That's funny. That wasn't the splits.
But this
That's
is
about
Torpedo.
as well as I could do the splits.
Look, you can do the full splits.
That's
Isn't that awesome?
more impressive than the Star Wars.
Yojo
for sure.
Yoga. That's what I do. Check out our social media. For
When
more
was the last time
information
you
about
bought a G.I. Joe? Because maybe they do have
that.
opposable
man.
thumbs now.
Jeez, long time ago.
Maybe they do.
We're talking early 90s would have been the last. It could have been. I don't know.
I'm going to
90s.
have to Google this and see what a G.I. Joe
When I took all my
looks like
G.I.
now.
Joes out of their containers and stuff, they were all wrapped up to finally display them, because now I have space to display them for the first time. They were wrapped up in newspapers from 1993.
Wow.
So they are now out on display, not fully, but on their way to full display. But this is Torpedo, fresh out of that box.
Out of storage.
Out of storage. So there you go. So happy Yoga Day.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing one of your collectibles with us.
Thank you. My kids weren't even ever allowed to touch them. Although I think one of my kids has claimed all my G.I. Joes when I die. That seems to be, I think that was one of the things they claimed.
That's funny. Wasn't it just their birthday, too?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it was
But
Jade's
he's
birthday.
not gone yet. So you
can't have my G.I. Joes yet, Jade.
But they are yours.
But I hope your birthday was great. Whose
Speaking of
birthdays?
birthdays.
Yes, well, very good transition.
Right?
We're nailing the transitions today.
Yeah, we've got someone else who nailed transitions in High School Musical.
Oh, look at this.
Vanessa Hudgens.
Look, people, we may not be truth tellers, but we are professional.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Professional shit tellers. No, shit. No. No shit in there.
No.
No.
All right.
I can't think of the word. Anyways, not professional there. So Vanessa Hudgens turns 33.
She's a High School Musical.
Yeah, I believe so.
I am a Sharpay fan to the core.
That was the blonde one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's the only thing good of the Zach and Cody shows, too. Those Zach and Cody. I hated those. Zach and Cody, those twins.
Yeah.
Oh, one of those annoying TV shows.
The Sweet Life?
Oh.
Oh, no.
If it wasn't for what's her name that played the same girl that played Sharpay.
Okay.
What's her name?
I'm pulling a blank.
You think of that. I'm gonna.
Okay, so think of the next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just see Sharpay.
Ashley Tisdale.
Okay,
Ashley Tisdale.
okay.
Without her, Zach and Cody would have been the worst show possibly on TV. Is that even their name? Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
It, yeah. Horrible show. Ashley made that whole show. Go ahead.
Okay. And
happy birthday to Vanessa.
The last birthday we're talking or celebrating today is King George VI.
King George. Now, you said that.
Yes.
And I looked up who King George VI was.
Okay.
I thought this was somebody who would have died back in the 1700s.
You know, like King George VI.
Yeah, right? Because it sounds like this, but...
Well, I thought so because I'm like, oh, he would have been 126. Like, that's old. But
he died in, the 1950s.
Was What did he do? Like, was he the king of what?
I don't know who he was, but we put him on the
list. Is there a King George VII?
Maybe that's Will and Kate's son. His name's George.
No, that's not right.
No?
No, because then the dad, it would be like,
But isn't it weird though? I thought it was weird that there was a King George the Sixth that was born in died in the 1950s. That just it sounds like medieval.
Like the artist formerly known as Prince?
Well, that sounds very 90s and 80s.
But that's what I mean. It was like, it's weird for King George the
Hi,
Sixth.
I'm King George the Sixth. It's like the 1950s. You're what?
I don't know.
That seemed weird. But happy birthday to that dead man.
Yeah, 126. Looking good.
Well, shall we get this thing rolling?
Oh, I'm always ready for that.
Roll it. Well, it is time for yet another word of the week. Mary Jane, what is the word? The word is the word. That was a song, right?
It's
the
bird.
Oh, the bird is the word.
Bird. How did you not know that? Well, everybody knows about the bird, yeah. No, I messed up the words. Moving on.
What is the bird, Mary Jane?
The word is cherry, or also known as the heater.
The heater.
The heater.
Give him the heater, Ricky.
No, you don't
Do you know
want
what that
the
movie's
heater.
from?
Trailer Park Boys?
She lives off of...
The only Ricky I know is from Trailer Park Boys.
She lives off of the thing of play me a little bit of a song or do a quote from a movie, and always is like, what's that from? And I never, ever know. And then she's always like, oh, how can you not know? And then it's a big, long, week-long battle. Anyways, I'm throwing it out here on the show. Give him the heater, Ricky.
Trailer Park Boys.
No.
That is the only
from Major
Ricky.
League, one of the best baseball movies ever. Charlie Sheen, and the manager yells out, "Throw him the heater, Ricky."
Okay, well, this is a different heater.
Okay, but
you don't want to catch this heater.
I always what I'm enjoying too is word of the week now. Is going into this every once in a while. There's like, this is the word of the week, which is also known as this word, which is also known as this word, which is sometimes known as this word.
Well, we could call it the cherry.
Oh yeah, yep.
But then you'd be like, some people call it the heater.
Okay, so it's two words.
Yes. Well, it's
bonus
it's the
episode.
Same thing.
Bonus
it's like
episode.
potato.
Okay, so I'm assuming there's a reason why it's called both the cherry and the heater. There must be a connection here.
Yes. Okay, so it's the red hot glowing bowl on the bong or the red hot end of the joint. So it's called the cherry most of the time because it looks like a cherry. It's red.
Yep.
It's round because it's either in the bowl or it's on the joint. They also call it the heater because it's hot.
Makes perfect sense.
Right? So I always say the rule of thumb, if it's red, it's not dead. Okay?
Like this record circle right there.
If it's red, it's not dead. We're still going.
How many times have we recorded when that circle wasn't there and then wondered what went wrong?
You know, the best is when we go over and hit stop and it's actually recording. You're like, oh.
Funny in hindsight, not when it happened.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, if it's still red, it's not dead, keep smoking.
Okay.
This also is the number one reason why you should not consume cannabis while in a moving vehicle. Okay?
Okay.
Don't smoke and drive.
Number one reason.
I'm like, I feel like I should have another rhyme here. Like, don't drop the heater in your cedar.
That's a good one, actually.
Right?
Don't drop the heater in your cedar.
Oh, how about this? If you drop the cherry, it's going to be scary.
I like both those.
Because it is. Like,
right.
you just don't do it.
This is more than word of the week. This is like literally like...
Life lessons.
Life lessons from MJ.
Yeah.
Literally.
And it's illegal. Hello. Reason number one right there.
I love how that was... Yeah. Okay, what was it though? Don't drop the heater in your cedar.
Yep.
And what was the other one?
If you drop the cherry, it's going to be scary.
Drop the scary. Yeah, drop the cherry is going to be scary.
You're already tongue-tied.
I'm actually just surprised that this segment is already done.
We're done.
We ended. Those are two good phrases to end it on.
It is.
Yeah. There was your words of the week. Today's high five list is Timmy's top 5 yoga poses. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't know if I would ever have a high five list of favorite yoga poses.
Didn't you actually used to preach against yoga?
I used to preach against yoga. I was I thought it was for women. I thought it was for flexibility, and that was it. I didn't think you could get a workout of it. I mean, it is no secret that there was a point in my life where yoga was a joke, and it has now radically changed my life. But I am here to tell you that there are 5 very, very, very helpful moves that not only helped me with health and strength and balance.
Are you going to go to the shoulders?
Well, they did help create and form these amazing yoga shoulders.
I feel like I should
This is why you watch the show and don't just listen to the show. So if you've been listening on podcast form, thank you.
But you're missing the shoulders.
Namaste, but you're not getting the shoulders. So these were also, not only did I see improvements in my body because of learning these poses,
okay.
But they also, each one of them along the way kind of were signposts to show that yoga was working.
Okay.
Right? So it was like I would look around the room and be like, why can't I do that? Because there'd be like, when I first went, there'd be like, I don't know, like a 60-year-old woman who, I don't know, I don't want to guess their ages. They're older than me.
An older woman.
And I was sitting there thinking, I can do that. And then they'd be holding these poses and I'm like, I can't do that. But each one of these poses was a place where I was like, oh, wait a minute, I can do this pose now. And each one blew my mind a little bit more. And I realized this thing is actually beneficial.
Yeah, you took me to one of your yoga classes, and I don't know about the beneficial part.
It is for a special breed of human being.
Oh.
But your shoulders would be amazing. It would help with that back posture. So here we go. Timmy's top 5 yoga poses. Number 5 was the tree pose.
Oh, I like that one. I know that one.
Right? The tree pose, you stand like arms up in the air.
Are we going to put a photo up?
Yes.
Where are we going to put the photo? Are we going to put it like right here?
It will show up.
Here?
Maybe.
Ooh, what if we put it like right here?
Oh, right there. Okay. So if you're listening, you'll have to go over and see these poses. Also during the week sometimes, they'll be on our Instagram page. So the tree pose. It looked really easy. So your hands are in the air and you do like this thing where you fold your one leg and you got to put your foot on the inside of your thigh.
Yeah, you got to like bend your leg.
It's like bending like a triangle thing. And it looks really simple. But I realized very quickly that I couldn't keep first of all, I'd have to like hold my leg and like lift it into position and move it into the right spot. And then one leg was stronger than the other.
Isn't that the trick to the tree pose? Is the foot that is off the ground is to be rooted. I say rooted because that's like a yoga term, right?
And for tree pose, very, very appropriate.
To be rooted into your other leg so that way you can ground yourself with the foot that's on the ground.
Yes.
No pun intended. And
it should have been intended. It's very well done.
And so you need to kind of push that leg into your other leg or your foot into your leg.
When I first pulled that off and realized that I was able to have balance like this with my leg bent in, I was like, okay, I see this. Because I also didn't realize how important balance
was.
See, I do the swaying tree.
That's a good move, a good yoga move. The swaying tree. Actually, they call it yoga. It's funny. I always think it's funny when they say the reason why we call it yoga practice is because we're always practicing. We never get there. And so if you sway, that's exactly what somebody would say. Oh, that's okay. You're doing the swaying tree. Yoga is actually kind of very much, although it's an ancient form of health and exercise type of thing, it's very much fits in today's culture of everybody wins. It's like you can't do yoga wrong. Oh, that's okay. You fell over. You're the falling over tree.
That's not true, because I went to the gym one time and I signed up for a yoga class, and I remember I was in the didn't want to go in the back because I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I also wanted to be able to see, but I didn't want to sit in the front. But yeah, somehow she was like, "Are you okay?" And at that moment, I was like, yeah. Do I not look okay? And she says, not really.
Just doing my yoga practice. I'm practicing.
I'm practicing not to fall over and pass out, because I don't know what we were like.
But I've seen you do the tree. You can actually do a tree pretty well.
Yes, I do know that one.
Number 4 blew my mind, and it was the headstand, which you absolutely love.
That doesn't feel like yoga, although it does a good stretch on the.
So here's what it was that blew my mind. Number 1, I quickly understood the benefit of being upside down.
Yes.
We have an inversion table, and
I don't know why they call it that.
Just hanging upside down. I guess you
should
could.
Be a bed, inversion bed.
But just the gravity pulling on your spine, you feel it.
Yep.
And
all the way down your spine.
And you should spend some part of every day upside down, just because of, you figure.
But we spend all day right side up.
No wonder when you're 80, you start to crouch like this, because you've had 80 years of gravity, like pretty much pulling you down.
Well, fun fact, they actually say you're taller in the morning than you are at nighttime, because when you lay down at night, your back stretches itself out.
That's why people take pictures of themselves in bed. It makes them look taller. So the headstand, what was neat about the headstand for me was, and if you've never been able to try one, number 1, I had never done one before. So I put my hands on the table, and I was working with at Creekside Yoga in Sterling, Ontario. That's the place that got me going. And so it was just me, and so it was kind of like a specialty class, even though it was supposed to be other people there, but it was just me.
Or a 2-on-1.
So I go to do the thing, and you got to bend your knees and slowly straighten your leg. Mm-hmm. And I was amazed at how quickly I was able to do it. And the reason why I was amazed was because I shouldn't be able to just do something for the first time and do it decently like that. But then I realized how important the core workout was in holding yourself up in that position. And I had already spent at that point 2 years of doing regular yoga classes. And so I had developed the core strength to be able to do it. It's kind of like when my daughter, she learned to ride a bicycle the very first time she got on the bike. I didn't even have to hold the bottom, because she was on a tricycle for so long that and people be like, how, she doesn't ride a regular bike yet? I'm like, no, she's having fun on this little trike. That by the time she had got on a bike, she had, she was older than most kids that try to buy a bike, but by then she'd already developed the motor skills and the balance and all that stuff. So by the time she got on the bike, I think sometimes we throw people into things way too early. And so we're like, oh, there's a learning curve. It's like, well, maybe there's no learning curve. Maybe you just put people into things way too quickly, because she picked it up like that because her body had developed to the point of doing
I don't know. I know what child you're talking about. I think it was just she was having too much fun and going way too fast, that there was no not riding the bike. It was just...
She might have just been a really quick learner. But that's what the headstand thing was. I realized that at that time, I realized I had developed some sort of core strength. Number 3 on Timmy's top 5 yoga moves is the cow facing legs. So the cow facing legs photo.
I'm all confused because, I don't get to see this photo, but is it like a cow facing a pair of legs?
Well, you've got your knees like this or like this. let's do it like, well, you can see. So they'll see the picture, but I'm
Yes.
doing this for your own benefit.
Okay.
But so it's like this. Your knees are like this.
Oh, no, I'm looking at the photo.
Stacked on top. Okay. So look at the photo.
Okay.
So the knees are stacked on top of each other. And then you fold over and touch, well, in my case, I touch my chin to my knees. I did not know the importance of your hips.
Sounds painful.
I think it's cow facing because it's like, it looks like a cow's face. Anyways.
It's not a leg facing cow?
No. I mean, that might be the name of another. Believe me, the names that these things, and this isn't even the official name. It's probably called the Yaksui Salami thing. I don't know what the official name is, but the cow-facing leg was the best English translation they could come up with. But I didn't realize the importance of hips. Now, as a man, you are always raised up for things like, you want to, yoga shoulders, muscles. You see how many guys like spend their entire life so that their chest
they bulk
and their
up the
arms,
top and
right?
then the bottom with the little.
And some of that is health related. A lot of it is this aesthetics. Okay, it's like I look good. I want to be able to take my shirt off at the beach.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. At some point, that sort of muscle definition is no longer serves a purpose of health, except for the fact that when you get down to about 12% body fat, that's when the six-pack starts to pop. And as much as you might go, well, that's just for aesthetics. I mean, when you get down to low body fat, it's a healthy place.
Yeah,
to be.
but we don't need to add more muscle to that percentage of body fat.
Very true. So I started to realize that there are days now where it's like, if I had the choice to do weights or stretch out my hips, I stretch out my hips every single time. It's an amazing feeling, and you would be amazed when you first start to try to do a move like this one. You go, wow, I didn't even know that my hips were in that bad a shape. And then you realize how important hips are for moving around and walking.
Well, it's flexibility, right? Like if your hips, like you're like, oh, I'm going to choose my hips over my arms. But if you don't flex your hips, you're not going to be able to walk. Therefore, you're not going to be able to do anything, let alone work on your arms.
Don't underestimate the power of the hips. Number two,
the hips don't lie.
My hips do not lie. Number two on my list of top 5 yoga moves is the half pigeon. Now, the half pigeon, as you can see, is it's another hip opening thing, but with your leg kind of bent 45 right in front and leaning your entire body over.
Where are they looking here? Is this where it is?
The picture?
Because that's where you're describing, you're like doing the hand things, but if the box is there.
Well, I can move the box up here if I want to. That's what.
But you can put it right here.
Right now, just so you all know, she is looking at this screen, but don't worry about it. I'm
going to hold the box.
That's fine. You can. Okay, so you will hold the box there. So you might need to hold it bigger for people to actually be able to see the image. So on this one here, though, I remember looking around the room going, like, I could barely like move 45-degree angle. And the more I did it, the more I got to the point where I could actually put my chest to the ground, and it feels incredible. I'm telling you, all of these moves, you go, I can't. Maybe some of you are like, that's an easy move, but it's probably because you've been doing it for a long time. But some of these moves, you're like, I can never do that. Every single one of these moves, at one point, I was like, I cannot do that, and it hurt, and it was like, there's no way I can get down that low, never ever. And then eventually I could, and it's a good lesson in life. Just right the first couple times you try something, it's so important not to give up.
I've done yoga with Timmy a couple times, and I'm not ashamed to say that I've cried multiple times because it was really hard. And for some reason, being in the silence of the difficult pose and the strain and trying to stay strong gets in your brain, and I find myself standing there thinking, this is like life is going to throw difficult things at you, and you're going to have to be strong and stand there and not give up. And next thing I know, the tears are just rolling. I'm like, how much longer do we have? You're like, it's only been 3 minutes.
Wait, does yoga counteract the effects of cannabis on you? Because you talk about how cannabis, your mind's always spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Does yoga counteract that?
No, see,
Does
okay,
it bring out
my
something
mind
else?
my mind spins all the time, but when I'm forced to stop, like with yoga, I'm forced to stop and be sedentary. And it leaves me with, now I'm forced to focus on this, whereas most of the time I focus on this. So if I'm focusing on this, I'm not focusing on this. And when I'm forced to focus in here, then it creates things like, what did I start talking about last time we finished yoga? Trauma from past.
Right,
And
yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, why? It was like 25 minutes, half an hour of yoga.
See?
It's weird therapy, but it's good for a stretch.
Well, I've heard similar things about cannabis, though, that cannabis doesn't, it's not an escape, because people talk about how people use these things to escape life. That in fact, if anything, it reveals things that you don't want to be revealed. That it actually and you allows you to
I'm not
enter
saying
in.
it's negative either, though. Like,
No, none of this is. It's not negative.
yeah. Well, I just didn't want anyone to misconstrue. Like, yes, I cried when I do yoga and whatever, but like, that's what I feel like is a part of healing as well. Like in life and in our journeys, things happen to us. It happens to all of us. And a lot of times we push it aside. We didn't realize that it affected us as much as it did. And then something happens and it comes back. And now you're left to deal with all of whatever emotion is left. So I'm not saying it's negative. It was just something that I really feel the pain. It's the pain in my body that I'm literally, like Timmy says, the hips. I'm bent over and my lower back is hurting. And I'm thinking about the fact that I'm young and I shouldn't feel this sore. And why have I done this to myself? And now I'm hard on myself. And then it turns into a whole therapy session that I can't even.
Well, yoga for sure definitely reveals all the muscles and joints and stuff that you don't even think about for most of your life.
Well, no, because you don't use them on a daily basis.
You use them on a daily basis all the time, but not to the point of utilizing them to keep them, like, because our hips are always being used as we walk and stuff, but we don't realize that they're degrading over time unless we stretch them out more. And then we wonder,
strengthened.
The gift of life is not years 1 through 60. No matter how hard you live, 1 through 60, everybody can kind of get there. Yes, there's accidents along the way. The key, the true gift to life is quality of life beyond 60, I say. You know, I'm not a scientist. I'm just throwing this out there as a rough example to say that the stuff that we do now really does affect that later on.
I actually drank my water today.
And number 1 on Timmy's top 5 yoga positions, my favorite one all time is the crow.
I was going to say, I know this one because I've seen it almost anywhere that you can do it.
Anywhere I go, I will show people that. And it is literally, as you can see in the picture, people listening, it's a balance. You've got your knees on, you've got your hands on the floor.
I don't know where the photo is, but I want to leave lots of room because it's friggin' awesome.
Your knees go up onto your elbows, so you're balancing just on the palms of your hands with all of your body weight on kind of resting on your arms and stuff. I could not hold this pose for even a brief moment. I'd always have one toe touching down at any given time, and I'm looking around once again at these older women going, how are they doing this for like 10, 15, 20 seconds? And I was ready to give up the pose until one day my held it for like 3 seconds. And I remember, I think I cried that day. I'm like, oh, and then I did a 10 count one day. And that was just, that was actually the moment that I started to like preach for yoga and say, this has radically changed my life. I had tried weightlifting things and all these different exercise programs for years. The thing that gave me some upper body strength, it may not have built muscle mass, but the thing that gave me strength, which is very different than muscle mass, was doing poses like the crow. And I am stronger today than I was in my 20s because of a pose like this. So
I will say 2 times, very impressive times I've seen you do that. One was the last time when you did it at Lyft in the unicorn onesie because it was really cold. And we had been outside for a really long time. So, like, I'm impressed that you weren't froze and you were actually able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And you did it for a long time. Like, I don't even know, 25, 30 seconds. Like,
that one threw me off.
I was like, are you just going to keep doing it until you fall? Like, what's going on here? And the other time was on Eric's boat.
Yes, on the front of a moving boat. I was very proud of that.
Well, it wasn't moving. But
it was
on
rocking.
Water. It was just going to say.
So is that moving?
It was.
No?
It wasn't moving. It was docked.
What's the definition of moving?
It was on a dock. It was like docked. However, like it's on water. I can barely stand and not fall on a boat when it's on the water,
so it
let
was
alone.
Moving.
I'm not going to argue, and that's how you keep it fresh.
It was moving. Those are my top 5 yoga moves. I suggest that you all begin to try those. And believe me, hang in there and you'll find incredible benefits.
Or don't hang in there and fall, but you'll still benefit.
You'll be the falling tree.
That's funny.
Namaste.
Namaste here.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode of On the Spot with the Newbie and the Doobie. Our special guest today is Ross Rebliati. I've been practicing that all week. With all the passion that you obviously exhibit right now for cannabis and the industry and breaking stigma and all those things, was that also true about snowboarding? Like taking it back one step now? Was that an all-consuming thing for you as well?
Well, it was. I ski raced until I was 15.
Okay.
I started snowboarding when I was 15, the same year I stopped skiing, obviously. And that was 1987. In 1987, you weren't allowed to snowboard in Canada.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
What do? There was no snowboard shops in Canada. There were no snowboard magazines. There was nothing. If you wanted to go snowboarding, you had to go to France, right? Basically, my friends went down to Oregon that summer of 87, around maybe it was summer of 86. Came back with snowboards from Oregon, and my friend from France who moved to Vancouver, where I was growing up, had a snowboard from France, and all of a sudden my friends all had snowboards and I got one. We started just snowboarding and like hiking up Cypress Bowl before it opened, and snowboarding on, or the local parks in Vancouver. Eventually my dad would drive us down to Washington, to Mount Baker, where they were already allowing snowboarding. But it wasn't until 88 that we were allowed to snowboard in Canada and in British Columbia. So there was snowboard prohibition. And then, so when we came, I was like the first person literally to go up the chairlift on Blackcomb. And at the time, Whistler didn't allow snowboarding. Just Blackcomb did. They weren't owned by the same people as they are today. And so opening day, 1988, I was like practically first in line out of everybody. And it wasn't like the mayhem that it is today on opening day. But I was literally like the first guy up Blackcomb on a snowboard, and there was so much discrimination by skiers. They hated us so much. We were like the skateboarders that somehow like tricked everybody to let them on the, and we were getting dissed. Like people were yelling at us off the chairlift, and as a 15-year-old, it was great.
Why would there be so much hate?
Because they said
are
we
a
didn't
certain
know
brand, right?
It's like, listen, there's right-wing skiers all over the place, just like there is in any aspect of society, right?
Wow.
And so snowboarding was like the new like enemy, right? It was like the big, they're dangerous, like fear them. You must be afraid of snowboarders because they're just gonna come out of left field and take you out. But yeah, they did. They would take you out, but the skiers would take each other out. It wasn't a different phenomenon. It was just like, oh, it was a snowboarder, right? And then they're like, oh, they're wrecking the groomies. And, the next thing you know, they're building half pipes and snowboard parks, right? And like the mountains, literally at the time, if you look back in history, there was a huge recession, right? The stock market crashed. Ski resorts were going bankrupt. They had no choice but to do something to boost their ticket sales, right? Same thing happened to the Olympics. That's why in '94 they said we're going, because the kids weren't watching the bobsled, right? They didn't want to watch the cross country skiing or any whatever, legacy sports. They wanted, and so the Olympics had to figure out, we needed snowboarding, and the same thing now with Sha'Carri happened. She doesn't get to compete. Millions of dollars were lost on TV rights in that race that she was going to do, and the bonuses and all trickles down the line just because of the THC. So now they're reviewing the THC because like a big ticket event got affected, and the bottom line got affected. And so now all of a sudden they're reviewing, which is great. I don't really care why they're reviewing it. Yeah. Get it off the list. It's not supposed to be there. It's only there because of prohibition, racism, discrimination, corporate, interests, and nothing to do with keeping a level playing field, and nothing to do with the spirit of sport. Let's just get into that for a second. The IOC supports, like just as an example, LGBTQ right across the board. Okay. Yeah. Not all countries are behind that. The Olympics does it anyways, right? Because it's the right thing to do. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing here with CBD and THC. It shouldn't be there. It doesn't matter if some countries aren't legal. It's the right thing to do. Get it off the list.
Agreed.
So I was talking to a friend a little while ago, and I have developed now friends on both sides of the spectrum. Obviously, most of my life was people who if they thought they knew anything about cannabis, turns out they were wrong. Mm-hmm. But I was talking to someone recently about the cannabis and I guess performance enhancement. And obviously, you're fully in that, understanding that world. My assumption growing up was clearly it can't be, because it should have a negative effect. It should make you lazy, like the guy sitting in his couch with chips on his stomach watching video games all day. That's the perception of what it should do to you. But then the other side of it, when I was talking to this friend of mine, was, well, what if you needed cannabis because you couldn't perform on that stage because you got so anxious? So it actually kept the anxiousness down, therefore enhancing your ability to perform. Is that performance enhancement? How do you see cannabis in this world? Is it enhance at all? Not enhance? Just what is your perspective on when people bring that whole issue up?
Okay, it's all of the above, but just the last thing you said, the cannabis isn't conducive to being on stage. It's not conducive to having cameras in your face or being around people you're not comfortable with. It's just like doing acid. You don't want to be around people you don't know, and definitely don't want to be on stage on an international level, like with cameras and guys with machine guns standing around. Like, it's just not where you want to be, right? Like, it does, but what it does do is it trains you to be calm over the period of time that you use cannabis, because you don't, like, I'm a healthy guy right across the board. Like, I used to drink. I don't drink anymore. I'm 3 years into not drinking. Loving it. I don't want to, like, we can dive into that, whatever. I don't care. Mm-hmm. But I'm just healthy all across the board. So it doesn't, like, you could take one thing away from me, I'm still going to be healthy, right? But the thing is about, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? This is
performance enhancement.
Cannabis is not conducive to
cannabis. Not conducive to crowds.
So, as a cannabis user, right? I like use cannabis on a regular basis. I have since I was around 20, and I've learned that it can be part of a healthy lifestyle for me. And I've learned in situations while I'm on cannabis that it helps me in so many different ways, especially with my family and my wife and my relationships with other people. It gives me pause instead of like quickly saying something, like having a sharp tongue, or and it gives me a chance to reflect on things, like when I'm rolling a joint and when I'm smoking a joint. It gives me that opportunity to reflect, and it's introspective. Like I like to say, cannabis introduces you to yourself, right? As an athlete, you often hear how much of a head game it is. It's such a head game. It's all head game. Everyone has the best snowboard, the best skis, the best bobsled.
Right.
The gear is hardly the issue anymore, right? It's all upstairs. And, of course, you need the right coaching and a huge amount of support. So there's a lot that goes into it. to be honest. But it is really about, even if you have the best support group, if you're not feeling confident upstairs, and so here's the thing: our body has an endocannabinoid system. It's like our practically the biggest like organism in our body. It's like number 2 besides the skin, I think. Prohibition has caused us to be cannabinoid deficient. Okay, it's like being vitamin B12 deficient. It's not an excuse to be deficient in cannabinoids just because of prohibition. Our body needs this stuff, right? And mother's milk is super high in cannabinoids, but it's not. It's that's why babies are so like satisfied after feeding. Now that we have legalization in Canada, our bodies are legally allowed to run at their optimal level, right? So before prohibition, I would have argued, yes, it's performance enhancing for so many different reasons, okay? But now because of prohibition ending and legalization and our understanding of our endocannabinoid system, having it topped off with cannabinoids just allows us to run at the level we're supposed to run at. And by the way, they figured out when your cannabinoid system is topped up, every single cell in your body does twice as much as it does without that.
Wow.
Twice as much. And that's everything that your cells do, not just your skin cells or your hair or your fingernail cells. Like your whole entire body, your whole thing is working not just twice as much, but they're doing twice as many things. So it's an incredible, like, exponential amount that your body does for you when, okay, so when we talk about performance enhancing in the traditional sense of the word, you're like, okay, I'm going to smoke a joint, I can run faster, that sort of thing. I don't know. No one's really like done that test. I'd be willing to like do tests like that and see how it turns out. But I would argue that somebody who uses cannabis is going to have a much more even keel, is going to show up to training much more regular, and is going to perform at a better, optimal, is going to perform optimally at those training sessions. And at the end of the day, after years and years of training, all this positivity and the extra days of training on the rainy days and the cold mornings, and the late nights and being away from your family, and somehow being able to handle all of that upstairs without intoxicating yourself in a negative way, and that whole lifestyle that goes with it, lends itself to being healthier and performing at a higher level. And so you can see it from lots of different angles.
Right.
It all depends. Like people interpret, like in law and in politics, people interpret the same thing like a million different ways.
See, I'm glad you brought up the endocannabinoid system, because that's I'm all about teaching and the education, and I like to put things in terms that other people can understand, because like everybody has a car, right? We all have cars or vehicles or whatever. We know to check the oil. We know to, the windshield washer fluid, the coolant, the gas, keep all that stuff done. But did you know that there's a little fuse panel in there, and there's like little fuses, and they all have different numbers, and a lot of people don't know that, but they also don't know that, like you said, we have all these endocannabinoid receptors, and although we're feeding ourselves, milk or dairy or cheese, all the stuff, the meat, all your vitamins, but you're not getting the proper cannabinoids. So that's why when Ross is saying, yeah, we're just getting what we need to be in this state of homeostasis, in the best state that we could possibly be in. And that will eventually help you perform better.
And guess what? When they made weed illegal, whatever it was, 80 years ago, that was like the birth of Big Pharma.
Yep.
Because cannabis oil was the base of almost every single medicine.
Yep. THC tincture.
On the planet was the base. And then they would add other herbs and things to that to augment it, to do different things, right? But the base was cannabis. And then all this issues that we're having with ADHD, anxiety, stress, depression, these are all symptoms of having a deficient cannabinoid system. And the big pharma has capitalized on lobbying the US government to keep it that way, for one thing, so that they can sell people their synthetic drugs I mean, the opioid crisis is a perfect example. No one's talking about the cannabinoid crisis because they want you to be on those antidepressants.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
But the opioid crisis, oh, it doesn't affect me and you, so we don't give a shit. And who cares what the drug addicts do? And and they're just continuing to pump, regions of the country. Like Tennessee, for example, I think there's like 30 million people that live in Tennessee or less, or no, 7 million people live in the whole state of Tennessee, and something like 180 million codeine pills or whatever had gone into that state in the year before.
Wow. Yeah, that's
for
crazy.
only that 7 million people. It's like 100 pills per person. Per month or something like that.
Well, see, Dr. William Courtney, doctor in the cannabis industry, or cannabis user as a doctor, however you want to put it, he believes that cannabis is not just a vitamin, but it's a vegetable, and actually juices the cannabis plant and drinks it every day, like not blends, but juices with the wheatgrass juicer. It's disgusting. I've tried it, but super healthy. And like you're saying, to get a really big boost of cannabinoids, and we're trying to make up for how many years. Like my mother was deficient, her mother was deficient, and it's just been bred into us. And I've got just what I smoke, so.
Yeah, well, it's a generational thing because we do have to deal with the stigmas and things like that, to move forward. And we also need the numbers that we weren't allowed to gather, before. And once cannabis has been legal for a certain amount of time, they'll have the hospital visits that are related. They'll have the car accidents that are related. They'll have the various deaths. Like everyone knows, there's never been death like due to cannabis like on its own. But they'll have these numbers.
Yeah.
And before they have these numbers, of course, we have these childproof lids, and you can't have like a picture that a kid's gonna like all of a sudden decide to smoke weed. Like there's no vodka bottle with a childproof cap on it.
Advil 72 bottle does not come with a childproof thing. I can open it with one finger. And I called to ask them why this was so. And they said if I needed a childproof lid, that I should buy the smaller bottle because that one comes with childproof thing. And I was like, wait a minute. Right? This bottle is 3 times as much. This is going to kill somebody, but it's okay.
No, but it's up to good parenting.
Of course.
They're leaving it up to the discretion of which they should do. I mean, I'm a believer of childproof. Okay, I've got 3 kids. I get it. Okay,
but why should cannabis be different, though? That's my thing. Like, why do our cannabis packages have to be like ridiculous?
No, that's why they need these numbers that I'm referring to. So because the politicians don't know, they think this is like codeine or like a regular pharmaceutical drug because it started off in a medical. The only way we could get it through the courts was medically. And so it's been classified as a drug, but coffee is not considered a drug. Oregano isn't considered a drug. Rosemary or none of that stuff is considered drugs. It's the same exact sort of plant medicine that we're talking about with cannabis, and they're not classified as drugs. But the class 1 classification in the States has put it on the Schedule 1, and the prohibition that the States has spread around the world. Or else you can't be an ally of the states, has created this huge, like massive issue, right? And that's why, it's still federally illegal in the States because it's tied into so many diplomatic relationships that they have, and they have a hard time backpedaling. They're gonna have to.
I really appreciate. Just as you walk through the cannabinoid system, and it's one of those things, as I've been on this learning journey, it's been amazing of how much stuff wasn't told to me. And when you talk about that, it makes sense to me. And I've learned a ton as MJ talks about that thing. And it makes me think about, like, I'm anti pharma, whatever you want to call it. Like, there used to be a time when I would pop a Tylenol every single day because I get these stress headaches. And then 4 years ago, as a joke, I started to do yoga because I thought it was just for women and flexibility, and I wanted to do something on my Instagram that was funny. And now I swear by it. I haven't taken a Tylenol in 3.5 years because I was only dealing with the symptom, and yoga, a natural form of stretching, actually removed all the things that I was taking the pill to kind of just get rid of the headache for. And when you talk about the cannabinoid system, that to me makes it sound like cannabis is as much a performance enhancer as get enough sleep, do regular exercise,
eat
healthy.
Yep.
Like if
It's
somebody
part of a
is,
healthy lifestyle.
what's that?
It's part of a healthy lifestyle.
Yeah. If somebody is an athlete, if two athletes and one is on a better sleeping regimen, eating healthier and doing a better exercise program, technically their performance has been enhanced over the one who hasn't. And that's exactly what cannabis is. It's adding another element, a natural element. So if you want to call that enhancement, that's just called healthy living is what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And in the sports like cycling, for example, like the Tour de France, like marginal gains are kind of what they're after. And running, those guys from Kenya that run the Boston Marathon, they're literally down to like what shoelaces they're using to try to, and so it's these small differences that you can put together called marginal gains, and cannabis and water and potassium and all these things that you need as an athlete and as a normal person, just add up to being, almost unbeatable. And you do need all of those things because you're only as strong as your weakest link, right? And stress happens to be, and anxiety and depression happen to be very good friends of athletes.
Mm-hmm.
And not drinking and sleeping, going to bed early, waking up early, having a lifestyle that's repetitive, that is sustainable for years on end, like for your whole life. Like I don't go on a diet. I'm on a diet. Like I'm not on a diet. This is my diet. Like that's the concept that you have to think about. Like you don't go on a diet. You fix your diet so that you eat like that every day of your life, or and it's just a different mindset, really. And it's the people that are open to using cannabis that are also more open to those different kinds of mindsets and thinking outside the box. And it really does make you more comfortable when you're uncomfortable. And that's what we're getting back to as far as stress and things like that. You don't need to smoke a joint that day, but if you've been training yourself, like yoga, for example, like smoking weed is like yoga, right? Like over a period of a decade, you will train yourself to be more calm.
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch like interviews of me at the Olympics, like the reporters were like, "You're so fucking calm." And I'm like, I know, but I'm all torn up inside. Like you wouldn't believe what it was like being in jail. But yeah.
Wow. Well, I can tell you, quite frankly, I could probably say, look, the biggest win that you've had is I might walk out of this room and smoke a joint now because I'm healthy in all other areas of my life. And now I'm like, did Ross Gold just convince me to go smoke another joint?
Well, listen, if you do that, just remember dosing is everything. Like you match it to your tolerance.
Yeah.
Instead of having like a big puff, have a teeny tiny little hoot and flick that joint as far away from you as possible.
Well, it is that time again.
Time for a smoke?
No, unfortunately, it's time for us to say goodbye.
Oh, well, thanks for joining us today.
Please take a moment to join us on our Patreon page. Become a patron. If you've been enjoying anything that we're doing, a little bit of money monthly can go in there to help us continue to do the things that we're doing, go the places we want to go, and continue to grow this show. As well, you'll have access to full interviews of the people that we have interviewed, hence they're called interviews. Those will be available there because you only see clips on these episodes. As well, there'll be other extras and stuff available there too. So go to our Patreon at the Newbie and the Doobie and help support what we're doing here.
And you can also connect with us on social media, Facebook and Instagram at the Newbie and the Doobie.
And of course, be sure to subscribe on our YouTube channel and as well your favorite podcatcher. Whether you want to watch us or listen to us, we always recommend watching based on things that you even saw in this episode. But go on to there at the Newbie and the Doobie. Push little bell notifications, whatever it may be, so you do not miss anything coming up.
And while you're there, why not share with your family and friends, whether they're a newbie or a doobie?
And on that note, with this, I close.
Our podcast is a weekly podcast?
I was getting there. I was being more dramatic.
Okay.
With this, I close. Our podcast is a weekly podcast. So we will see you next week. But until then, please remember,
stay lifted
and keep on laughing.
I'm like,
kill it.
Pulled it in there somewhere.
Okay,
So,
Shallon.
next day I saw him. I'm like, hey. He's like,
When you're done there, putting your entries in.
Juicy fruit. I said,
We got
I don't
number
know how
3
high
for you.
Alrighty.
Here we go.
Thank you.
It's in a
Skipping
case. it'll
me?
be all right.
That yours or hers?
We skipped you and Shallon because you guys were eating, so we went to Kent. Now we're going back to Shallon.
Oh,
You.
okay. I was like, what they do now?
You were having that sugar donut.
Yeah. Oh.
The twisted sugar donut.
Yeah, I ate them all.
That looked good.
That's what we're doing here. Yeah, I got to
Oh,
be
yeah?
rush off. I still my heart just going.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't do usually
I don't even know
do
how many
sugar.
there was.
No, they're delicious. Cooked perfectly.
Yeah.
Nice and tender inside.
Oh.
Sirloin makes a difference.
Yeah.
As opposed to
Yeah,
the
the type of
regular
burger.
That wasn't
was,
burger.
yeah.
She got the good place.
So yeah, we'll have to do a grow. We'll have to do a grow up game tournament. Sit around the table like this. Have the thing on.
Yeah, today would have been a perfect day for it.
Exactly, because people just only heard me talk about it, or read about it, including yourself, or even
Throwing them away.
on one of the memories
Hmm?
that I run.
You're throwing them away.
Yeah.
Just in case the dog was that might be.
All right, so how's that look? We got 2 dubs again. Everything seems to be 2 dubs. Peel. How's it rolled? Paper. Filter.
No, she's cheating.
No, I'm going to answer the
You're
question.
going to do the dry as well. And
Yeah.
probably is a good idea. Maybe we should.
And then
consider
it'll
doing
go
that.
faster.
All right. Good dry.
By the time it gets back to me, it should be
Yeah.
it.
It's
Not going to get back to you. We're going to
Yeah,
smoke
you
it
can
right
eat-
here
eat
between
through
us.
It's got the long tapered filter on it with just the fold in the middle. So it's not fiber or whatever that other filter stuff is. You can definitely tell it's a joint.
Is it like a
opposed to the
like that last one? Seemed to me like
It'll be something if you swallow
bigger
it.
I
filter,
put that in the
whole-
comments. I put it as a next smoker. I'm not comfortable with the feel of smoking.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Oh, I'm not comfortable neither. I get out of my car and smoke it from the back.
Yeah.
All my stuff's in the back of my knapsack.
Right.
What little I've got in there.
Yeah.
So we are in number 3.
Yeah. Oh, I see. We're cutting off the end in order to make it easier to draw on to do the dry haul.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that made a difference. Yeah, it's 2 now. It's 2 now.
They just do that so it doesn't fall out at the end in packaging and shipping and transportation.
Yeah, well, yeah. And normally,
So like a cigar where you cut off the tip. these you got to cut off the.
Well, yeah, it's too much work. You know, you think with the pre-roll everything be there ready for you to go, but it's too much work. You have to augment it. Sometimes you have to re-roll it.
You're hitting it with the lighter, right? So you're burning that paper right away.
Yeah.
So it would open it up.
It would.
Yep.
And like as you mentioned, it closes it off to keep
it fresh and in there.
Fresh and in there. Okay.
So far, they've been in tubes with no moisture.
That works for me. Works for you too, doesn't it?
Are you finding? How are you finding the newbies?
Watch Al over there suck on the thing. When are you going to pass that fucking
what's
thing?
Al saying?
Well, you wait a minute. You didn't even light it.
No.
How are you finding the doobies? Are they dry? Are they moist? Are they rubbery?
They're probably not.
The leak.
Yeah.
There's a leak.
They'd be probably
40, maybe 30.
Pre-roll.
Yeah, a little drier than
usual.
Yeah.
Number 3.
You know, we gotta get them
yeah.
dried. Okay. So Sharon, you're lighting that.
Yeah.
Here is your return doobie. You pass that along.
Quality of roll.
Yeah. Put that back in the tube.
Yep.
So you don't put the filter in.
8.
Your tube. Keep it up. It'll just all
Okay.
fall out of there.
Selection of rolling paper.
Selection
of rolling
Rolling
paper.
paper. Yeah.
That smells really familiar from here.
Make sure
It is.
Yeah, it's the stuff that Al had, isn't it?
Yeah, but the smell, as soon as she lit that, I'm like, that's familiar.
So we'll have to.
Which number are you on now? 3. Selection of rolling paper.
quality roll.
Low quality, high quality.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any abuse.
Selection of
Bent
filter.
over.
I'll care for. I mean,
Yeah.
they're going to
Selection
probably
of filter.
package them extra careful too. Because,
Right.
You know, this whole presentation thing is part of it.
That's okay.
Yeah, and it's a paper filter. that
Taste before it was lit. The taste before it was lit.
What are you guys feeling about the papers that they're using?
The papers
you
that
smoked
they're
it yet?
using.
You haven't smoked it yet, have you?
Overall,
Have I got any smoke?
I'm not.
Did you smoke it yet?
I'm not super.
He won't give it to
disappointed
me.
Oh, I
like
see.
that.
Okay. It'll
To
come.
me, when I smoke a raw paper, it just seems to turn black.
He didn't want to smile, but he did.
To me.
I don't particularly like rye.
So I don't like where that happens.
You can tell a raw paper, be it a
Yeah,
pre-roll or a roll. You can tell a raw paper. Very distinct smell and taste to them.
Yeah,
Right?
this is burning. This is burning really
Thank
good.
you.
There's no runs or anything. I can see a bit of resin on the paper. Now, probably the disappointing thing is yet again, it's another one that's got black ash to it. Right?
So this is number what, Al?
Yeah. What's that?
What number is this?
3.
3.
We're on 3 hours and 35 minutes.
All right. Well, I'll be.
There's 4
We
more.
could have done a telethon, dude.
Yeah. I'll be doing some editing and releasing it in smaller.
Yeah, Buddy has a question for you.
Number 7. Buddy Weed smoking 7th doobie. Way to go, Buddy.
I'm 7.
Yeah.
And then this one 8, and then another 9. Yeah, I'm up there.
Okay, so how's that joint going?
None of your business.
Smoking pretty good.
Smoking, still smoking, still burning, hasn't gone out. Nobody has said no thanks.
Has nobody's had enough yet?
Hell no,
Obviously, Deb has because she's gone inside.
Okay.
She's helping Gail with the food.
Does it taste like it smells?
Yeah. Kind of, yeah.
Get some
Harsh to smooth.
I was just reading the next question. Does the aroma translate to
Not bad at all.
There it comes.
Ash color.
Ash is
That was
very,
good. Except, no, I've had enough. Thank you.
no, I'm showing you the ash. Pop.
Oh,
Ding, 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 ding.
Give me a joint back.
Over that way.
Rob's got
right.
a permanent.
all right. What's that again?
8 is ash color.
He usually has a beard, like you.
Ash color. That was it was
Yeah.
4.
Like Buddy says, I thought I was catching up.
Effects pleasant or not pleasant or pleasant.
Oh,
No, we're
we'll
good,
go 5
man.
on that one, I guess. Let's do it
So
again.
I just want to
Overall
thank Sarah
improvement.
Sunday for sending us these kits for
Would
us
you
to
buy
do
this?
this.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
I
This
would.
is my absolute favorite time of the year, the Karma Cup. I miss the festival, but as I said at the beginning, I'm sure she's going to figure out a way to do something at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. I do have concern about the research end of things where the lounges are that are operating off right now, lit research.
Yep.
Their ability to do so might change. And that's something I'm only basing on stuff that I've read in the news.
So explain what you're talking about. They've found a loophole that allows a complex to be used as a research facility to test cannabis. And so when you go in there, I believe you sign a waiver, you go in, you use your cannabis, whatever, and it's open and you have to actually do some paperwork. Is that correct, Al?
Yes. Yeah, there was like that at a time.
I've not been to one of those.
Actually, I was to Vapor Central when it had its.
I've been to Vapor Central, but I stopped going to things because I was having a hard time walking. So I kind of missed out those kind of events, right?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's September the 12th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net. Good day, Glenn.
How are you, Al?
Not doing too bad, and yourself?
Pretty good. Looks like a paradise where you are.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, I'm always, it's just the deck out here is covered in trees and foliage, and it's a nice spot to come out and do the news and read the news and smoke a doobie while you're at it.
Yep. Sounds like a good place to me. Looks like a good place.
It is. Exactly. All right. Anything new and exciting before we get into the news?
Not yet. Not today.
All righty. Here we go. We get started with the first story of the day. The headline says from Marijuana Moment, marijuana companies file opening appellate brief in case challenging federal prohibition.
Attorneys representing major cannabis companies in a lawsuit against the U.S. government filed their opening brief in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit on Tuesday. part of an ambitious effort to block the enforcement of federal cannabis prohibition against their state legal activities. And lawyers argue in the filing that Congress has in recent decades dropped any assumption that federal control of state-regulated cannabis is necessary, essentially shirking the federal authority confirmed by a 2005 Supreme Court opinion, Gonzalez versus Reich, that they conclude means the Controlled Substances Act ban as applied to state-regulated cannabis cannot be upheld today.
It goes on to say that in the nearly 20 years since Congress has enacted legislation demonstrating that it no longer seeks to control comprehensively, let alone ban all marijuana commerce. The brief contends asserting lawmakers have abandoned their golden goal of eradicating marijuana from interstate commerce. Goes on to say Congress has abandoned its goal of eradicating marijuana has in fact especially exempted it from federal enforcement in certain circumstances, it says, pointing to policies embodied in the congressional budget rider that prevents federal funds from being used to interfere with state legal medical marijuana and lawmakers' decisions to allow marijuana legislation to proceed in the District of Columbia.
And Congress has also dropped any assumption that federal control of state-regulated cannabis is necessary to prevent a gaping hole in the CSA, the brief adds, yet the federal prohibition on state-regulated cannabis nonetheless continues. The latest filing is the next step in a courtroom battle began last October when plaintiffs represented by the prestigious law firm Boies Schiller Flexner LLP claim that perpetuating federal prohibition in state markets is unconstitutional. Plaintiffs include multi-state cannabis operator Verano Holdings Corp. And the Massachusetts-based cannabis business Canna Provisions and Wiseacre Farm, along with the Trevit CEO Galassi Sellers.
Litigator David Boies, whose list of prior clients includes the Justice Department, former Vice President Al Gore, and plaintiffs in the case that led to the invalidation of California's ban on same-sex marriage, is leading the suit. This summer, a district judge dismissed the challenge, ruling that while there were persuasive reasons for re-examination of the current scheduling of cannabis and that the plaintiffs had standing to bring the suit, the court's hands were effectively tied by the right decision upholding the government's authority to regulate substances even within state borders.
The dismissal didn't come as a particular surprise to attorneys for the cannabis companies, who had generally indicated that they expected the case to move up to higher courts, including eventually the Supreme Court. Days after the district court's ruling, attorneys filed notice of their appeal. At the time, Josh Schiller, who's a lawyer on the case, called the district court decision thoughtful and said that on appeal, we will continue to press our case that the federal government lacks any rational basis for banning state-regulated cannabis.
On Tuesday, Schiller told Marijuana Moment that the company's challenge against the federal government's unconstitutional ban on cannabis is moving quickly to the next stage. Today, we filed a brief with the First Circuit Court of Appeals explaining that Congress lacks authority to continue criminalizing the medical and adult use of cannabis, and that is today relied on by people in 38 states across the country. We and other clients are continuing to push forward in this litigation to provide relief for this important industry.
And lawyers for the government have until October 10th to file a response brief in the case, which Schiller noted is before a scheduled December 2nd hearing on the Biden administration's cannabis rescheduling proposal. In addition to Congress's more permissive recent stance towards state-level cannabis legalization in recent years, the new appellate filing argues that the district court ruling ignored the long historical record of cannabis cultivation and use in our nation's history, legal tradition, and practices.
The filing continues to say, since before the founding, Americans have cultivated, traded in, and made use of marijuana. These centuries-old legal traditions are now being continued in the cannabis programs in 38 different states, which recognize the ongoing value of cannabis commerce. Together, both the historical record and these current practices demonstrate the fundamental nature of the right to cultivate, possess, and market marijuana.
Central to the case is the degree to which in-state cannabis activity affects interstate commerce. Lawyers for the government, for example, have argued that cannabis legalization attracts out-of-state tourists. So what? The Department of Justice argued in a filing in April that it is rational to conclude that the regulated cannabis industry in Massachusetts fuels a different kind of cannabis-related interstate commerce, cannabis tourism. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, nothing wrong with tourism. Really, exactly.
It's nice to have people come spend money in your state, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I would think so. Yeah. Now the DOJ argued in a filing in April that it is rational to conclude that the regulated marijuana industry in Massachusetts fuels a different kind of marijuana-related industry. Okay, yeah, you just read that. As the Supreme Court held decades ago, Congress has the authority to regulate businesses that cater to tourists from out of state, even if the business's transactions occur wholly in-state, the DOJ said in the brief. Plaintiffs, meanwhile, contended the Constitution's Commerce Clause should preclude DOJ from interfering in state legal activity because it is regulated within the state's borders.
Even while dismissing the case, the district court ruled that plaintiffs indeed have standings to bring the lawsuit. Plaintiffs have argued that they variously engage in the cultivation, manufacture, distribution, and possession of cannabis wholly within Massachusetts, and the CSA makes such activity a federal crime, the decision says. In the absence of any dispute regarding redressability, the court finds plaintiffs have demonstrated that they have standing under Article 3 to challenge the portions of the CSA applicable to intrastate activities related to cannabis.
Court also finds plaintiffs have shown that there is a causal connection between their economic injuries and the CSA. When credited, plaintiffs' detailed allegations about their financial injuries meet that burden, though individual decisions by specific third parties are the final link in the causal chain. The economic injury actually flows from the multitude of similar decisions made by many third parties, all responding to the CSA, the judge says. Nevertheless, the district court decided with the government in its motion to dismiss based on a failure to state a claim for relief.
Given the scale of plaintiff's operation, the court cannot find Congress lacks a rational basis for concluding the plaintiff's activities substantially affect interstate commerce without ignoring the Supreme Court's broadly worded holding in Gonzalez v. Reich. The court said it will now be up to the First Circuit to decide whether to uphold the lower court's ruling or confront more directly whether broad federal cannabis prohibition is constitutional.
There you go.
Interesting.
Yes, yeah,
come at it.
Exactly, and that's what it's going to take. It's going to take more than just one, attack on prohibition. It's going to have to come. Just like I think of it like an octopus. Prohibition is the body of the octopus, and all the tentacles are all the way that cannabis has to attack the prohibition in order for it to go away.
It is changing in our lifetimes. I never thought we'd see this much change.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, here we go. It doesn't end there. Here we go in the next story. This one here comes from the Business of Cannabis, and the headline on it says Biopharma Company sues DEA for unjustified delays in approving cannabis research.
Probably should have done this years ago. A biopharmaceutical company is suing the Drug Enforcement Administration over what it called unjustified delays to its application to launch clinical trials into cannabis treatments for multiple sclerosis and Huntington's disease. Well, they're not important though, are they? MMJ, Big Pharma Cultivation, has filed a lawsuit against the DEA, its administrator, Ann Milgram, and the Attorney General for allegedly violating the Controlled Substances Act and the Medical Cannabis and Cannabinoid Research Expansion Act.
In its lawsuit filed on September the 10th, MMJ Biopharma says the prolonged inaction by the DEA caused significant financial harm to the company and unduly delayed research that could alleviate patient suffering. MMJ says that despite meeting all the regulatory requirements to begin research, including submitting 2 investigational new drug applications with the FDA, the DEA failed to process its applications in a timely manner.
Of course, going beyond its own financial losses, the case also brings the use of DEA's administrative law judges who handle disputes into question. The company, which is being represented by attorney Megan Sheehan and Associates, claim that the use of all J's undermines their right to a fair trial, referring to the process as a kangaroo court.
Furthermore, in a notable reference to the ongoing debate surrounding the DEA's role in U.S. cannabis rescheduling, the suit accuses Milgram of personal bias against cannabis research, citing its own case as evidence. In response to the accusations, the DEA and the Department of Justice have stated that as the DEA is yet to come to a decision on MMJ's application, the case is not yet ready for judicial review.
And the regulator also argues that MMJ has failed to demonstrate that their registration would serve the public interest. What? A key requirement is obtaining approval for cannabis research, though MMJ contends that it is certainly in the interest of those suffering with the conditions it is researching. Of course it's to their interest.
Yeah.
What the hell? They failed to demonstrate that they would have served any public interest.
Yeah.
Essentially, they're asking to research to see if it does have public interest.
Yeah. Yeah, you know. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, you know how things go.
Yep. Big round in a circle. Back to the beginning.
Yeah.
Again.
Well, you know, it's good to see that, you know, those are 2 examples of going at cannabis prohibition in other ways.
Yeah, they're trying and I like it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now recently we've had some reports from talking about cannabis and driving, especially the big situation that happened out in Saskatchewan, out west. Here's a report that came out recently. This is our next one here. It comes from Canatech Today, and the headline says their analysis: the THC blood concentrations are not correlated with impairment. This is what you and I have been talking about.
Yeah, and we've been stressing this for a long time now, that the what they charge you with being driving under the influence has no bearing on you actually using cannabis in the last few days. So anyway, we're going to read the story and we're going to find out what they say here.
That's right.
How much THC in a person's system is too much when it comes to safely operating a motor vehicle? Due to the complexities of human biology, that question is far more difficult to answer than many policymakers would lead the public to believe. An infrequent user can consume very little cannabis and be significantly impaired. And a frequent consumer can refrain from consumption for multiple days and yet still have a considerable amount of metabolized THC in their system. Not multiple days, multiple weeks.
Yeah.
There is no one size fits all THC threshold that automatically equates to impairment. And I always go back to my own experience here. I had not used in over a month, right?
Yeah.
So, and I still tested positive.
Yeah, exactly. Now, that fact is demonstrated in a recent analysis conducted by researchers in Norway, which found that THC blood concentrations are not correlated with behavior impairment, and they published this data in the Forensic Science International. It says that Norwegian researchers assessed the relationship between drug concentrations and impaired psychomotor performance in a cohort of over 15,000 individuals suspected of drug driving and 3,684 drug-free controls. Driving performance was assessed by participants' performance on a clinical test of impairment.
And consistent with prior literature, the correlation between drug concentration was high for ethanol, but low for THC. Specifically, authors determined for THC, median drug concentrations changed little between drivers assessed as not impaired and impaired. Wow.
Yeah.
They concluded the lack of a close relationship between drug concentration of THC and the degree of impairment at the individual level is in accordance with several observations from experimental studies. It says where applicants engaged in the controlled intake of cannabis. The author's findings are consistent with those of numerous studies reporting that neither the detection of THC nor its metabolites in blood or other bodily fluids is predictive of impaired driving performance. As a result, NORML has long opposed the impositions of per se THC limits for motorists and has alternately called for the expanded use of mobile performance technology like DRUD. So there you go.
Yeah, I'd like to know exactly what DRUD is here.
Yeah, so would I.
I'm assuming that's like a roadside sobriety kind of thing.
DRUD is it's fit for community cognitive impaired testing. It says it applies neuroscience to assess levels user of cognitive and motor impairment. That's what it. I'll just bring it up briefly on the screen here, and you'll see it. So, there you go.
Very interesting.
Yeah, DRUD.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I ask a question and you have the answer right away.
I have the answer, eh? Yeah. Thanks for those built-in leaks there, article. Make sure I just don't get that as the next story. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is our last story before we go to break. And this one here, it's I'm going to say it's pretty close to home for you, is it not?
It is. It's about 2.5, 3 hours from me.
All right, because according to CTV News, officers seized 432 kilograms of dried cannabis valued at $1.4 million in Moncton.
Yeah, that might sound a little bit to Ontario people, but for here, that's a big amount for here. New Brunswick Department of Justice and Public Safety officers recently seized more than 432 kilograms of dried cannabis in Moncton in what they believe is the largest such seizure in Atlantic Canada. According to a news release from the New Brunswick government, peace officers executed a search warrant at a Moncton residence on August 30th. They arrested a 45-year-old woman from Scarborough, Ontario, and a 53-year-old man from Markham, Ontario, and a 68-year-old man from Scarborough, Ontario, at the scene. And I'm sure these are really, really bad people, these people.
They seized 432 kilograms of cannabis, $143,000 in cash, 8,000 pre-rolled joints, 1,650 edible products, 1 kilogram of THC crystals, 925 electronic vape products, 540 grams of hashish, and 241 grams of cannabis derivatives.
And I can see them getting in big trouble for these packaged.
I've had some of those. I've had some of those products.
I have these Skittles right here, the red Skittles. I have them right now. But I can see this causing the most problems, because they look so close to the actual products, right?
Yeah.
This one actually says Skittles on it, or Fritos, so
Fritos,
yeah, they're going to be in trouble for those ones.
All right, go ahead.
Officers believe the products were set to go to more than 30 unlicensed dispensaries in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Quebec. This seizure will disrupt the distribution network of dozens of unlicensed cannabis dispensaries, not only in New Brunswick, but throughout Canada, said Public Safety Minister Chris Austin in the release. This is crucial as illegal cannabis contributes to and supports organized crime. And I'm going to say most of this stuff is probably going to reserves. It's not organized crime. It's people on the reserves.
I wouldn't doubt that as well. As well as other places, events and things. I've seen some of those products that they say the release says all 3 arrested will face charges under the section 354 of the Criminal Code, which is possession of property obtained by crime, and under the Federal Cannabis Act. They go to court on November the 25th. So who knows? We may have an update with that if we happen to catch it on the news as it goes by. So
there's some of these products here that I actually buy on the reserve. So it's
I've bought some of those. Yeah, exactly. So I know.
Some of the concentrates in the
And,
back.
you know, I've gone to cannabis events, you know, markets and stuff like that, and I've seen those products there. So, all right, break time. Time to medicate. We'll be right back after our session. You're watching the Pace Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at PaceRadio.net.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back from our medication session. We got, 4 more stories there. Glenn, we're going to go to the Philippines on stuff. That's where we're going to go to Maine.
Oh, I was hoping you were actually taking me to the Philippines.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Sorry. Not today. Maybe next winter we'll go for the winter.
Sounds good to me. I'm there.
They have warm winters there?
Well, it's the Philippines. I guess it's warm.
Yeah. All righty. Let's go to a spot where it's not warm in the winter, and that is Maine. Because in Maine, according to Fox 23 Maine, they say that the Maine Office of Cannabis Policy Issues state's first ever health and safety recall.
Okay, the recall has been put in place due to health and safety concerns in cannabis products throughout the state. 8 cannabis stores in Maine have recalled multiple products due to mold and yeast audit testing.
Now, according to Office of Cannabis Policy Director John Hudak, he says it has arisen out of a licensee not following what OCP told them to do and not following the regulations that govern the adult use of cannabis program in Maine. Hudak says that 3 strains of cannabis flower and pre-rolls produced by Cannabis Cured were recalled due to the health risk of inhaling mold.
We identified some irregularities and launched an investigation, and ultimately we found there were products that did make their way to the market shelf despite OCP working to prevent that, Hudak said. And John Lorenz, who's the owner of one of the shops affected by the recall, says thanks to the state's tracking system, he was able to get the contaminated products off the shelves quickly. Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, he says the product can be traced back from the retailer to the lab, to the production facility, to the grow, to infect the seed or the plant that it came from. Wow. The remaining recalled product was found at Cannabis Cured stores from as far east as Bangor, as far south as Stratton, and all the way to Elliott.
The cannabis was out for sale August 27th to September 9th. The Cannabis Cured Company put out a statement on Wednesday. All the recently recalled products had a certificate of analysis showing that the standards had been met. During a subsequent audit, tests conducted by the state, a portion did not. And Hudak says it's the first time since the adult use cannabis became legal in Maine, there has been a recall.
Yeah, and recalls, just so you know, they can be exchanged or returned. So there you go.
Nice. It's nice that they're able to do that at least, keep it.
Yeah. It's disappointing it gets to market. They're always saying that about legacy market,
but they did catch it. So
they did catch it, which is good, and they were able to track it back, right? So
yeah.
All right, we're heading over to StratCan because over there the headline says new cannabis industry organization seeks to establish better standards for testing.
A new organization that hopes to help establish standards-based information about cannabis products and companies in Canada is hosting its first workshop in Ottawa in September. The Cannabis Standards Alliance of Canada is a newly launched not-for-profit organization seeking to establish enforceable industry standards and provide consumers and industry with evidence-based information about cannabis products.
In the first workshop on September the 20th, the new association will focus on the accuracy of THC values on dried cannabis flower products. The goal of the workshop will be to create standards for sampling practices by producers and analytical labs for testing purposes such as sample selection and preparation. Sample practices, they'll be the things that the bud tenders get.
Yeah.
Now, CSAC provides the cannabis sector with an alternative to lab shopping THC inflation, creating a level playing field for producers, labs, and dispensaries of all sizes, says Pierre Killeen, the organization's executive director, in the press release. Now, going forward, he says that the Cannabis Standards Alliance of Canada will develop additional enforceable standards, helping the sector capitalize on the many opportunities of both of legal cannabis, both here in Canada and internationally.
Killian has an extensive history in policy and public affairs and was most recently executive director of the Institute on Cannabis and the VP of Legislative and Regulatory Affairs at the Cannabis Council of Canada. Before that, he was VP of Corporate Communications and Government Relations at Hexco, a Quebec-based cannabis producer. And issues with the accuracy of THC testing have been a hot topic in the cannabis industry in Canada and beyond. Yeah, we've talked about this numerous times.
Yeah.
The Ontario Cannabis Store has even began conducting internal testing on products it carries to ensure THC levels are accurate.
Yeah, exactly. They are a business, the OCS, and they're checking to make sure that what's coming into their business is accurate, which, in the end works out good for them.
And we know that they haven't been too accurate in the past.
Yeah, exactly. Now, in 2023, Health Canada also announced it was launching a data gathering program on cannabis markets in Canada. It will include sampling and testing of both legal and illegal products currently in the market.
Nice.
So there you go. We're testing things. Yeah, they just send a silent shopper, go around, whether it's at an event or, on the reserve someplace, somewhere in the country, right? So,
Yeah.
Alrighty. On to the next one. This one comes from the Canna Tech today as well, and it says calls for Senate approval of medical cannabis bill in the Philippines. All right, another medical cannabis location coming to the country, or the world, I should say.
Earlier this year, the Philippines House of Representatives overwhelmingly approved HB 10439, a measure that would legalize certain medicinal cannabis therapeutic products in the Philippines in limited instances. The principal author of HB 10439 is National Unity Party President and Camarines Sur Rep. El Rey Villaforte. Despite the overwhelming approval in the Philippines House of Representatives, the measure appears to have stalled now that it is being considered by the Philippines Senate. Representative Villaforte is urging senators to approve the measure with no further delays.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Villaforte says, according to local reporting, that with the House's third and final approval of HB 10439 in the previous legislative session, what we need now is for our senators to act on their counterpart measure in the hope that we can come up with an enrolled bill for submission to and enactment into law by President Marcos, this third and final session in the 19th Congress. What is being proposed in the Philippines is the legalization of CBD in limited circumstances, which compared to other medical cannabis legalization models found around the world, will still be very restrictive. Representative Villaforte is hopeful that the international spread of reform will tip the scales in the Philippines.
I am more upbeat that the Congress will be able this time around to finally write a law allowing qualified patients with debilitating diseases to use CBD as an alternative treatment for their afflictions, hoping that the UN CND's recognition of non-addictive CBD will convince most of our senators to pass the measure legalizing medical cannabis, Villaforte said. According to a recent study conducted by researchers from Ukraine and France and published by the U.S. National Institute of Health, 57 countries have adopted medical cannabis legalization measures. 57 now.
There you go. Hey, just keeps going.
They're talking about just medicinal, but still, that's 57 countries that have cannabis in them now, which is
correct. And let's just hope that there's a follow-up report that we can get that comes through that lets us know what the final result was. The guy that
if it goes by me, it'll be on here.
Yeah, exactly. All right, our last story of the show. This one is coming to us from the Financial Post. It says cannabis companies cling to beer hemp to stay alive as hope grows for a change in pot's U.S. status.
A long-awaited easing of the U.S. cannabis laws, known as rescheduling, is still at least months away, leaving in place suffocating restrictions on sales due to cannabis's classification alongside drugs including LSD and heroin that's led cannabis companies to find other businesses, including alcohol and hemp, undercutting boasts like Tilray's in its debut 2019 filing that it would capture spending from brewers, distillers, and wineries. Cannabis operators in the U.S. are doing everything they can to generate cash flow and bridge until we get rescheduling, says Scott Fortune, who's Roth MKM managing director. If we don't get rescheduling, we'll see further elimination, consolidation of many retailers, brands, and operators within the industry. He's right.
Yeah. To avoid that fate, firms like Tilray have sought more legitimate businesses like the sale of booze and hemp to stay alive. In the fiscal quarter that ended in May, the company more than doubled alcohol sales from a year earlier to $76.7 million.
the most of any product line, and about $5 million more than it brought in from selling cannabis. That marked the first quarter in which the Tilray generated more revenue from booze than cannabis. Optimism that the United States will change its stance on cannabis increased this year when the DEA said it was reviewing the drug's status. President Joe Biden came out in favor of the change in May.
And cannabis stocks rose Monday after former President Donald J. Trump said he supports changing the drug's classification from Schedule 1 substance to Schedule 3. The DEA will hear expert opinions on the proposed classification in December.
There you go.
There's more if you want to go on.
Oh, is there more? Oh,
yep.
Oh, okay. Hang on. I'll bring it back. I'll bring it right back, folks. I thought that was the end of it. That was a big spot underneath there. Okay, go ahead.
It's
Go
kind
ahead.
of broken up the story. I am close to 100% confident that we will get a positive decision, as I could reasonably be, said Darren Weiss, who's the president of Verano Holdings Corp. And he said that in an interview.
Yeah, for businesses, the change would mean the end of burdensome taxes levied for dealing in restricted substances. Verano estimated additional cash flow of close to $80 million annually from this change alone. It would potentially pave the way to legitimatizing the industry, making it easier to operate like a regular business and improving access to financial services. Still, industry veterans are cautious about placing their faith in the U.S. government, changing its tune on cannabis with the current diversification efforts, an attempt to isolate their businesses, no matter the outcome.
I never want to be sitting here hoping and dependent on government legalization, Tilray Chief Executive Irwin Simon said in an interview. Tilray has gone further than its peers to diversify, snapping up at least 12 U.S.-based breweries just last month. It acquired 4 craft breweries from Molson Coors Beverage Co.
Yeah, the move carries the risk of buying into a market in decline, as each successive generation is less interested in drinking alcohol than the successive generations. Interested in drinking alcohol than the last. About half of 18 to 25-year-olds responded to a national survey said in 2023 they drank in the past month. That's down from 60% in 2014.
Wow. Beer's not going away, said Simon, who also sees opportunities to leverage the booze brand's distribution networks. My objective is how do we make beer cool to drink? Some investors are skeptical of that rationale. I don't think the brands carry enough weight to contradict the declining revenue profile of those products, said Emily Praxa, who's the managing partner of Poseidon Investment Management, which invests exclusively in cannabis.
Similarly, Verano doesn't see greener pastures in selling booze. Alcohol is not on our radar, Wise says. It's part of a anathema to what we do in certain respects. Desperate times call for desperate measures, though. Even Green Thumb Industries, the second largest cannabis company by market value, has considered getting into booze. Its chief executive and co-founder, Ben Kovler, openly quoted Boston Beer Co. in a letter posted on X. Green Thumb did not respond to requests for a comment.
And cannabis companies have also taken to selling hemp-based products, something some previously avoided. Canopy Growth Corp, through its subsidiary Wana, announced its first intoxicating hemp product last month to be sold through a newly launched direct-to-consumer marketplace. Hemp, a cousin of cannabis, used to make intoxicating drinks and edibles, can be legally sold and shipped nationwide due to a loophole in the Farm Bill. That legislation is up for review later this year.
Oh, it's up for review. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Joe Hodas, he's the president of Wana, said in an interview that the risk of not doing something is far greater than the risk of getting involved. So there you go. Now, they have sales that shrunk for 3 straight years, and its market value dwindled to $562 million
from 25.6 billion.
Wow.
In February 2021. Wow, is that ever?
That's a huge loss.
Ah.
I'm amazed they're still in business.
That's like basically $25 billion is gone out of that 25.6.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
They lost $25 billion.
Yeah.
This has got to be a mistake in numbers, isn't it?
That's in 3
How do you
years.
lose $25 billion and still exist in business? Even Donald couldn't lose that kind of money. That's crazy.
Yeah, the drinks category and the formulated product category are going to be probably the largest category in the cannabis space. Curaleaf's Holding Inc. Chief Executive Boris Jordan said in an interview he expected his drinks business, which launched in June, to generate $100 million annually by the end of 2025.
Wow. And along with tax benefits of selling hemp, manufacturing can be centralized and shipped interstate, Jordan said, whereas cannabis requires state-by-state supply chains. A more national presence means more consumer exposure, even in places without regulated cannabis markets. And there hasn't been a great brand equity in cannabis, but now they can start building their brand nationally and still make a profit out of it by selling the hemp-derived THC products, Roth, who's MKM's Fortune said.
I think I lost you.
There's one more paragraph. Battered shares.
Okay, yeah, battered shares coupled with the diversification efforts and expectations of a rule change have Wall Street betting on an industry revival. Analysts have just one sell rating across 68 recommendations for 5 of the largest cannabis companies, while their target prices imply an average return of 96% after the group lost about 69% in the previous 3 years. So there you go.
It's looking up. Those numbers are crazy.
Oh, $25 billion. Like, what the?
That's more than a lot of third world countries' gross domestic product.
Yeah.
That's insanity.
Oh,
I gotta think there's a mistake in the way they printed that somehow. Someone added a 0 somewhere or something happened.
Maybe.
You
All
lose
right.
$25 billion and someone kills you usually.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a huge amount of cash, man. So
yeah.
All righty. Anything else before we sign off here?
Peace all.
All right, from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's a Pace News report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Legacy420.com, and at ease.ca. In closing, we'd like to say thanks for watching and tuning in. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today? Excellent. How are you, Peterborough? We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good. Thank you for. There you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right? We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough. How was 420 in Peterborough? I'm gonna let goes here. We're gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout outs here. Thanks to for and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, PACE, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more, for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yeah, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures
from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces.
Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah, like
to protest prohibition, don't you think?
very different for people, but it also shows the commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yeah.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or any.
Oh.
It was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day, July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but this year we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, correct. Right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites like that.
Exactly.
I'd go up to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay, then. I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance, Mary
Excellent.
Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park, and you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it. Yeah.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No.
But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the.
So Peterborough, July 1st. About the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, roach guess, rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. and whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
You'll
awesome.
see the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and throwing out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs, and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh, got to do. Yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered. But we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. Herb for Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah. We had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's evil.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will help. Will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go, Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Real life, my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6 shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour seeds or purple crystal-berry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hate. And no one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, start using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with red. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this law is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
It's gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a coat. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song weed, I'll do it for throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So there's the me. Queen Perez Hilton, we all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not near done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? Feedback aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. Save all smokes and our supporters of weed. The list goes on and on, like Michael Phelps on Capacity, Sacha Baron Cohen, and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society building. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
So that's good media is hard to come by some days, you know, trying to get the word
We
out.
also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's what people don't
all
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and you know it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It would be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for mesh backs and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that
Especially on
probably,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think his kids, his extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children, there was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
You got anything else you'd like to add?
That place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys. And
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriol, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
That it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual, and it was so nice to see each of them what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event. It is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Carte Diem Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes. Like today was on history, so we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010. For the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time we showed Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand. Small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years and started out as a booth there at the park. And as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome, too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're going to have to let you go. We're going to close we're closing the place up here.
Thanks for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night.
You too.
You too,
Thank you. And thank you, everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
I'm trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Good evening. I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? You got a nice life. You got a nice wife. You're working hard for your money. You got to save to survive, but the gas prices never cease to rise. Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? But can you run a car on cannabis? Henry Ford, he invented the design. How nice it would be to not smell like gasoline every time I'd take my car for a ride. Do 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 do. Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? And my wife, she would agree. Use cannabis for paper and not a tree. Use cannabis for clothing instead of cotton. It even grows wild without the pesticides that give us cancer. Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Ufona, akuya kule cannabis. Ufona, akuya kule cannabis. Ufona, akuya kule cannabis. Some people say that oil pollutes and drilling into the ground is killing our roots.
Baba kitu byako nyamazana suke skana masoga ushubari mwashoni kepi kepi shigirira kana kanda wowe yavyabro terenyana waza.
All the farmers in Iraq could be taken on food, but instead they're drilling for oil. It's the government's rule, but we could easily be a hero just to make hemp production legal. Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Don't you want a car that runs on cannabis? Ufana, akuya kule cannabis. Ufana, akuya kule cannabis. George Washington knew it, and George Washington even grew it. Do 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 do. Your money's made of cannabis. Do 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 do.
We're already started.
Sounds fun.
See?
That's a really good
Don't
song.
you hear the echo? That was Ellen informing me that we were 3 minutes overdue. That was Cannabis Car by Aviva and the Flying Penguins.
Really cool song. I like that.
Now, there's going to be a little bit of confusion today because we got a whole lot of people in here, and so I'm gonna count people down. I am Mr. R. We have Mr. S. We have Mr. G. We have Mrs. M. and Mrs. F. That would be you, Ellen. Mrs. F.
That would be Ms.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. Are you a Ms. yet or a Miss? There, Lori.
Ms.
The
the safe, correct term is Ms. If you're not sure, Ms.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm not politically correct. We were just talking about that before we came on the air, actually. Lori's here with us for the first time in a little while since she quit. Gotta be honest.
Since she just up and bailed.
Since I just up and out.
And Marcelo, you should come on to be a host with us. It would be awesome.
Lori, shut up, Marcel. And I don't know if you've noticed, but that is the voice of Brian. I am sure you remember Brian.
Yep. Hey, Brian.
Yep.
What's up?
So Brian is back, and so let's count down where everybody is here. Brian smokes a lot. Used to do the show with me way back when. Fired him too, but he's back now.
Yeah.
And all we need now is Dave, and we can have a reunion.
Oh God.
Anyways, so now we've got a voice in the U.S. again with Brian being in Arkansas. We've got lots of voices tonight as well from out east of Canada in Nova Scotia. We've got Marcel and Alan's out there, and Bob Dillman's going to be sitting with us today as well. And
cool.
And I'm in Ontario, and so is Lori. So we got Canada covered and the U.S. today.
Yeah, and as you can be in Ontario, we're like 6 hours apart from each other, and you're only halfway across the province, right?
Yeah, we don't have anybody representing from out west because I don't know what color they wear, and I don't know if I'm allowed to associate with them or anything. And I'm sorry, I wasn't going to say it. I'm really getting sick of this bully shit. That's all I'm going to say about that. But anyways, welcome back, guys, and Marcel. We're going to have a really good show tonight. And
it'll be interesting.
Out of honoring the one and only Mr. B.B. King, I'm playing some B.B. King, and if any of B.B. King's people or any record companies have any problem with that, sue me. And we'll be back. I'm gonna put on some The Thrill Is Gone from 1971. This is B.B. King. This is the 420 Radio Show. Come on in, lifestyleradio.net, and say hello, ask a question, tell us to fuck off, tell us we don't know what we're talking about. Breathe. We'll be back in a minute.
Industry has begun piling honors on B.B. King with Grammy Awards and special tributes. To most of us, this is a long overdue recognition of one of the truly great blues artists of our time. We feel very honored to have him with us on our show tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the inimitable Mr. B.B. King.
impossible thing to do.
So, like, we're back, eh? And this is a Canadian show, eh? How's it going, eh? All we need is Bob and Doug, and we're great.
No, I'm not doing that.
What's going on? Oh, let's do Cheech and Chong then. What's going on, man?
Dave's not here.
Dave's not here. No, Dave's not here. He left
Dave's
us.
not here.
He quit.
Jesus.
Got fired.
I like this strain.
Oh, gosh.
Anyways,
what's this strain called?
This is the 420 Radio Show. We are live on lifestyleradio.net. And no, my name is not Russ.
Oh, are people still getting you mixed up with Russ?
Yes, they do. We're going to be chatting with Bob Dillman. And we're going to be talking to him about what happened, yesterday? Bob.
Day before yesterday. And today.
And today, yeah. So they had a press conference. They had a press conference just a few hours ago, and Marcel said that I should play some of the press conference, and I said, "Fuck that shit! Just ask Bob to come on." So Bob will be joining us as soon as Marcel decides to call him. And
no pressure, Marcel.
Lori's got her chair, and Brian's got his chair. And I've got my couch.
I got a couch.
I was going to say I've got my couch.
I'm on the couch today.
If you're first time,
that's okay. Don't mention me. I'm not even here.
I wasn't.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about me.
Hey, sigh. What I was going to say is, and Ellen will be joining us later on, not now, later. With the news. And we're going to try not to talk about any of it.
Other than Bob.
We're not going to talk about any news. This is the show. This is going to be the show today.
We're not going to talk about any news? Oh.
All right. I'm going to call Bob, but nobody make fun of him, okay?
Okay. And I want to do
You stop calling him Hannibal Lecter.
Why?
Oh, the mask, yes.
Not his fault he looks like it. It's more of a Bane mask.
Hello.
Hello, Hannibal. How are you?
How's it going?
Not bad. We got Bob Dillman now joining the circus that is the 420 Radio Show today on lifestyleradio.net. Hello, Bob. How are you?
Not too bad now.
Yeah, that's good. Bob's joining us by phone because he broke his computer and he couldn't figure out how to get his mic to work.
Yeah, well, I got stoned and that just happened. So, no, I don't know anything about this technical crap.
You know that stoning is illegal in Canada, right?
Yeah, well.
Meditating.
Over-medicating.
Yeah.
Medicating, yes. Yeah. So, I want to jump right into it because, as I said a few minutes ago, Marcel said that I should play some of your press conference this afternoon. I said, fuck that shit. So now you're here. Give us a lowdown of what's happened because it's really good news.
Okay, well, basically, I went in with my wife to hear what the judge had to say and find out how far along the courts are going to screw us around. And the Crown sets up and says, Your Honor, we're withdrawing the charges in relation to the fact that we don't have evidence.
Did they smoke?
And I was well, this is it. They said they don't have evidence. I said to myself, I'm thinking, well, what the fuck was it you took out of my house?
Hey, now hold on.
That's not evidence.
Who just beeped that fuck? Okay, somebody just.
I don't know, but that was almost perfect timing.
That was almost perfect.
It was, wasn't it?
Do we have a censor?
Okay.
Go on, Bob.
All right. But anyway, Yeah, so I'm sitting there trying to think, well, what did you take out of my house if that's not evidence? Anyway, they said that the charges were dropped. So it's like you can't even get arrested now. You know, if they want to play this game, they can't. I mean, geez, I told that I'm going to complain about everything now.
Oh, I would too, for sure.
Okay, so for people listening that may not know that the 4-story, Bob's been trying to get arrested for a long time.
Hey, if you need any pointers, Bob, I can give you a hand.
No. See, what you're saying there, it sounds like, oh, Bob's been, like thumbing his nose at cops. No, I went into the main office in downtown Halifax, walked in, told them I want to be arrested.
That's what I said.
If you're going to arrest me now, get it done and over with. And that was over a year ago. The man sits me down, what was his name, Fred Sanford.
Yep.
Yeah, he was the policing services director of Nova Scotia here. He sits me down for an hour and a half. I explained to him the whole story, right? And, I mean, you can ask Marcel, I would do this. So I just explained the whole thing out to him. He emailed me back saying, don't you worry about a thing, no patients will ever be arrested. So, okay, I just took it at that. A year later, I get busted for the same thing, for the same people, and I showed the printout to the cop that arrested me. Here's the printout of the email. The man just, he's just getting paid to come in and bust a patient. That's all he's doing, so he doesn't care.
Pretty much exactly what it is.
Yeah.
How did the cops behave? Were you satisfied with their behavior? Or were they?
Oh, he was very courteous and everything, but I mean, it's like Al Capone said, you can do more with a smile and a gun than you can with just a smile.
True.
And that's exactly the way it was. 8 armed people invaded my home illegally and took my property with the consent of the government. So yeah.
Well,
there was 8 officers in here, but I could only get 5 names.
It was a big grow up.
Oh yeah, big grow up.
You had 19 plants?
Yeah, 19 plants that were left over.
Well, in a bedroom or something.
That's valued, according to Health Canada, 19 plants is about, what, $20,000?
$19,000.
$1,000 a plant?
$1,000.
Yep.
And did you get them back?
Did I what?
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, did you get it back? I was going to ask you
that.
that.
Did they give them back?
Oh, hell, I haven't gotten anything back. I'm still in shock over not going to jail.
The charges dropped, yeah, for sure.
Because now what you'll have to do is apply to the court to have that property returned to you.
Yeah.
Or its value.
No, I had seen something about a comment from someone at the courthouse regarding the fact this was sort of like unheard of, that this was happening, and now all of a sudden it's happening a lot.
Yeah, the court-assigned legal aid lawyer, she said to me before we went in, she said, I've never seen this happen before, and since you, she says, I've been watching it happen like repeatedly, like dominoes, right across the province,
Can I ask a question?
They're trying to avoid a precedent.
What is happening with Chris and Jess? With their whole thing? Is that still going on?
Oh, that's still ongoing.
Is it still going?
Yeah,
that's still ongoing.
Yeah.
It's really murky, isn't it?
And what is going to happen?
Oh, absolutely murky.
What's going to happen with Jess and Chris's situation is the same thing that's happened to everybody else's situation.
Fill our listeners in, Marcel, on what Chris and Jess's
well, their dispensary was raided. and then they were raided again at the new dispensary. So they got a kind of a double whammy at them.
Are they open again? Are they open now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Of course they are. Patients need medicine, and it's also a shop and a vapor lounge, so people go there to medicate.
I think that's something that people don't realize that.
Right. So I mean, Chris is doing it for the right reason. He's doing it for the patients. He knows the patients need it, so he's going to keep doing it. The prosecutor, of course, is going to keep pushing and pushing in court until the point the prosecutor realizes he's going to lose. Because these are charter challenges, and Bob was going to do a charter challenge, it's easier to just back out and drop all the charges than to lose the charter challenge.
They just won't let you have any help, any fun at all, will they, Bob?
They don't want.
No, they won't. I was all fired up. I was all set to go. Charter challenge. Here we go.
Yeah.
And sure enough, they dropped the ceiling on us.
Fucking
geez.
We're seeing it more and more now
crazy,
in this province with I mean, we've had a lot of people arrested here, but we have a high percentage of people that need it and use it.
Why the fuck are they arresting them then? If they're not going to charge them and follow through, why are they fucking arresting them?
It's easy.
Because it's easy.
A sick person that is using cannabis as a medicine is not a violent threat. So police can just come in and take what they want and leave and charge you. How they do it is
they, Marcel, or do they are they following orders? Like, you know,
they are following orders. They're being told to go and do it.
Well, they are. They're just doing what they're told to do. Yeah.
Right, and that's the cop out that the police can use. I was just following orders. Well, the Gestapo said the same thing in Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
Well, see, here's something else that the common people don't really understand, and that is the arresting officer has the authority to take a look at the evidence before him and say, you know, this is a patient. I am not going to arrest this person because they're obviously not a criminal.
Yeah.
They can use common sense. They're allowed to do this.
Yeah.
I know this because I'm a former corrections officer. I know what they're allowed to do, and I know that they had this Constable Martin, who was in charge of the whole deal. He had the authority to walk in, take a look. Okay, Bob's got, you know, a stack of papers here from court. He's also got a stack of papers here from doctors. He's wearing a mask.
I was going to ask you to back step a second, if you don't mind, Bob. Explain. I mean, I joke the Hannibal Lecter thing, but explain what your condition is, please, because Bob has to wear a mask just to go outside.
Yeah, I wear a mask everywhere I go outside because I have multiple chemical sensitivities surrounding petrochemicals, which are in all pharmaceuticals. I can't take even a baby aspirin without getting sick. So I have to use cannabis for pain and other inflammation problems like my fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue syndrome and whatnot. So I have to take it. If I don't have it, I wouldn't last more than 3 months.
Wow.
My body, like just having the low amount of access that I do have now since they took my plants, I've been dropping weight. I've dropped 25 pounds since April 1st.
Are you out of medication?
Well, I have access to some, but not as much as I did when I was growing it, obviously, because I have to pay for it, and I don't have enough money to pay for it. So I just get by with what I can afford, which isn't much. And it's going down fast.
We're joking around and we're having fun and all that, but this is really serious. This is about Bob's life here. And are you going to be able to get a grow off this year?
I have no idea, but I'm going to be looking to get someone to grow for me because where I'm moving to now, I just don't have the room to try it again in my own apartment.
Yeah. Well, I hope that you do find that, bud. And there's a lot. We need to find you a nice farmer that's got some nice room in his backyard.
Yeah, that's exactly what I need.
Yep.
We need about 10,000 of those, I think.
Because then you get nice, clean, organic, no chemicals, no pesticides.
Yeah.
You get something that would actually be healthy for you.
Well, this is it. I mean, it's just like carrots. As a matter of fact, it's safer for you than carrots.
Yeah.
So why don't everyone just grow them?
Exactly.
That's true.
But, I mean, that's common sense, and that's going to take a long time after 80 years of very successful propaganda.
Yeah.
It's amazing, the main difference being that people's lives don't depend on having access to carrots.
Yes.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Like, that's one thing I have to strongly reiterate what Al said, is that this is a critical medicine for so many people. Either they have been unable to take other pharmaceutical medicines, or seizure conditions. There's so many people that can actually die from a seizure if they don't have access to their cannabis. And then when the government came in with this new program, so many growers just threw up their hands and went, oh well, sorry, done.
You know what? I've lost 2 patients in the last week, and I have a friend's mom in the hospital right now with lung cancer and Lynch syndrome. And so when somebody says, we got to do more, it's not we got to do more, we got to stop this shit. This is getting critical now, and it's not just here in Canada; it's around the world.
It is.
Very true.
People are dying. I'm getting so sick of people dying around me who can be helped by cannabis, and some of them, I have to say, it's their choice not to use it. But if it wasn't so fucking hard to get,
or the stigma attached to it either,
Well,
if it was available in a fucking pharmacy, they would be taking it right now, and they'd still be alive. Let's be honest.
Al, I can't agree with you any more than this, because I'll tell you, my youngest sister, she got injured about the same time I did with the lower back injury, the same area and everything. She was put on a full drug, pharmacological fucking, all the pills there, and she ended up hanging herself. Because of all the psychotropic drugs they add on to it, because your body really can't handle these pharmaceuticals that they use. Then on top of that, I've watched other relatives of mine dropping like flies due to the same thing.
Same thing happened with my father.
Yeah.
Pharmaceuticals, and add that to a mental illness, and you've got a perfect storm, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, that's true, and I have to say that's one thing that bothers me so much about the health minister's position, where she keeps reiterating over and over about psychosis and schizophrenia, when, like, I'm aghast that people don't have any concept of where your head goes when you're chronically or critically ill and you have no hope of ever getting better, and the medical profession goes, oh, sorry, we can't help you.
You know what? One of the things I still really want to do is start having patient success stories, specifically mental health patients, because I'm a mental
health's a big thing.
Yeah, but Marcel, I'm a mental health patient. I have full-blown severe ADHD. I'm on disability for it. When I don't have cannabis, I can hardly function, and I either want to curl up in a ball and cry or punch you in the fucking head. Literally.
This is why you need some organization in Ontario and do what we've been doing down here. Because, back in March, we did the Brain Health Matters panel discussion on PTSD and mental health with cannabis.
Yeah.
We're doing another one now in Prince Edward Island next month.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm very proud of what you guys are doing down there.
So what we're doing is we're going out and teaching the public and hopefully the doctors and the politicians that there's other options other than pharmaceuticals that don't work.
And like we have discussed so many times, I really believe that the focus we have to start hammering home to people is how much money we save the taxpayers by using cannabis.
Yep.
Because, Marcel, you said yourself, you and your doctor had figured out how much you save. I was looking at pharmaceutical pricing just like in the last few days compared to when I was on them 8 years ago. Oh yeah, it's got to be close to $100,000 a year now that I'm saving the taxpayers too.
Yeah, geez, I just got a prescription filled the other day. It was $1,000 for oxycodone. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Yeah, I was probably at $400 easily a month.
Wait, $1,000 for oxys? Go fucking sell them and get yourself a pound, dude.
Yeah, right.
Seriously, you'd be better off because that's basically what that's very likely what happened with a lot of patients here.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I'll tell you right now, Dr. Al-Beshti, sorry, but Dr. Al-Beshti was my doctor. This guy, he looked me straight in the eye. He says, I can't in all right mind sign for your cannabis because he says it's addictive. It's dangerously addictive. And then he, in the same breath, he hands over a prescription for Percocet.
You know, Bob, my doctor told me...
That's when you say, I can trade this for pot, thanks.
My doctor told me, you can use cannabis all you want, but you can't smoke it, you'll get cancer.
Oh, my...
This is really something that we need to, and this is why we need to get doctors and patients that patients that actually have experience together, and politicians too. We can say, you know what, there is a small group of patients that if you give them Percocet or OxyContin, they're going to go out and they're going to sell it so they can buy pot because pot works, and then other stuff doesn't.
And then they get arrested for selling drugs and become labeled drug dealers.
Right.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Which of course totally negates you from the cannabis treatment therapy that's provided by the government because you're a criminal now.
Oh, and down here you can't get any help once you're a felon. You can't get Medicaid or Medicare or anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
Well, I know when they started having the consultation meetings, the first round back in 2011, very few, I'd say probably under 10 patients managed to get into those meetings. And the one I got into, I remember telling Health Canada with no uncertain terms that you patients will go and ask for cannabis and the doctors will say, no, you can't have that, but here's some OxyContin. And they're sitting there looking at a bottle of OxyContin that they paid $2 for because it was supplemented, and they didn't want it in the first place. They wanted cannabis. And then go to the street and get $2 a milligram for the OxyContin and trade it for the cannabis they wanted in the first place. And then the guy that got it on the street will sell it to anybody with $1 a milligram, and kids die.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's what they're doing.
Yep.
And people keep on going around saying, the cops are just following orders. The cops know better, and they're just doing it because it's the easy way out. They're busting patients because they know the patients aren't going to fight them. They're not going to start something.
As far as statistics go, for every patient who has medical need who is arrested here in Canada, there should be 100 without the ability to say, I use it as medicine. Now, if that's not happening, if there's not 100 quote-unquote grow-ops that are rated for every medical garden and 100 quote-unquote dealers arrested for every patient, then, they're taking the easy way out.
Yeah.
If you've got something to say about our conversation, if you'd like to join us in the conversation, you can tweet us at the 420 Radio Show, hashtag It's Your Lifestyle, or come to lifestyleradio.net and join us in the chat room. I'm having fun. And I got some more BB King lined up. and we're going to have a pee. We're only 30 minutes into the show. I feel like I've been sitting here for hours already. It's kind of like
it's a great job.
It's a really good movie. Anyway,
yeah, really.
I got Lucille lined up here. Some BB King. Rest in peace.
Hey, do you know the story behind Lucille?
No, please tell me.
He was playing at a little club in Arkansas, and there was a fire, and everybody got out except for 2 people. And BB went back in to get his guitar, and one of the people that died was named Lucille, so that's what he named his guitar after.
Really?
Thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks for that. Now let's listen to it. This is the 420 Radio Show. We're live on lifestyleradio.net. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so with some more talk. We're talking about pot, not marijuana, pot. I don't hear nobody saying anything. All right, we'll be right back.
The sound that you're listening to is from my guitar that's named Lucille. I'm very crazy about Lucille. Lucille took me from the plantation. Or you might say, brought me fame. I don't think I could just talk enough about Lucille. Sometime when I'm blue, it seems like Lucille try to help me call my name. I used to sing spirituals, and I thought that this was the thing that I wanted to do. But somehow or other, when I went in the army, I picked up on Lucille, started singing the blues. Well, now when I'm paying my dues, maybe you don't know what I mean when I say paying dues. I mean when things are bad with me. I can always, depend on Lucille. Sort of hard to talk to you myself. I guess I'll let Lucille say a few words and then... You know, I doubt if you can feel it like I do. But when I think about the things that I've gone through, like, well, for instance, if I have a girlfriend and she misuses me, and I go home at night, maybe I'm lonely. Well, not maybe, I am lonely. I pick up Lucille, and it bring out those funny sounds that sound good to me, you know. Sometimes I get to a place where I can't even say nothing. Look out. Sometimes I think it's crime. if I could sing pop tunes like Frank Sinatra or Sammy Davis Jr., I don't think I still could do it. So Lucille don't want to play nothing but the blues. I think I'm pretty glad about that. Cause don't nobody sing to me like Lucille. Sing, Lucille. Well, I'll put it like this. Take it easy, Lucille. I like the way Sammy sings, and I like the way Frank sings. But I can get a little Frank, Sammy, a little Ray Charles. In fact, all the people with soul in this. A little Mahalia Jackson in there. You know, I imagine a lot of you want to know. A lot of you want to know why I called the guitar Lucille. Lucille have practically saved my life 2 or 3 times. No kidding, really have. I remember once I was in an automobile accident, and when the car stopped turning over, it fell over on Lucille. And it held it up off of me, really, it held it up off of me. So that's one time it saved my life. The way I came by the name of Lucille, I was over in Twist, Arkansas. I know you've never heard of that one, have you? And one night, the guy started a ball over there, started brawling, you know what I mean. And the guy that was mad with this old lady, when she fell over on this gas tank that was burning for heat, the gas ran all over the floor. And when the gas ran all over the floor, the building caught on fire and almost burned me up trying to save Lucille. I imagine you're still wondering why I call it Lucille. The lady that started that brawl that night was named Lucille. And that's been Lucille ever since to me. One more now, Lucille. Can I do one more? Look out, Lucille. Sounds pretty good. I think I'll try one more.
I didn't want to wait any longer. They're bugging
I'm here,
me
Laura. You got to stay too.
The girl, we need one more girl. How many guys we got? 1, 2,
Yes, we
3,
do.
4. We need 2 more girls.
Too many.
Oh, goodness.
I've been saying that for most of my life.
I knew somebody was going to make
But you need 2 more girls?
Yeah. Just 2 more. Just 2 more.
We can have an 8.
Just 2 more. No more than that.
Yeah, I'm not greedy. Just 2 more.
Yeah, I wish I won the $1 million. I only want 1 million. You can keep the other 20. Just give me 1, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not greedy. Just
that's reasonable.
Give me enough to get me to Uruguay.
Yeah.
Why Uruguay?
Oh, be perfect ideal temperature.
Yeah.
Why Uruguay?
Oh, be perfect ideal temperature for my MS. Plus a super long outdoor growing season.
Where was that, Uruguay?
Yep. And they got penguins.
Yeah, penguins in Uruguay. I thought that was so cool.
Are they legal? Are they legal there?
Yes.
Yeah.
All drugs are legal there, ain't they?
Penguin?
No, cannabis.
But penguins are legal.
You know, I was looking at a map this week.
Well, penguins are birds, so.
Marcel?
We know that.
I was looking at a map. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was looking at a map this week about all, them guys down there where Brian lives in the States, okay? And, Brian, how many states, I believe there's only 2 states now that have nothing to do with cannabis still, right?
No, there's like 7 or, there's actually still quite a good handful.
Oh, really? Because the way this map was laid out. Now, I didn't read the article attached to it, but the way the map looked at it had legal states and for rec, and then legal states for medical, and legal states.
There's a lot of states that are putting in for medical right now.
For CBD,
would probably take it down to 2 or 3 that don't have.
Okay, so that's what it was for. It was showing if all of this goes 3, there'll only be 2 states left that aren't, right?
Yep, and I live in one of them.
Oh my gosh, really? That few, eh?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
But it depends. You also have to look at it, what those states are putting through for legislature, because a lot of them are putting through that CBD only.
Well, that's
oil.
that was part of it. Yes,
and that's not the answer, and that's not going to be of a benefit to the majority of the patients that need cannabis.
No. I saw something last. Sorry. I was going to say I saw something last week about one of the kids who was doing so well on high CBD. I believe it was actually Charlotte's Web, and it could actually have been Charlotte. I think it was in Weed 3. There was one little tiny 1-second clip where they said something about the fact that it wasn't having the same effect it was for the first couple of months. And I'm suspecting maybe because
I was trying to have James's mom on at some time soon. She's just been having such a lovely time because James is a little guy that Lori and I have been helping his mom just kind of guide her, and he is now legal down in California. And
excellent.
He is gone. He suffers from seizures, and I believe he's got a host of other issues. I don't want to quote on them because I'm not sure what they are. But this little man, when I met his mom first, a friend of mine said, you need to help this lady, so I started talking to her, and we got him on ACDC, which is a CBD only, right? And he went from 200 seizures a day, 200 seizures a week, like 20 or so a day, and down to none. And then he had surgery, and he started having a rough time, and they had him on all these, I don't know, Laurie would know more about the
So
drugs.
I'm going to throw a scientific question at you, Al.
Okay.
What if the CBDs are only controlling the seizures?
And that's what I was just going to say.
And
okay,
the THC is actually needed to repair the damage.
And that's I was just going there. We had talked, and I guess Laurie had talked to her as well about it. She has in a lot of groups and stuff like that, so she's getting the support that she needs. But she also knows, because he has a lot of pain involved from other issues, that the THC isn't there and it's not helping him. So he's still on the painkillers, and I guess Dilaudid and all that kind of crap. And
so then get him off of the painkiller crap and put him on pure cannabis oil or full extract cannabis oil. So it's whole plant extract.
I believe that's where they're heading to. They are involved in the United Patient Group, and they have help from Aunt Zelda's. And so, I mean, my point is, this little man has gone from being confined in a bed or a wheelchair, and his mom being scared shitless that he's going to have a seizure and not get out of it. And
this is where I want to rant.
This little guy is just like doing so good. It's unreal. He's smiling. He's out and about with his mom as he should be. He's not just laying in a fucking bed. Okay?
Yeah. And this is what drives me around the bend. We've got kids and we've got grown-ups that say, this is what helps me, and they don't want to believe you, or they tell themselves that they don't want to believe you. But you don't take Dilantin anymore. You don't take painkillers anymore. You're not taking huge mega drugs. You're not doing that. All you're saying is, give us a little bit of cannabis. All we need is 10, 15, 20, 5, 3, whatever, grams a day. That's all we need. We're not going to get addicted. Government studies have already shown that. We're not going to die. None of this awful stuff is going to happen to us or anybody else around us. We just want to grow a plant or have somebody else grow a plant and give it to our children or take it ourselves. But they say, you're evil, this is bad, this is a drug, you're going to get addicted, you're going to ruin society, the whole country is going to fall apart because you have arthritis, you have migraines, you have MS, you have
doesn't matter, it's all the same thing, it's all cannabinoid deficiency.
Yep.
Yeah. And this is what drives me crazy. They don't believe you. If OxyContin worked, people would say, give me the OxyContin.
I think see, down here, it's not really that a lot of them don't believe you. It's the laws, because until they reschedule it, they can't do shit about it.
Right, and this is the problem in Canada. And so the doctors,
that's right,
they all claim the same thing, that we need more studies. The problem is, you can't do studies because the control on the schedule makes it non-medical. So that it's not allowed to be used.
You've got 40,000 people. How many of those 40,000 people, let's say you just took
But that's not a study that's paid for by a pharmaceutical company, and that's the only thing that they accept, because that's the ones that have the money.
Yeah, and it doesn't make any difference. Let's use common sense. Let's use what our grandfathers used. Let's use what we use in our own homes.
And this is why we're teaching people, and this is why public opinion is swaying so much now.
And that's why they need to use us. They need to tell who, as much as I hate to admit, Marcel is a druggie, obviously, because he uses cannabis. But if they took Marcel, who knows more about cannabis than anybody I know on the face of this earth, from everything that I've read, and believe me, I've read everything I can read, Marcel knows. Take Marcel, put him in a room with 20 doctors, and let him talk. And then take some of the kid with epilepsy, and take me and my migraine medication, and take whoever with arthritis.
Somebody's vibrator just let go.
Hopefully, now that it's actually recreationally legal in Washington, D.C., and medically legal in Washington, D.C., hopefully the Compassionate Access Act will pass. They put in to reschedule it so we can actually get it out there and legally.
Yeah. Now, this will piss a lot of people off. I don't care about the people that use it recreationally, although, mind you, I'd far rather my children use that than use booze. But I'm concerned with the people that need it rather than use these heavy, heavy, awful pharmaceuticals that kill your liver and kill your kidneys and kill every other part of your body and addict you to them for big bucks. These are the people that need help. Talk to the people that actually have been there and that actually know. I could still be taking big painkillers and things to stop seizures and things to stop migraines and things to stop arthritis. I take all that for my $400, $500, $600 a month. But no, rather than my insurance company having to pay this, I'll put 20 plants in my backyard. And I'll grow them and I'll store them in my freezer all winter. And that will look after me. Nobody knows what I do.
I'll do you one better. I'll put 1,000 plants in my backyard, and I will share them with people that need it.
Yeah, that's what I'd love to do.
Exactly.
Right?
And we don't hurt anybody.
Anyways,
we're not in
since I'm
the
voice, since I'm the voice of sanity here, and without the ADHD, we still have Bobby on the phone.
Yes.
Yes.
Bob.
Yes.
And I have a question for Bob. What's
okay.
I listened to the press conference. What's your next step, dude?
Yeah, really.
I am going to be looking for a lawyer, and I am going to be seeing what the lawyer can do to have charges brought against the police officers for violating my rights. I want that Fred Sanford to be held accountable, because if that man said what was true, then I wouldn't have been arrested. I want all of my material back. If not, I want financial compensation for said material. It's the same thing as if they did anything else wrong, you'd be compensated for it. And that's what I think all patients should be, compensated for being bullied by the government.
And we owe you a great thank you, Bob, for going through all this for us.
Yes, definitely.
We really do.
There's only one reason why I do it, and that's because a man named John Cook did it for me.
Thank you, Bob. Yes, wonderful.
Yeah, it's that pay it forward thing, eh? I have anybody that knows me knows that somebody in the community helped me out a long time ago, and if it wasn't for them, I never would have been able to have my own garden. I never would have been able to find strains, buy seeds, know what I was doing. But
I can go one further on
you're
that.
Absolutely right, Lori. And as much as I hate it, Marcel is one of the people that I have to thank, because if it hadn't been for Marcel, I wouldn't have known all of this stuff. I wouldn't have known where to look. I wouldn't have had someone saying research.
When I started doing this show, and
I never had anybody to help me.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, Marcel. When I started doing this show, I didn't have anybody to help me. I was doing research on my own to try and help a friend's sister with Lynch syndrome. Okay?
Yeah.
And I met Lori, and I met Amy Brown, and I met Amy Case King, and I met Brian, and I met Dave, and I met Marcel, and all these other wonderful people, and I've had Rick come and help me and talk to me. That's why I do this show. This is me learning. Having all these people here to talk to is me playing in my living room. And if you'd like to be a part of it, there's a segue right there. Let us know. Get a hold of Brian, get a hold of Marcel, get a hold of Lori, get a hold of any one of us and say, hey, I'd like to join the conversation, and we're here. You can also email me at stacker@lifestyleradio.ca. Yay me. That just had to throw that in. Yeah. I joke around a lot, but this is a very serious topic, and these are very serious people, and we are all patients except for Brian, and we're all here just doing this, trying to have some fun, lighten the mood, and educate some people, or medicate.
Did you say Brian's not a patient?
Well, he wasn't when he joined a while back. He comes back as one, I guess.
It's still not legal here. He's not even medical in my state.
It doesn't matter. My feeling is all use is medical, even recreational.
I've always been a recreational user, and now that I'm actually hurt and need it, I guess it is medical now.
And it was medical before.
Yeah, Marcel and I share that view.
You just didn't realize it.
So do I.
Not alcohol.
What was that?
It's not alcohol.
Right.
And
You
that is such
used
a big
it before.
bonus.
You told yourself you used it before because you really liked getting high and out of it and things like that. But you were also doing it to de-stress and relax instead of using alcohol.
Yeah.
Right? So that's medical.
It's interesting.
So you're using it as an antidepressant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it too. If I have somebody tell me that they use it recreationally, I usually go, "Oh, really? Cool. For what?" And then they'll say, "I have bad knees. It helps me relax. I sleep better."
Recreationally would be somebody that uses it once a month.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. If you're using it more than 2 or 3 times a week, you're using it medicinally.
Well, hold on a second, because I know people. I know people that only use it like aspirin. When they have an ache or they have a pain, and sometimes that's months and months and months apart.
That's totally fine for them because they know that they're using it for medical then.
That's right.
They're not telling you that it's recreational.
You're right there, but there are people that use it as little as that, but they still use it.
Yeah, but they're using it medicinally, not recreationally.
Oh yeah,
I'm talking about a true recreational user would only use it once or twice a month to get high.
There's no
2 or
thing.
3 times a week.
There's
you're
no
using
such
it
thing.
to relax or de-stress, which is the same thing that you can get from pharmaceuticals. You're just taking a much safer option.
You see, there's no such thing as recreational, though, dude. I mean, is there recreational drinking? They use.
Isn't that what I just said?
I know exactly.
You're very Al.
Yes.
You're very, very, very quiet. Can you turn your mic up just a little?
No, I don't want to.
There's some weird background noise there.
We got a hum or something going on.
I think it's Bob's phone.
I think it's.
Is somebody vacuuming next to you, Al?
No. I hear it. It's not me, though.
I don't think it's me.
I think it's.
No, it's from somewhere.
I think it's from Bob's phone. Is what it is.
Could be Bob's phone.
Yes.
Anyways, we can't keep Bob on the phone. Yeah, well,
but that's what I was getting
at. Can you hear
at.
a noise?
We're trying. Let's. Yes. Hello.
I don't hear a noise.
Now it's stopped because let me just reiterate here what's going on. What's happening is when Bob goes static, his phone starts to because it's starting to pick up sounds in the background and things like that. But then as soon as he talks, it goes back down to.
More.
You should.
Well, yeah, Bob will just have to talk.
That's to make everybody else.
That's probably a mistake, but
Bob, let me ask you a question about the people who know you, your community, your friends, your family. How are they reacting to what's going on with you? Are you getting support? Are you getting people saying, he deserved it? Like what?
Oh yeah, I've got that all the time. I'm not a real friendly kind of guy. I don't like I don't like people in general. But some of my neighbors have expressed concern about their safety because my landlord's been going around saying that I'm, a drug dealer. And now I've been going around correcting everyone quite vocally and wearing my MC Pack T-shirt every chance I get.
I'd wear one if I had one.
What's that?
I said I'd wear one if I had one.
They're available on the website.
Yeah. That's right.
Yes.
Yes.
But I'm just curious as to how.
What's the URL for that website, Marcel?
How are they reacting to this? Because this is a big thing. This is a big thing in your life.
Oh, it is. I have a lot of friends who are close to me. They're like family. They support me in a very general way because they really don't know the impact or implications of it, but they know it's a good thing. So they're saying, hey, I heard you were on the news, great stuff. And then I have, most of my family is just turned away from me to begin with because they think I'm out to lunch for using cannabis.
I understand that.
And I've
that.
It's
what about the wider community? How are people reacting? Are you getting messages on Facebook? Are you getting people contacting you saying go Bob, do it?
Oh yeah, I've got all kinds of people saying that left, right, and center. Everywhere from England, New Zealand, on Facebook, and they're all saying, oh yeah, we're fighting for this too, and it's nice to know that others are doing it, but I'd like to see more local people getting involved and having discussions, while sitting at the coffee table, this has really got to open up more. And I don't think that the everyday person who doesn't use cannabis, I think these people are the ones who should be talking as well, because they have no idea what it could do for them, and they must by now know that it's not just some bullshit Cheech and Chong story.
So how do you react, Bob, when you have people that say, you're a druggie, Bob, face it, you're a loser, you're smoking pot, you're only faking, there's really not a lot wrong with you.
Gee, you don't have to be so harsh, Ellen.
How do you know? This is the kind of stuff that Marcel. This is the kind of stuff that patients do deal with when they get the funny looks and they get people saying, nothing but a druggie. How do you react to that, Bob? What are you doing to keep your mind sane?
It really affects me, and what I've come to realize is that when people say stuff like that, I have to look at them as if they were a 5-year-old. They have, a rudimentary idea of right and wrong, but they're really kind of messed up about it, and they really don't have any facts. So it doesn't matter what they say to me. I just have to pass them over.
I think that's... Yeah, and I think that you're absolutely right. They don't have the facts, and they don't know, and they don't have people in their lives. I've talked to people who let's call them the elite, that crowd of people that has money, that what's the expression? Wouldn't say shit if they had a mouthful. And suddenly, their nephew, their son, their brother is a medical cannabis patient, and it's complete change. All of a sudden, it's okay. It's the same. And this is a little bit of a personal story. When my husband, and this is when I was 6 years old, that we lived together in sin, and my parents were completely against this. But when it was me, it was okay. And that cannabis, all of a sudden, one of your family members are involved in this, and have you where suddenly they find out that, Aunt Jane is taking marijuana. That's her medication. Or cousin Ralph is is a medical marijuana patient. Do you run into that kind of thing?
I've run into just about every level of it, really, on every aspect. It's like they look at you like you've just raped someone. If you mention marijuana at the wrong time to the wrong person. I mean, there's others that are surprisingly open to the idea. And that's shocking sometimes. But for the most part, the ignorance is just astounding.
Well, like I said earlier, 80 years of prohibition propaganda can go a long way, buddy.
Yeah.
It is fear, isn't it, Marcel?
Pardon me?
It is fear.
It's not so much fear. My grandmother taught me, my parents taught me, my teachers taught me, the police taught me, the government taught me, everybody taught me that it was bad. And you are telling me that they lied.
Fear of admitting that your teachers were misled?
Yeah. What they don't understand is everybody was lied to.
Right, exactly.
All right? And that's what they can't get past.
When my kids were teenagers, I spent a fairly substantial amount of time explaining to them how drugs couldn't kill, how you should not smoke marijuana because
that's what you were taught.
Exactly.
Right?
And now I'm saying to my kids, okay, use disorder, and I won't go into details about that, but I'm saying try it, and if it were
exactly.
one for me.
And I think our sound's cutting out, so we should take a break.
Yeah, I think so. And Bob, are you okay to sit in a little longer, or do you want to get going soon? Yep. Okay. So we'll be back. This is the 420 Radio Show. We are live on lifestyleradio.net. Come in the chat room. I'm going to stop saying that now. We got some BB King and some Bonnie Wright because it's the wrong place at the right time, or the right place at the wrong time.
Use the wrong
going to be like this year.
Well, yeah.
The location is going
We're
to be
back.
major
Hello.
deterrent.
Is that the one I was told people were like playing music all night long?
Yes.
Oh. We're talking about a festival that is out east called what? Peace East? Is that what it's called?
Peace East.
Peace East out in
Where is it
Halifax.
this year, Marcel?
I think this year it's going to be in Muscadaubet, Middle Muscadaubet.
Who to what to where?
Middle Muscadaubet. I went to school out there.
Yeah. Well, that's where PCs is going to be, so there's probably a good reason for it to be there. Right?
Is that where Ma and Pa Kettle
Oh,
come
yeah.
from?
They probably have my plants growing out back the high school still.
Little Muscadaubet? That's
Bob,
the name of it?
can you tell me again, Bob, how it is that you haven't been arrested yet?
I have no idea.
Blind luck.
Absolutely.
Maybe you should try
Blind luck.
Maybe you should try growing out back of the school
arrested,
again.
But I've never been arrested.
No, I never have either.
I have not been arrested for a cannabis offense. Everybody, why did everybody get quiet?
Actually, I haven't been arrested.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, we could change that if you like.
I know. I just try and maintain that I can be smarter than cops. And at this age, I'm just trying to maintain that I'm not breaking any laws.
The headline tomorrow on the first news post that I make will be Marcel Gignac goes to jail.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
for educated people.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody shut up for a minute.
Oh, God.
And I
Okay.
want you to
No, that
tell me
noise is back.
If my oh, fuck off, Mark.
Oh, I'm serious.
Is my I know you are, you asshole. Is Mike working properly now? Am I cutting out or am I good?
You're good, I guess. You sound pretty good to me.
That humming noise came back.
Hey, Ellen, let me just get to the bottom of this. Can I ask a question? Ellen?
You can.
What are you wearing?
Yes, ask.
What are you wearing?
Piss off.
It's fine.
I'm wearing sweatpants and a sweater. It's all baggy. There's no.
I can't believe you told
no
them.
curves.
Seriously.
You're such an asshole. You are such an asshole.
So, can I ask you this?
Are you married, Ellen?
I am. Yes, I am.
Al isn't.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
But after
He's got a car.
And I have a car. Yeah. Ellen, would you like to?
Good. I need.
Would you like to do your news now?
Yes, my dear Al.
Would you like to do your news?
Oh God.
I think it'll be fun with that hum in the background.
You're drunk.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's why she hasn't shut up. She's
Maybe
drunk.
she really did get a new friend today.
Not.
Great. We, who don't promote the use of alcohol other than my occasional drink of scotch,
yes,
now have a drunk news host.
Yes.
You just completely cut out there, Marcel.
Probably good because you probably start to slur you're starting to slur your words now. I might have to start calling you Liquor Pig.
Oh, okay. No, I cannot. Stop talking because I cannot do my news because I just brought up my news.
All right.
Just brought up. You made her bring up.
Read your news.
Everything is frozen. I can't actually get half of my news. My computer has actually frozen. So you're gonna have to.
So Ellen's computer got drunk as well.
Always an excuse about that damn computer.
And the news will be on hold.
Yes.
No news.
We'll be back tomorrow with the news.
News has to be on hold.
We're going to start pre-recording the news.
I think we're going to start pre-recording the news.
We're gonna have to do that.
We're going to have to do it in the afternoon when there's no liquor involved.
I just want to reiterate: this is a show about cannabis, not booze.
Somebody
Okay.
gave me this bottle of wine.
All I heard was
No,
was
it cannabis
a bottle of wine.
Was it cannabis
no, but it will
wine?
Cannabis wine later. Later it will be.
Why later? Why not now?
Well,
because she's too drunk.
My poisons.
She's too drunk to light a joint.
I didn't know you.
I can do my news now. I have my news up.
Oh, here we go. The news.
All right.
Yep. Hold
this
on.
Is live, the 420 radio show
news.
Drunken News.
Yep. She's got it up now, so she's going to read the news.
So we are actually on air now.
Oh, yes, we are. Yes, we have
We've
the whole
never been
time.
off.
Oh, good. Okay. So to all of my fans out there, I apologize because it's not my fault. It's Marcel's fault.
Yes, it's always Marcel's fault.
Yes, I force-fed her liquor.
The Canadian government says that, too.
Yeah, from 2 hours away.
Okay. For the 420 news this week, if everyone else will stop talking, I have a little bit of good news from Pennsylvania. The Senate there passed a legislative proposal that would create a functional marijuana program. And this is good news because Pennsylvania has been just sort of waffling on this.
Waffles.
And from the High Times news this week, we see a report
with strawberries.
that Indiana's first cannabis church has announced its plans to hold its first ever reefer revival at the beginning of July. According to the World Report, a ceremonious gathering, boy, that's a big word, a ceremonious gathering, will be held at the local church, and a musician will play Amazing Grace on a harmonica. And it will be followed by a sermon from the pulpit, and a discussion will be held over the congregation's state of personal affairs. Bill Levin, the mastermind behind the church, says it is at this point that he will invoke the marijuana sacrament, and this is very serious stuff, a sacrament, and he will call together the capacity crowd to smoke until the sanctuary is filled with smoke. The reason they're doing this appears to be to test law enforcement and the laws themselves, but Mr. Levin says he's not worried. Good luck to this church. And what's being held as the world's first, two groups, including the McGill University Health Center, have launched a registry of medical cannabis users. The new research database is aimed at collecting information on how cannabis is used and monitoring patient safety. The data registry for this registration is not supposed to have any identifiable patient information, and in order to protect their privacy, the participation in the project is not automatic. Interested patients would take part for 4 years, but not everyone is pleased with this registry. Excuse me. One prominent cannabis activist calls it a form of extortion, since it's now the only way that Quebec patients will be marijuana. And I quote this: "When you say registry, right away the first thing you think that comes to mind is sex registry or offender, and you have a stigma." This is Mark Boris St. Maurice, the director of the Montreal Compassion Club, saying this. The longtime activist doesn't like the name or the mandatory nature of the Quebec Cannabis Registry. Quebec can only prescribe medical marijuana if they and their patients agree to take part in the registry, which is essentially a clinical trial. Dr. Yves Robert, secretary of the Quebec College of Physicians, said, "It's really, in my view, a kind of hypocrisy on the part of politicians to wash their hands on the shoulders of physicians and to wash their hands considering the safety of patients. The College of Physicians asking people to participate amounts to extortion." In Nova Scotia this week, not this week, in June, lawyers will go before federal court in Halifax to ask the court to certify the proposed class action on behalf of 40,000 medical marijuana users whose privacy was breached by the Health Canada Accord in 2013. They were mailed envelope that had the marijuana access program clearly visible. There are 2,105 Nova Scotia class members in this case. The lawsuit alleges that Health Canada was negligent, careless, and reckless in sending out the mailing. None of the allegations have been tested yet. In local news, we have Bob Dillman, and he's with us tonight, so we don't actually have to go through this news. We can just ask Bob. Bob, are you there?
Yes.
I'd really like you to give a recap, though, if you don't mind. I'm just kidding.
On March 4th, the Halifax City Police Department charged medical cannabis patient Bob Dillman and his wife, both from Dartmouth, with possession and production of cannabis due to illegal. This was all due to a legal quagmire created by the Aller decision in federal court in British Columbia, and the changes to the federal medical marijuana. I'm getting all messed up with my talking here because I know Bob's here and I'm excited. Bob was arrested.
She wants you, Bob.
Was arrested.
Bob, was it exciting?
Bob's living on a fixed income, and he was unable to afford the cannabis from the licensed producers, so Bob was producing his own. And at one time, he did have a license to do this. This week, he received word that all charges were dropped for him and his wife. Bob, let us know exactly what you think about this. Give us the story.
Well, I think it's the government's way of saying we were wrong, you were right, and we don't want to admit it. I mean, that's basically what they did. Because when they walked out of my place, they took all my plants and my grow equipment, and yet they stood up in court and said there was no evidence. I mean, I used to be a corrections officer, and I'm pretty sure I know what evidence is, and that's what it was. So if they really had anything to go on, they would have charged me and kept on going, but they didn't. And the fact that I think it was a prosecutor. What'd you say?
I was going to ask you if you have heard anything back from the police department to this point.
No.
We will give you back your stuff. No? Nothing?
Nothing. Nothing from them whatsoever. And that's the protocol for them. They'll keep their mouths shut because then they'll expect you to not do anything. And because of the civil forfeiture law, they could sell my equipment and profit from that money. People don't know that.
Somebody's at the door for you, Bob.
Yeah?
Yeah,
there was the doorbell.
What did they do when they came in? When they knocked on your door? What did they say? What was the reason for them coming into your house? Or
they said, Bob Dillman, we have a warrant. We want to serve you with papers. We want to search your property. And I said, pass the writ under the door, and they did so. And I called Dorothy out. I said, Dorothy, I want you to remain calm and sit down in the living room. They're raiding us. And I opened up the door.
Okay.
And in walks, 8 cops, 1 RCMP officer and 7 real cops. And then they, came in and they had the 1 RCMP officer trying to organize the whole thing. And then they had 1 city police officer that was trying to talk to Dorothy. And then they had some other clown who was instigating with me, trying to say smart-ass comments, trying to get a rise out of me. And because I just embarrassed him with facts, he pretty soon shut up. But, it was just, they were treating me like a punk, like they always do, to provoke someone, and I wasn't biting. And believe me, I wanted to.
Tell us what you showed them. What paperwork did you have to show them?
Oh, geez. I showed them paperwork going back from 2008. You know, going right from the MLA's office right up to the PMO's office. Correspondence with them. I showed the court injunctions that I'm part of, showed them, the letters from the clinic saying, I've got multiple chemical sensitivities surrounding petrochemicals. I can't use pharmaceuticals because of that. It's common sense. If the man can't use pharmaceuticals, and this is the only program that works, and the government made him a criminal now, obviously this law is unjust and cannot be enforced. Now, if they allowed me to keep on going to trial, I would have made this a human rights issue and everything else, constitutional, and they would have lost big time. That's the reason why they started with me, because the legal aid lawyer told me beforehand, she said, I've never seen this happen, but since it's happened with you, I've seen it happen right across the province now. She says, I'm not sure what's going on, but whatever it is, it's cascading. And I know damn well what it is. They know what's wrong, we know what's wrong, and nobody's going to enforce this.
Maybe they've now finally realized how much money they were wasting.
Yeah, and you think that they're afraid of a constitutional challenge because they're going to lose, Bob?
Oh, they are going to lose. And if you do any research into how the budgets are circulated around this cannabis arresting and all this stuff, the courts are basically run from this money. Like, it's unbelievable. It's a machine.
I'm wondering if maybe you know, or Marcel or Al, someone must know, how dependent our police departments are on medical cannabis or any kind of cannabis busts.
60% of
does that mean?
60% of the drug offenses last year were cannabis related.
Okay.
Right.
Now, how much money does that mean to our police departments? Now, I know what I've seen in the States. I know that the Americans, that every bust means money. Is that the same in Canada? Do we every time someone gets busted, is that more money for that particular police department?
It works out pretty much the same way. It's just done in a different fashion. Because I know how the budgets are done up, basically, for correctional facilities, for example. Like, if somebody gets arrested, right, the officer has a piece of paper that has this person's name on it, okay? Now, I won't go into the technical terms, but there's different phrases for these pieces of paper. Now, I'm a police officer, and I have you, and I have this piece of paper. When I hand this piece of paper over to the sheriff, we'll say, which is Marcel takes that piece of paper. Each time that piece of paper gets handed over to someone, it gets counted onto somebody else's budget.
Right.
So if I arrest you, it gets counted onto my budget, then the sheriff's budget, then the correctional facility's budget.
And the courts and the prosecution and the...
Exactly.
So
then you have court clerks, the staff.
Yeah.
And then you
Sorry,
have the
Marcel,
prosecution.
say that again.
You also have, there's a lot of costs that people don't stop and think about. All right? Police will come in and do a raid. Most times they'll do the raid with officers that are no longer on shift, because they can't take on-duty officers to a raid.
Right.
So the off-duty officer automatically gets the raid, or gets to go on the raid and gets paid overtime. So it's basically asking for volunteers. Who wants a bigger paycheck? Everybody puts out their hands.
And I think Leap Canada had a quote saying that an RCMP officer that made something like $65,000 a year on his base pay would get up to $120,000 a year just by volunteering, just by the overtime and whatever. That's how much of a boost it is. So anyone with the right mind can tell me that a cop wouldn't do that is a liar.
Right. I mean, it's just given, and they love the outdoor growing season because it means lots of overtime and lots of money for Christmas. But the added costs on top of that keep going because after the police,
I live on a river, and the helicopters and the planes, they follow the river, and
that's a whole separate issue for cost, though, when it comes to a raiding a patient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
this
is a patient.
Now,
so in Bob's case, you now have 8 police officers being paid, with probably at least half being paid overtime.
Yeah.
And they take it back.
So they're not.
But they take all of the evidence back to the lockup. So now there's an evidence worker that has to sign off and work on that. So that's an added cost. Then they've got to go to the prosecutor. So the officer that takes it to the prosecutor is getting paid for that.
And the administration is writing it all up.
And the administration is writing it all up. So these are all little hidden costs that people don't think about. The prosecution's office gets it. There's all added costs from their staff. If charges are laid, then there's added cost to the court. Because now you have to have the sheriffs there. You have to have the clerks do all of the clerical work. And the judge.
Duty counsel.
Okay, Marcel. Now, this is all public tax money, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is what the public don't understand.
Yeah.
So
millions and millions and millions of dollars are spent in each province in this country to prosecute people for cannabis.
Sick people.
And these cases are being thrown out of court. So basically, it's taking taxpayers' money and lighting it on fire and pissing on it.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, that's all it is.
Well, it's actually worse than that, because I mean, you take a look at the cost involved. Here it is. Let's say Marcel grows his at what cost would you say per gram?
Less than 10 cents.
Less than 10 cents per gram. He's not violating anyone's rights. He's not harming anyone. He's just treating himself. Now, instead of that, the government wants Marcel to spend, insane amounts of money to buy it from someone else. And then if he doesn't do that, they're going to put him in jail. And guess what? If Marcel has a headache, do you know how much Tylenol costs in jail to the taxpayer? $1.85 a pill. That's $1.85 a tablet for Tylenol. Generic Tylenol, mind you, not the good stuff.
There is no.
You know what I mean?
So I think that what we're saying to, or what we've come down to, is that this is a huge educational thing. We have to educate doctors.
If I go to jail,
lawyers.
I'll be educating prisoners. And when they get out, they'll have viable medicine.
And I'll tell you something right now. There's a police officer who is a very good friend of mine, and I avoid speaking about this with him particularly.
Why?
But
cops have good pop. I'll tell you right now, because they only keep the best for themselves.
Well, I don't know about this one, because, as I said, I avoid discussing this with him. But we really do need to educate police officers that we are not criminals. We are sick people.
Here's the problem with that. Police officers are brainwashed to believe what they're told. They're also limited they're limited in what they are willing to do, because they're risking a $60,000 a year job in some cases.
Exactly.
In a lot of cases, it's more than that. So they're forced to choose between their lives or a moral belief. Now, me personally, I know cops, and I believe that cops have no morals because they do this. Anyone who does this has no morals. And I'll say that to any cop to their face.
I'll stop you now on that one because I do know some cops that have morals, because I've been teaching some cops. All right, and
I've had some ask me,
want to learn, and I'm more than happy to teach them. And these are now becoming compassionate police officers.
And some
that'd be. I like that term.
Actually go into being police officers, and as I said, I have a friend, and this is why he did it. He went into it because he thought he could do good.
Right, but then they're brainwashed into to protecting the laws that protect corporations, and that's it. And that's the issue. But now we have. But we had a patient here that was in the middle of medicating. I won't describe how, but it would be pretty embarrassing to have a bunch of cops bust into your bathroom. They took his medicine, and they apologized for doing it.
Yes.
And the reason they apologized for doing it is because they were following orders, and they had no choice.
Yep. And that's really scary, isn't it?
No, that's not really
Germany all over again.
It is. It's Nazi Germany. The Gestapo said the same thing. We were just following orders, and that's why the laws need to change. The only way we can change the laws is by changing perception.
But it's brainwashing from the time I'm 54 years old. And
so stop the brainwashing.
Yeah, but. What we listened to. What did we listen to when we were kids? Anybody who's 50 or older, that drugs can kill. Drugs can turn you into a loony. So if you've got a cop who's over 50 or
kids
even over 40.
Hear that now.
Yeah.
It's not 50 years ago. Kids are still hearing that.
But I'll tell you
now. The difference being is
most
people have
kids
information.
Are smart enough now to know. Most kids are smart enough now to know. I know my parents smoke drugs, and they're not loonies, and they're not criminals, they're not crazy. Kids know. I think.
Kids are learning. But I have a 14-year-old, and I have a 14-year-old in school that goes to junior high school. She tells me blatantly 75% of the kids in her school think cannabis is bad and dangerous.
Do they really still think that? Because I don't think I did. I was in school in
They're
in
indoctrinated
the
with it.
Because this is what they're taught.
So the programming.
Right? So it's children like my kid that are educating those kids and informing them.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So how can we do better? Bob and Marcel, question to you: how can we do better
doing
as
it.
Patients?
We're slowly
This is
doing
the only way you can do it.
We've got
you
to
have
educate
to
the
fight
public, and we've got no choice but to do it almost individually, one-on-one. What you said about a room full of doctors with me in there for a while, they would come out very well educated. All right, but the problem is getting them to overcome the barrier to go in and hear that everything that they've ever been told has been a lie.
Yeah.
All right, and people don't like having that bubble bursted.
And
people have
at the top of. Go ahead.
People have to start standing up and saying, "Look, okay, I use it, and it doesn't harm me." And they have to be able to say it no matter where they are, to no matter who they're talking to, because until they can. It's really not fair or reasonable to expect anyone else to be able to do anything.
And that's right.
Because,
I mean, Bob is 100% correct. I can go into something like the Health and Wellness Expo and put on a 45-minute talk to the people in that expo about the medicinal benefits of cannabis using my own experiences as a proven practice.
Right.
Okay, I want to ask all of you.
But, Alan, you're not listening. The faces drop on these people near the end of the conference when I tell them that I use 30 grams of cannabis today, and at that point I've already got 20 or 25 grams in me.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
I didn't stand there. I wasn't Cheech and Chong. and I wasn't stoned and fallen down, I can go in and speak. There, now I've even lost my word for it. But I can go in and speak logically.
There you go. That's
cannabis.
karma kicking you in the head, buddy.
But we have to realize, Marcel, that you are one of the few people that can use 30 grams of cannabis a day and still walk. Very, very.
But others. Oh, I disagree with that.
Many people
I disagree with that. Yeah, many, yeah.
Because, I mean, I have friends that have licenses for 100 grams a day, and they function just as well as I do.
Yeah, me too.
I was speaking to a friend in San Francisco yesterday, and he has epilepsy, very, very serious epilepsy, and he's had surgeries, and he's had all kinds of stuff. And when I told him that I had a prescription for 10 grams of cannabis a day, he was blown away.
Because he thought it was a lot.
And then when I told him I have a friend who uses 30 to 40 grams a day, he said, I can't do that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
This is somebody who uses cannabis, and he treats himself, and he has a license. He's in California. It's easy.
He just needs to learn how to use it the right way.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm sitting here thinking, too. We use it in a way that a lot of people don't, I guess.
Yeah. Well, look at Allison Meriden. What does she use? She uses something like 56 grams a day?
Yeah, I can probably... I'd run out of fingers if I started counting all the people I know that use an ounce or more every day.
Yeah.
And
there are a lot of us.
The thing that really bothers me is, why are these people hung up on amounts? If it works for you, if that's what you need, if
really,
that's
what
your
it is we had a court case here in Amherst where the prosecutor brought in an expert witness from the RCMP who went on the stand and said that anybody that used 5 grams of cannabis in a day would be comatose.
Yeah.
Oh, good God.
All right.
I use twice that a day.
When the next two witnesses go on the stand and totally embarrass the prosecutor and both admit to using 30 and 25 grams a day, it kind of blows out that expert witness testimony, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So what do we do, Marcel and Bob? What do we do? What is the answer? How do we educate? What is the best way to proceed? What do we do?
I think
the best way to educate is grassroots, just like Marcel said. Because until we start knocking heads one by one and telling people, no, this here is bullshit. You know why? Me.
There's people right across the country that are doing this, and this is why the increase is happening so much. Right? For people coming out of the closet. We have a lot of sick people in this country that use cannabis that hide the fact that they use cannabis.
Right.
But because we're becoming more public and out there doing public events and not cannabis-related events, and speaking at health expos and seniors expos.
Marcel is not the personification of a pothead. I am not the personification of a pothead.
And there's lots of us that aren't a personification of a pothead.
I'm a church lady.
Well,
and
you know.
Oh, my condolences.
I'm not that broken.
No,
hey, I run a $50,000 a year eBay business, and then a $250,000 a year foundation or business. So.
Exactly. Yeah, we and I know people who are you would call the elite that use cannabis as a medication. But how do we as patients come out and we've got the bad rap. We've got
I'll start putting on classes and people come and learn.
Yeah, I think personally, I think what we have to do is exactly what Marcel and the folks from MUM and the people down east have started doing, is actually going out to health expos and like the Brain Health Matters and aging expos and places like that, and just set up a table and sit there. People will come up and talk to you.
We went to a health and wellness expo.
Right.
And the presenters that were there, or the ones that had booths that were there, loved the fact that we were there. Every person that came in loved the fact that we were there.
Was there any negative comments?
Not one.
And this was a non-cannabis related,
a non-cannabis event. There was not one negative comment. Every person that stopped got educated, and we're very happy. And it was easy to tell they were being educated because they kept asking questions. We had people staying at the booth asking questions for 2 and 3 hours.
Yeah.
All right.
That's how it's done. Yeah,
and
I think that's
proved exactly how we've got to get this into the mainstream.
Yeah. We need people to start asking us questions instead of us pounding shit over their heads.
Yeah, but I did that talk, and I got nonstop phone calls and emails.
Yeah, and you're not 19, Marcel.
I'm 52.
You're a legitimate. You're grown up. You're an adult, and you're saying I've got MS, and this helped me. And I can say I've had an aneurysm.
But it's kind of gross.
Yeah, I have a traumatic brain injury, and it's helped me. It's kept me alive. It's helped me from committing suicide. It's helped me whatever. I'm depressed. This isn't me, but it's helped my depression.
And that's exactly what we're doing. So the next one that we're doing is the 50 Plus Expo for the seniors.
Exactly.
In Halifax.
Right on.
Because I've known for a fact for years and years and years that the seniors are the ones that are responsible for the majority of votes.
And that's the highest the highest group that uses medical marijuana now is 50 and over.
Right. So we're going to bring it to mainstream to them and educate them. They can educate their children.
Yeah.
All right.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
That they were misinformed.
When is that, Marcel?
It's in June, the beginning of June.
Yeah. Let me know. I'd be interested in attending that. I'd give you a hand there setting up or something.
Yeah. Well, Mom's putting it on. And then, like I say, Mom's putting on the other event in PEI with Marijuana for Trauma and the MCPAC. And that's an all-day event.
Let me be the example. Well, for a moment, anyway, let me be the example.
I don't know if we have enough time because we're almost out of time.
I was going to mention our event there.
50 plus years old, never was a druggie, never wanted,
Then she met me.
But all of a sudden, I had an aneurysm. I had an aneurysm burst. I was put in the hospital. I was 3 months in rehab. Couldn't walk, couldn't talk, couldn't do most anything. Came out, recovered slightly, started a medical marijuana, and boom, all of a sudden, I have a life. I can think, I can talk, I can move my right arm, I can move my left arm, I can do stuff. None of this would have happened, none of it, without medical marijuana. None of it.
Yeah.
I can say, yes, on Saturday I'll be there, because I know that if I continue with my prescribed medication, I am not going to be throwing up in the bathroom because I have a migraine or because of something else.
Yeah.
We're not loonies. We are really patients, and this medication really works.
Well, that's it. And when somebody said something earlier about how many people go to their doctor begging them for Neurontin or Percocets or Oxycontins, or we're begging them for cannabis, for God's sake. Hello.
You're right, Lori. You're absolutely right.
But don't forget the doctor's got that stigmatism too. But anyways, let's wrap it up, Bobby. Great to have you here again. Congrats on the win, even though it's kind of only a partial win.
Congratulations! I'm so pleased that this has been for you.
And then Al, I'm sure you want to get a final say in here.
I just I'm having so much fun. I'm at the point. I'm just sitting here absorbing everything. That's what I like to do. Next week, I don't know what's going on, but something will be going on.
There's always something going on.
Yep, Brian is lining up guests as we speak.
Possibility someone from Dr. Grow might be on the show if they're available.
Yeah.
What was that, Brian?
possibility someone from Dr. Grow LLC in Denver will be on the show. I'm trying to set that up right now. They're interested in coming on.
Those things come off the trees. Like,
I went ahead and sent y'all a link so y'all can study up on that.
I'm getting the voice of a very small child.
Yeah, my 5-year-old just walked in here and gave me a flower.
Just passed him the bong.
Here's
the bong, Dad.
My 4-year-old grandson's been really nice and quiet tonight. I'll have to give him a big hug in the morning.
I'm so glad you were here tonight, Lori.
I really enjoyed it. I've missed hanging out with everybody.
Oh, Lori,
Glad you were here.
I didn't get a chance. All right, Ellen, stop. Lori, do you want to share your letter?
Oh, geez, yes. I guess that's how we'll close it out. On March 26th, I sent an email to all federal leaders in Canada asking them to specifically outline for our organization what their position is with regard to cannabis as medicine. And we wanted a detailed response because generalization really wasn't much good to us. How they feel about it and what they plan to do going forward. So, I got a response from Elizabeth May not long after I sent the letter, and today I received a really fancy PDF file attached to an email from Justin Trudeau. Hand signed by him, all full color logo, letterhead, and all that.
Can you say that name again,
and
please?
It says.
Can you say the name again, please? First.
Now,
Lori.
keep in mind, I asked about medicinal cannabis. Okay. And it is, thank you for taking the time to write me with the Medicinal Cannabis Patients Alliance of Canada's questions regarding the Liberal Party of Canada's stance on medical marijuana. And I went, oh, okay.
You didn't even ask about marijuana, did you?
No, actually. It goes on to say, I support the legalization of marijuana for a multitude of reasons, including for medical purposes. So, that sounds sort of like an afterthought, but okay.
Yeah.
Government policy should always be based on scientific and evidence-based research, and the Conservative government's war on drugs is not working, as the current system is neither cost-effective nor beneficial to Canadians. This includes the failed approach that the government has taken on medical marijuana. The use of medical marijuana as a physician prescribed treatment is common for many people across Canada, and it is important they have access to a responsible and safe avenue for treatment. With these type of policies, we can responsibly regulate the distribution and use of marijuana in a way that benefits Canadians both socially and economically. With this approach, marijuana use, and more importantly, abuse, can finally be treated as a health issue and not a criminal one. What about medicine, was my thought there. Final paragraph, thank you again for contacting me on this important issue. It is through an exchange of ideas and opinions that I can best represent not only my constituents, but all Canadians. Sincerely, Justin P.J. Trudeau, Member of Parliament for Papineau.
Now, isn't he on the board for one of the LPs or something like that?
I don't know if he's on the board.
What's that?
I was going to say, I don't know if he's on the board of an LP, but Chuck Raffici is the chief financial officer of the Liberal Party, and he was the chief executive officer of Tweed.
Okay.
The one that wears that profiteer, #profiteer t-shirt, yes.
Yes. The profiteer t-shirt guy.
I'm really torn on this. The reason I'm really torn is because I'm a liberal and I'm a green, both. But any conversation I've had about this with any liberal, and I'm talking from the top of the heap to the bottom of the heap, has been that they support patients growing their own or having people grow for them. And take this with a grain of salt, because this is politics. Things can change in an instant. But they did support a short time ago patients growing their own or having someone grow Whether that's changed, I don't know. But at
it's going to
this
change because I mean they have the right idea, they just don't know how to implement it. So I'll take it to them to show them how to implement it. Anyways, we're past our
And
time. So
Time.
Al,
We are.
Yes.
Of course.
Al, close us out of here and get us gone. And Bob, great having you on, and we'll let you out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go because I be stripping tonight, so...
You're stripping?
Thank you, Bob.
Oh, yeah.
Bob, thank you for being on.
Da, da,
Lori,
da, da.
all of you, thank you very much
I don't even want to ask.
for being here.
Yeah, I don't want to see pictures.
Thanks for the invite, folks. I had a wonderful time tonight, and it was really cool to hang out again.
Listen, we're here every Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you never know who's going to show up or what we're going to talk about. It's the 420 Radio Show. We're going to say goodnight. I'm not even going to play another song. We're just going to go nighty boo-boos. We'll see you next week. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Ellen.
night,
Thank you,
folks.
Marcel.
All right, good night.
And thank you, Bob. Brian, always talk to everybody. Good night.
Peace out.
Talk to y'all soon.
Bye.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 Radio Show. On Lifestyle Radio.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? I'm trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Good evening. I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420. Damn it.
Girl of your dreams has got to be in some bar.
Sorry, boys and girls, but this is X-rated. So if you're under 18...
Get out, goddammit! Get the point? Good.
And now? Bend over.
Y'all ready for this?
Get it down. Get it down. I can't wait anymore.
I like to watch.
Whatever you desire. I know you like it. Do it.
We do it all night long.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Stay tuned. We'll be